Now we're streaming. Okay. Welcome, everyone. My name is Magnus, and with me is Allan. We're going to be your hosts today. Um, Hopefully, you can hear us all. Pl- please type in chat if you can hear us, so we know that everything's clear and such. So we're waiting. I think they're doing the player meeting right now. We haven't gotten what type of matchup we have in the first game. So we'll see. It's going to be fun to see what they bring today with a completely new meta.
Indeed, with no Django, it's going to be so fun. I think just not to see Django every game, but I'm hoping to see pilots maybe because pilots didn't really get a good show because you can exhaust your giant pilot leader with Django pretty easily. So I think maybe might see some pose or something. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, Sabine is my guess is gonna make a comeback to the meta when Django is gone, is
Yeah,
beheaded.
I mean, I still prefer playing against Sabine than Django.
I
Just because.
actually, I'm completely the other way around,
Okay.
but I
I think.
usually play decks that doesn't do very well against Sabine. I guess
Okay.
that's why.
Hard to have heavier control. I think just generally Django was kind of unfun in places where you just kept having your board exhausted. So especially with the new cards. At least with Sabine, you get to use your units probably. So you
Yeah,
have to make
that's
some
true.
tough
That's true.
choices.
You actually get to play the game against Sabine.
Yeah,
However, it could be very fast games
it
some.
can be. Yeah.
So I'm not seeing anything in chat yet. I hope
There was a
people can
yes.
hear us. There was a yes. Ah, great. Nice. Well, so we'll just wait and see then. What else then could we think?
Well,
Uh,
Quinlan, I'm assuming, is still kicking around. I think he's going quite strong against some of the decks because the force throw is still quite strong.
yeah,
They did mention they were looking to future force cards being banned potentially based on the new set. So a force throw is definitely think on the list of things that is going to be super strong with all these force units we're getting in the
yeah.
next set.
And
But
also, as Christian's wrote in the chat there, I think Han 1 could be a contender as well to show up in I guess quite a bit of different colors. I mean, both green, red,
yeah,
and yellow. Maybe blue even
he does
could
still
show
quite
up.
do quite well with that DJ. Um, but it is nice. I said it's without DJ, the other player gets to play their game at least to see if they can go against it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Without DJ, you get a lot more to say in that matchup.
Because if you have a 6th drop leader, for example, then you probably get to put him down after the turn after the hand comes out, and you can fight back. But if they take your resource and you can't deploy your 6th leader, then you're probably going to lose, which is what happened to me in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
PQ finals. So I think there's going to be. I still think hand 1 is strong, but I don't think it's that
Not as
crazy
strong, no.
swing when you get the DJ off.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's definitely one of the strongest leaders in the game. As resource cheating is very powerful
Yep.
in Star Wars Unlimited, of course, in a lot of card games, but it's very powerful in this game. I feel
There's
so.
the what's the card Cham? Cham, is it Cham? The red guy
Yeah,
who does
Cham.
the.
Yeah.
If there's a lot of red, Quinlan might run that, for example, against Han, and suddenly they get to ramp with alongside Han if Han is cheating out
Yeah,
resources. So
that's
it's
a good
interesting.
that's a good sideboard card at least
Yeah.
against Han, I think.
So we'll see if that. Yeah. I think because you can keep up, then you actually get ahead. In fact, because they're not stealing a resource with DJ anymore. So
Yeah, they have to go back. Yeah,
and
that's a really good counterplay too.
we have
And I
to
think
remember there are still cards that exhaust leaders. They don't just because Django's gone doesn't mean you can't exhaust
no,
Han on the flip turn, which can shut down a lot of their plays on
yeah.
the flip turn. So
No
we'll
Good
just
to Me Dead is a great card against Han.
exactly it.
I only play villainy, so all
I
my
run
yellow decks have
okay.
that, I guess.
I use perilous position. That's my shut
Yeah,
down hands turn flip turn.
that's a
Um,
great card as well for that.
especially if you've got a 6-drop leader, you can play it, and the next turn put it a leader, and then you've got a tiny hand to deal with instead of the big one.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I think Quinlan is one of the stronger decks, in my opinion. But
I mean, it should be. It was a top deck before the
yeah,
bans, and it didn't get
nope,
affected at all by the bans. So unless there is like some kind of deck that comes into the meta now that Quinlan really has a problem with, he's probably gonna see a lot of play now.
yeah.
Still,
We're interesting how many Tarkin towns we see, or whether it will be as popular. I don't know.
I mean, if yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. As I said before, I think we're gonna see a lot of Sabine players as well. They've just waited for for their comeback to be able to play again after Hans or after Django got banned, I guess. Maybe could see some like hard control as well if they're not that afraid of the aggro decks getting into the meta. I don't know. I love to play Palpatine. Maybe see some Palpatines. Could be good.
Maybe we just see if
Unless, yeah,
we might see a Pieta maybe because that's still
yet, yeah,
playing those giant things is still crazy.
yeah, of course. He's also resource cheating, so why not like
Yeah,
do that? So I guess Piet Blue is probably the more viable one now. I've
yeah,
I've
no
been playing
TDR.
a lot Piet Yellow, but without TDR, it's
Yeah,
I'm
red isn't.
yeah,
I think red with the 25, 35
yeah,
card deck is quite consistent because you get to get the capital ships and the cards you need
yeah.
and the ramp, but it
It's a
has no
very
house, so it's a
explosive
bit
deck.
scary.
Yeah, it's very explosive deck if you draw like the right cards
Yeah,
in that. It can do a lot of damage in a short period of time.
yep.
But I feel like it's sometimes it's quite card dependent. You really need to
Yeah,
draw the cards in the right
yes.
order.
I played against it and thought, oh no, why have you played any big ships? Oh wait, you didn't draw it.
Yeah, yeah. So that could be a problem there. Okay, I see something happening on the table. There's a deck box. Might be that we have some incoming. And if anyone's wondering, you might not recognize us as the Nordic Takedown guys. That is because all of the Takedown guys is actually playing this tournament. So they asked us if we can sit in and help them out with the stream. Hopefully, the top cut will be streamed from the site. We're of course not there. So but I guess that depends if everyone in Nordic Takedown gets to top 8 or top 4, whatever.
Yeah, I
Because we
said
have
that. Like,
streams
well,
as well.
hey, you don't have much confidence you're going to win if you're playing the cash it after the.
Yeah, I guess the odds of everyone getting there is not that high,
No,
maybe. Uh, so I guess they.
30 people. How many? Is it 4 people in the? How many people are in the Nordic
I
Takedown?
mean, in the podcast main group is probably the 4 like Victor, Adam, Jason, and Jonah.
Yeah,
But then they have a lot of extra like
yeah,
that
guests. Yeah,
that sometimes show up in the podcast and also help out a lot with streams and other content stuff. But I think most of them are actually going to this tournament, so
yeah.
that's fun
The
to
prizes for this one is carbonite boxes, right?
yeah, yeah. I don't know how much. Maybe we can get a confirmation on that during the day. And I'm not exactly sure how many. It looks like 30 people right now, but I'm not sure if they're completely finished with that. So
Well,
it looks
Stand
like
League's just kicked off. Wow, so there's no.
yeah. So 31 looks like right now. Um, that would mean
If we get
5 rounds.
we will get the people at table one, right? Okay. Yes, 5 rounds.
And a top 4 then, I think.
Yeah.
Not a top 8 if it's only 5 rounds. Let's see. Could you see the standing or the
You can scroll
matches?
down to see the
Oh
table.
yeah. We have the tables there. Yeah,
It's silly, you have to scroll down. I forget that.
yeah. That's stupid. Um, yep. I have some names I don't really remember recall who that could be. I don't know. Nobody I know, I think. So
No,
we'll see. We'll get from the guys on spot who's
we
gonna
got a
play.
we got a CAD.
We do have a cat at least.
I'm guessing that's Sabine as ECR, so it's probably
It's gonna change
Sabine. Yep.
this.
Looks like we're
Sabine,
gonna get
yeah,
Sabine
okay.
versus CAD.
Yep. I'm gonna update. And Sabine. Yeah. We don't have any confirmation on the people.
I don't know what their names are, other than the melee names. But we have a CAD. Is that green? I think it's a CAD green.
It's a cat green, yeah.
Versus Sabine green ECR.
Oh,
Classic.
I'm getting something here now, maybe. Okay, so we have Kevin on Sabine and Christopher on CAD. We'll just go over to the
Game screen.
game screen, and I'll fix that while we watch. So they've started to shuffle up, and yeah, starting
ready
their
to go.
game one. Yeah,
We've got a showcase versus a not showcase, so that's it. The odds are in Sabine's favor.
yeah. You always have a little bit of extra.
We have no idea if these are going to be the top decks. It's just a random pairing based on the first table. So this is just, let's see what happens. But they're two pretty well known leaders, nothing crazy. So it would have been fun to see something weird, but hey.
Get
And it started mulliganing. Wonder if it'd be interesting to see if there are any surprises in either deck, like what Sabine is running now. There's more rebels added, so maybe some of the new rebel cards, like the green ship, the 2/3/2 spaceship is pretty good as an addition.
yeah, yeah.
I don't
I
know
mean,
whether on pilots, but
I think CAD usually has quite a good matchup into Sabine. If
yeah,
I'm
it's not Tarkin Town though,
correct.
so there's no removing the turn one. But anyway, looks like they've started with a bang and they haven't played anything, so they're both okay. Interesting. So it looks like Sabine pinged and then CAD passed and then they took initiative. So there was no card play in turn one, which is interesting.
That's very interesting. Yeah, that's not what Sabine wants to see, I guess.
I think Sabine chose to do that because
Oh, she choose. Yeah.
because I think they didn't want to take the CAD ping, but I'm not sure that.
Ah, okay.
But I'm not sure that was worthwhile as an aggro deck. But because they clearly had two drops in their hand, but maybe they just drew them. I don't know. But they didn't. I don't know. Seems like a strange choice, but hey. Okay, got the Mandalorian restore guy. I can't remember his name right now.
That is, yeah. It's I don't know what that's called either, but
The guard or the trooper or something. Getting rid of that Poe was pretty big with Sabine, with Bazine, sorry, not Sabine.
there. Sorry, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
fix this.
We're already on turn 3, which is quick. McClunky into hurting the guard guy. So you can Bazine again if he wants. Be pretty good because there's some more big chunky things in Sabine's hand. But
Yeah,
oh, Boba Fett, the unit, classic.
that's a classic.
Also
From
really good
set one.
currently because it can pick off that guy if it attacks next turn.
Yeah.
There's the Sabine and Bazine and Sabine. We've got too many similar name things.
Yeah, and Sabine is just getting out a lot of units as she will do.
Oh,
Of
and there's a
course.
damage.
I mean, it could spiral quite quickly
Yeah.
out of hand for the cat player here if he.
Well, they lost the Poe at least, so they don't have a well, unless they get another one, which we know they don't have.
Yeah, but he did. The Sabine player did have Wrecker on hand
Yeah,
as
he's
well.
got Wrecker, but that's 6, right?
Yeah, but that's a big problem for next
Yeah, with
turn. If
ECL, yeah.
yeah, with the
I think you
ECL.
kill that guy, yeah. Even if you don't get the free ping from Boba Fett, just get rid of the restore and the damages.
Yeah, I think that's a correct play as well.
But he could Bazine again to get rid of Big Fett Wrecker, hopefully. But he's still taking a ton of damage now.
Yeah, he's really getting already on 17 on his base. It's only 13 left. I think he really needs to find something to.
He didn't ramp at all, so this is not really. I assume he probably wants to ramp.
Yeah, guess so as well. Okay.
But that's not a great.
No,
That's really bad
I mean,
because of Wrecker.
yeah,
But
feels like. But I guess
I guess
he's gonna have the initiative for next
yeah.
turn, so he can
So
at least get rid of Sabine maybe.
yeah, well, ideally he wants to get that unit down to less than 5 health. Jesus.
It's just
This
yeah,
is the
like
Sundari Peacekeeper was that guy's name.
yeah, some very case basically. Okay.
So problem is, yeah, that's just too much damage. How is he? He has lethal on board
Yeah,
without
and
playing
we
Wrecker.
know he has a wrecker on in hand, so I'm not really seeing how Cad is getting out of this alive, but we'll see if he has. I mean, a cunning for six would be a great card, but I guess he would have started with that maybe then.
Well, at least with that you can't Wrecker into Zuckus. You have to because you kill it.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. He can't, but he can kill one of the units and like.
But he's just going to kill him with the units on the board at this point.
Yeah, that's the problem. He has so much already on board.
Okay, it's up to 23.
Yeah, but now Wrecker can come in and kill any one of those units, and then kill the other one with the ambush as well, and put damage on base.
I think he's
And he still has the A
dead
wing
from
in his
Wrecker
base.
now.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, both Wrecker and he has the A wing left to attack as well.
Okay, yeah.
So he's definitely if he doesn't have, but he has only one resource cat player, so I guess
Yeah.
that's gonna
Wow,
be
that
tough.
just you got all the 2-drops.
Yeah, he just spit out a lot of units very fast. Okay, so he McClunky's to kill at least kill 2 units. Unfortunately, I think this is too late. I think that's a great start if Cad can like get a scene on turn 1 and then turn 2 play McClunky, kill a unit, and then
Yeah.
start from there. But now Wrecker
Yeah.
he does
Game over.
survive.
I was
Oh,
interested
he yeah.
that interaction at the start with passing because you wanted to get the ping off, and then Sabine taking initiative was interesting. I actually benefited Sabine, it seemed like, because
I mean I think could Christopher could have actually because he only had 1/2 drop in hand, right? Sabine player. I think he only had Sabine unit.
yeah,
He chose to take the Poe. I think because he had both Poe and Wrecker, I think I would have taken the 2/2 drop and just hoped he didn't draw another one because
I actually think I think
that would have been a great start for the CAD.
also I think ACLing Poe was better for CAD because it's not actually doing damage to the base usually.
Yeah,
So whereas
I
Wrecker
guess.
is presenting lethal if they use if they use ECL on Poe, they're not having it for Wrecker. So
Yeah, it's
making them
such
consider that
more.
option.
Yeah, it's such much more damage
Yeah,
from the Wrecker play. The
and
Poe is
and
also a problem, but you can if you have like a solution for that for the next turn, that could
yeah.
be okay. So
So I
we're
think
already going to game 2.
yeah.
See, Kevin took down the first game quite quickly.
That was just damage, 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 damage. I think
Yeah,
CAD really needs a turn 1 unit to start trading with
yeah,
once Sabine starts playing. I know.
yeah, I guess that's yeah, he needs something to hopefully can trade and survive against
Yeah,
Sabine's
so like
first
a
time play.
crafty smuggler, you could drop that. I, yeah, I mean the problem is you want to get the ping, but if you play another unit next turn, you can still have the ping on the unit after you've attacked it once. So you might
Yeah,
get a chance to kill it that way if they don't play a new unit first, which they wouldn't if they were wanting to be aggro.
yeah.
But I
And I
assume,
also think that like an early McClunky play is really good for CAD.
yeah,
I think like something as you said, the crafty smuggler turn 1, turn 2 he can attack something, kill it, and then you can McClunky the crafty smuggler, play it again maybe, or play
yeah,
something else after McClunky. You can get something like that rolling, and not get so much damage as he did this
yeah,
game
exactly. So I think
early. Yeah,
if he'd played a crafty smuggler turn 1 and turn 2, he could have McClunked what Sabine played no matter what, and
yeah,
been much better off. But because he passed, hoping to get the extra ping, he lost initiative, and then Sabine started going.
yeah. But that's it's tough. The Sabine deck is such an explosive deck.
Yep.
And I mean, if it gets to do what it wants to do, it's really hard to stop it.
We also didn't
Whatever you
see
get.
there were no new cards, right? It was just all the old Sabine.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, for now, no new cards at all,
Yeah.
right? I'm not sure what they changed to put in. Maybe could have the new. Is it blue leader or the ambush card that
Looted
can
is so
ambush
good.
both in space and on ground?
Yeah,
I think that could be a card for Sabine, I guess.
a really good lane dodge card, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, it's so versatile. You can go both ways.
But I think maybe I said the 2/3/2 Rebel spaceship, in addition to the A wing, is means you've got a really good solid space,
Yeah,
cheap base aggression pack.
and I guess the I'm bad at the cards for the heroic side because I don't play it, but the 1/3 that does 3 indirect damage
Yeah, that's
spaceship
okay.
shouldn't
Could
that
be, but it's
could
yeah,
be one, but you don't get to choose where the damage goes.
yeah,
So I guess that's not
nice.
optimal. Oh, this
Did he
is a better start, I guess, for the Bassine.
did he lose? Did he get another turn 1 play?
Uh,
I can't tell.
I
Is that
can't tell.
he
It
didn't
doesn't
know?
looks like it. No. So this is what we talked about. Is a good start for a CAD.
Yep. And you can McClunky that to kill whatever gets dropped.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
amazing. By now, I felt like he had like 20 damage on his base.
yeah.
Last,
It went so fast in the last game. Um, and also now I don't maybe Sabine did resource because
ooh,
he had a Chewbacca on hand, but because Christopher took his spaceship.
ah, new card.
Yeah, a new card. Yeah, that's a good card, I guess, for Sabine. Sabine's TIE Fighter. Um, but
But he's
the
got he's
now
got
there are
another
two of them
conversion. Yeah,
into a Succus is a really good start as well.
yeah. That
I think this is going to be a much more close game.
I don't know
He's
what
got
Sabine
the
does about
Bassine.
that Zuckus. She has nothing to deal with that Zuckus.
Not until Wrecker. I mean,
Yeah,
Wrecker is when, and then it might be too late if.
if he gets a fall on to go along with it.
Yeah, and now the like they've changed pace because now there's already 10 damage on Sabine's base. So she only has 15 left. So now maybe Cat can almost
Yep,
raise Sabine instead.
that's such a bad hand. I guess you get rid of
Oof, yeah, that's
the,
not a good. That's
the
not a good
fleet
hand.
commander. Chewie is a really nice card. That's a new card, but it's too
Yeah,
expensive if you don't have a spaceship. That's the issue.
yeah. I guess Sabine only wants to play it as a pilot.
Yeah.
It's not doing any damage otherwise when you play it or.
Wow. Forced to ambush him into Bazine is not a good play.
Oof, no, that's not good. This is looking very good for Cat here. I think. I mean, if he just keeps putting damage on the Sabine base. I'm not really sure how Sabine's gonna get out of this.
I mean, ECL Poe now will kill off Zuckus.
Yeah, but I think Cad still has initiative.
Yeah, he has a
So,
forlom. He can kill Sabine now with that.
oh, he has a forlom in hand. That's great. But then yeah, he does do that. That's the first.
They're both +1/+1 now. So
Now he can get a Poe to kill Succus
yeah, but
from
then
Sabine.
but Poe dies if he does that, which means he's
Yeah,
just losing board.
and he's still down on damage on base, so I guess he needs to try to find something else.
He just traded then, so yeah, he's fighting now.
Yeah,
But that's crazy.
and
Yeah,
he
that's not
just
what you want
has
to
to
play.
play out Chewbacca on ground, and that's not at all. He's a 5/6, right? Chewbacca, I can see here.
Yeah,
Yeah, so he
he
can't
can't be.
even kill Succus. And now he has 16 on base,
He's got
and
Wrecker
Cad
now.
can. Yeah, but if
If he
oh
does,
yeah,
yeah, if Zuckus does 6 to face and then deploys the leader, and then
yeah, Wrecker can take care.
or do
Okay,
that,
yes, or do that. Yeah,
he has to
I mean
ECL
Wrecker can
Poe
still
into it.
kill him, right? Yeah,
Yeah, but now you have the CAD leader out, so that's yeah.
yeah, and Cad's gonna go and do 4 damage to base. You're gonna go up to 20, and if the Cad player has resourced DL44, he can he can kill him first action next turn.
Yep.
So this is a tough spot for Sabine
I
here.
think this is over now, but he can't kill CAD with green red.
It feels like this should
He's
be
got another
going to
Wrecker, but
game.
that doesn't. Without ECL, Wrecker is just a big stick.
Yeah, that is. That's gonna be interesting. Let's see. There's 2 very different games so far. The first game was like the Cad player had nothing
Next game. Yep.
to do against,
More.
and he ends it with Maul. That's a nice one. So I
Yep.
mean the key cards here were guess of course now there's 2 of them to get the suckers out. McClunky was also really nice in
The
the beginning
Bazine to drop
for
remove his turn turn
yeah.
one play.
Yeah, I guess he got like all the things he wanted to see here.
And said, but last game Sabine only drew 2 drops pretty much, except Wrecker. But this game it was quite some of the end game she drew instead of the early game, so she also
Yeah,
got
it
denied the
could
2 drop and then didn't get any more. So that's the danger of running things like Chewbacca.
yeah, and I
Necro
guess
deck.
it could be harder for Cad to manage a lot of small units.
Yep.
He'd rather see that he gets like some of the bigger ones,
Yep.
like this game. What? Yeah, I guess. So we're going to game 3.
3.
After the first game, it was yeah, so 2 very quick games that went completely different. Let's see if the initiative token gets the win here. Then,
Well, I
I
think
mean, it's.
does Sabine not Sabine doesn't want initiative, right? Against CAD.
I mean, if he's afraid of the same thing happening again, that playing a Basine taking the turn 1 play,
Oh, that's true.
he might just take the ping on the first turn to get
Without
the
without
unit
without
out.
yeah, without Talking Town, you're not afraid of the unit dying turn 1 at least.
No, he's not. It's not the same. Tarkin Town is a different story, I guess. There, yeah, but he can take like play an A wing or Sabine unit and take 1 damage to them. Doesn't do that much of a difference because McClunky kills them anyway. Of course, if it's Sabine unit on ground, the crafty smuggler is a bigger problem if he plays like
So
this.
yep.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any spaceships from CAD.
No, not a single one.
So I'm interested to know if he just has no spaceships
I
or
don't think he's play a lot of them. I think he play a few only, maybe.
but what spaceship would he even run? I don't know. I can't see.
No, it depends if he wants to be. Oh, actually, it
Oh, he's
looks
got the
like he
mercenary
has.
gunship.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now he has the mercenary. He wants the underworld stuff,
Yep.
of course. And I guess that's a good card to start against the Bean if she plays the A wing. He
Yep. I think
chooses
ideally you
to
want to have
mulligan.
I would have kept that. He had a smuggler and the mercenary gunship. They both seem he could go into whichever arena that Sabine goes into if he has both.
Yeah,
Right?
he had that choice. Maybe he really thinks he needs like the McClunky or
Or now
Basim.
there are two of them combo in his
Or
hand,
now,
maybe,
yeah. I
because
guess
he won
that's
that way.
the
So maybe he thinks he needs.
optimal place if he can get them. But I'm always afraid of doing because this is more of a greedy uh, mulligan, right? Because he
Yeah,
had
if you have two
actually
drops in your
had.
hand, this is a scary piece of thing to do.
Yeah, it's very scary. Always afraid of doing this.
Did he get anything? I can't.
I can't really see.
Yeah. Okay. Sabine has that 2/3/2 spaceship I talked about, and
Yeah.
I don't see a 2-drop in his hand. Oh, he's got the Sidon, the
Oh
new
yeah. Okay.
pilot. So
Yeah.
if Sabine plays that spaceship, she's in trouble.
Yeah, because he can kill it right away. He can ping and then kill it right away, right? Yeah.
It just attaches to it and it dies.
Yeah. That's a 3-2. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
He doesn't even. But that's the good thing with Sidon in that
yeah. If it's
ship.
the A
He
wing, you can still kill it. Yeah.
can still kill it. Yeah. That's
Okay.
so
He lucked into a
guess
good.
that's a good start for the cat player again.
Yep. And he got initiative because Sabine pinged. It seems so.
But
I
it's
always
always
wonder though.
scary.
That's
Yeah.
yeah. I would keep. I don't know whether I keep initiative then, but
Yeah. I'm saying it's always
oh no.
scary when
Yeah.
playing against Sabine. Even if you get a good start, it can change very
Yeah.
quickly.
She can still pop off
Yeah,
sometimes.
but I guess this is not the best play for Sabine to just get a Cassian out turn
No,
two.
but then it's not that great. Only a smuggler for the.
No,
So
no,
really.
I guess none of them got really what they wanted. Maybe.
And if he's got a rebel trooper guy, then he can attack it with 5 at least.
Yeah, or I mean, Forlom from Cad here would be good. Can kill
It
off.
trades into it, yep, and doesn't die.
Yep. That also keeps the Succus threats for next turn if he has a Succus as well.
Okay, it's got
It looks
Bazine.
like
Yeah, he
two
didn't
two
use the rebel
wreckers
trooper guy. Interesting. I guess he wants to play Sabine's masterpiece. Oh, he wants to use the rebel bay thing on Sabine, of course. Yeah,
on Sabine. Yeah,
yeah. The fleet lieutenant on Sabine. I'd probably pick fleet lieutenant because it's more.
I'd also pick that because that's damage right away.
Yeah.
You can the Sabine's die. You could probably, hopefully, manage later.
Hmm.
It's not damage right now, but
Yeah.
I mean, he did very well in the last game, so I'm not gonna I'm not gonna second guess his choices here. Might
Yeah.
be we can't really see his hand either, so he might have a good plan with this. Looks like when he shuffled there, he has a Succus in hand.
He's only playing Bazine though. He's got 2 open resources, not the. But
Yeah. Okay, so that was quite of a bad turn for Cad there, only playing the Basin. And now we're seeing the board getting bigger and bigger on the Sabine side.
I guess he kills Cassian. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can now there are 2 of them now.
Yeah, he can, but I
I
also
don't think.
see a Poe in Sabine's hand now. So the question is, does he Poe and kill the
I don't
smuggler
think you
to
would. I think you save the wrecker next turn, right?
you
If
save
you
it
have,
for Wrecker? Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a great play as well.
if you're really worried about now there are 2 of them, you can just trade Sabine into it or something. But
Yeah, you can stall like that, but I guess
I think she just wants to go face. I don't think.
he wants to go face with the units you have on board, I guess.
I guess he can maul with now there are 2 of them.
Yeah, he can with 5, so that's a big threat.
You can respond to it with a Poe.
Yep.
He's debating whether he wants to kill the smuggler. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, or if he's just going for base. He's going base.
I guess he doesn't have now there are 2 of them based on his. He's got a CAD unit as well. That would be quite strong.
Yeah, if he gets to 7 resources, that's the problem. But that's a strong unit, of course. Okay. So it was a good call from the Sabine player to attack with the fleet lieutenant because to get the extra damage before Bosk got played. I guess he'd probably kill the fleet lieutenant if he didn't attack already.
Yep. Oh, he's the
Uh,
LA outpo, it seems.
yep. Now killing both
Both of them,
units.
yep.
That's a strong play. I mean, he might have resourced timely or has a timely on hand already and thinks
True,
he's
but
gonna wait with record for a round.
well, if it's resource, it's going to be 8
Yeah,
resources.
that's 2 rounds. So if
He's
he
not.
has it on
I don't
hand,
think he's probably not getting that high on resources.
no, and it
Sabine
doesn't.
keeps cards, I think. But what does CAD
Looks like
do
he
now?
still has 2 wreckers and 1 A-wing on a hand for
So
Sabine.
if CAD can clear up this mess, he's looking okay.
Yeah, but
But he
that's not
needs
a
to
good.
kill Poe somehow, and yeah,
If he'd managed to ramp and was on 7 resources,
yeah,
the
he could have
CAD
had.
unit would have been a great play here. But unfortunately for him, it's still 6. So he has to take the Poe damage, and that's gonna hurt. Probably taking 8. Or did he throw a
Yeah, yeah.
card? Yeah, he throws one of his. He had 2 wreckers in hand.
Jeez,
Sa- Probably saved one for Poe, I guess.
that's a 25. I don't see how he.
This looks very tough to get back from this. I mean, they're
I
taking
guess
some
look.
time now to think, and they have a lot. I guess they have quite. Time's not a problem in this matchup.
Yeah, indeed. But I mean, that's yeah.
Feels like this is game, right? He's cat player
Well,
only
he needs
done
to kill both
two
of those
damage
things.
to yeah, and he's only done 2 damage to Sabine.
I mean, he just takes initiative now, so he's what?
Yeah,
But I guess he could
he's
also play
just
cast
he can play it. Can kill him now or next turn. It doesn't matter, I guess. Okay,
GG.
GG. So
That
Kevin
was that
takes it
was yeah.
down.
There was more. It could have gone either way that game if CAD had got. I think the turn where he only played Bazzi and nothing else was not the best turn.
Yeah, that really hurt him a lot. We saw in game 2 that the cat can really have a great game against Sabine if it goes his way.
Yep. But
I felt
he,
like didn't do that in the last game.
and I think with looking at his hand and with Bazine and having no really good choice was not the best. So he still had, no matter what happened, Sabine still had cards to play, so it wasn't really impacting Sabine that much. I think having a fall on or something would have been much better, but obviously I guess he didn't have.
Yeah, that's.
But I guess
Thanks
he
for the
didn't have ramp. I
shout
didn't
outs
see any ramp.
from Noxum from chat. Thank you
No.
for the shout.
Yes, thank you for shouting out the podcast that I'm
Yeah, that's it's great.
helping out with.
Helping out, getting it out. It's not a big tournament, 31 players, but it's one of the first with the Django new.
Django less, yes.
Yeah, the post Django meta, if you can call it like that. Talking about that, I was really happy to see that they actually the developers are comfortable with like taking away all those 3 cards right
I was
away. Not
expecting triple dark raids to be gone.
yeah
And I think when you look at the design of Django, every leader in the game has limits. So most of the leaders say on attack, so it's once a turn usually, and many of them say once per turn. Like CAD says once per turn when deployed. Django does not have that limit, which I think was always going to potentially go out of control if they kept printing more cards.
yeah I guess and I mean I did really like I watched the stream and I think I felt like they were honest and talking like we knew that Triple Dark Raid was a good card. We didn't want to take it into too much of consideration when doing jump to light speed because we wanted to do a great set of spaceships. So they did realize that Triple Dark Raid was a mistake. They actually said that during the stream that it was too powerful, I guess. So I think that's good when they feel that they can be that honest and say that they're. I mean, I don't know how many developers are
Yeah,
making the game, but it's impossible for them
yeah.
to make
I
all the
used
right decisions.
There used to be quite a few, but there are more now because it's been doing quite well, I think.
Yeah, it's
But
doing well, so that's good.
but I agree. They also it sounded like it wasn't just out of the blue. They'd obviously marked certain cards as being possibly a problem, and they were tracking it, and they watched the
Yeah,
event,
yeah,
saw it a problem, and went straight out there. They clearly had prepared what they were going to do if it was a problem. So
yeah,
that's one of the things too. It's not just suddenly reactionary. There, it's much. I also prefer it this way, where they let's see what happens, and let the people figure things out, and not just preemptively ban things before anyone gets a chance to try things out. So it was nice that they gave us the chance. Can we solve it? Can we beat Django? Is it too strong? And they went, nope. Okay, let's just. We thought it might be. It is. Let's just move on and have a nicer meta game. But
yeah.
I also think it's good with the. I think pilots haven't really shown up that much because of Django, because Django can keep exhausting your piloted ships, and so for stacking
Yeah,
upgrades
so
is kind of bad.
yeah, I guess that's not that great for you to play like two cards and then he just taps it
Exhausts
down.
it, yeah,
Yeah,
every turn.
that's
It's like, okay, I never get to attack with my pilot because my leader because he keeps exhausting it.
yeah,
Wonderful.
that's not good, I guess.
But yeah, TDR could have just going to get stronger and stronger. It's not going to. It's a worst case, for example, it basically is pay. I think it's pay 4 resources to do 6 damage to the base and draw a card. If you just translate it to what it's doing, that sounds quite strong. Pay 4 6 to base, draw a card. I mean, that seems like a strong card.
Yep, yep.
And that's just
Seems
the Ruthless
like a
Raven
very
version.
strong card. That is
In late game,
correct.
it becomes pay 5, deal 12 damage to the base, and draw a card.
Yeah, yeah.
But as I said, I'm also happy with what they're doing, which is banning or suspending. Sorry, ban is too strong a word. Suspending rather than changing the cards, because I think there are ways to fix the cards they've modified to balance them. But since rotation is happening and the cards will cycle out, it's better to just let's just say the card doesn't. You can't use the card rather than trying to come up with weird wording that change the card and have people confused about how things work. So I think just suspending is often better, just to let people move on and not try to keep making the card work.
Yeah, yeah. I'm all with that as well. I mean, it's set 1, 2, 3 is just in the Premiere format for one more year.
Yeah,
That's a long time, so it's not a problem like that. But
yeah,
after that, we'll get a completely different meta, and
yeah.
so
I haven't
and
really
I
thought about what it's
actually,
going to be like without the
yeah,
French.
that's going to be very interesting. I mean, I try to say this a lot. Like from now on, we'll never have like less cards than we have now in the
Yep.
meta. We'll only have more or the same.
Yeah.
So because we have 4, 2, 6
Yeah.
sets. So we've still never seen like the 5 and 6 sets in the meta. How that affects when you have that many cards.
Yeah.
We That's going to be very interesting as well, I think.
Yep.
I am trying to see if I can get what if they are following the correct schedule for the day. So when the next game's starting.
I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna try to get that information from the guys on site.
So we have one Sabine winning, and most people haven't finished, it seems. So
No, as you said, yeah, most games are still going. There is a few reported games.
Adam won.
Yeah, and Punkast, that's a friend of mine, Andreas. He's actually playing a deck that he and I've been trying out for quite a while now. Even before Django was still in the meta. It's the new Boba with a green base instead. Instead of a lot of people are trying out the Boba yellow. we went over to try out the boba with green base, and it's quite can be quite a nasty deck when you get to ramp and get boba
Yeah,
out in space earlier, actually. So that's quite fun to see.
yeah. I played quite a few
Looks
red or
like
yellow. Haven't
he
really.
unfortunately looks like he lost the first game, Andreas. I don't know what he played, but yeah.
Probably Sabine. That's
Could be Sabine. Sabine is a tough matchup for new Bob, I guess. All six cost leaders have a problem with Sabine, I think, in some way. If you don't have a good,
so. This is my Obi-Wan deck actually did pretty well against Sabine because of double blue vigilance
yeah, you have a lot of yeah,
and Obi-Wan being a sentinel. So if you manage to get to 6, they need to have tech to get through, some sort of card to get through Obi. Even Wreckers can take him out, but it's not actually doing much damage to base.
that's
'Cause it's,
that's true.
in the one I used, he had 8 health, so it would be 2 damage to base through Obi, which is still a lot compared to given how big he is. But
Yeah, yeah, that is a lot. That's right. I'm trying to see if I can get that. Doesn't look like that,
but uh, yeah, I'm actually I expect aggro with jump to light speed to do better. Obviously, Django was shutting that down, so I expect aggro to make a resurgence, Sabine and otherwise. But I'm actually interested to see because force units and Jedi in particular tend to have healing. I'm actually interested to see how much more healing we get in the next set because I'm assuming there'll be quite a lot of healing to counteract
that
all the.
could, yeah, that could be a big thing. That's right. I haven't thought about that actually.
Because we haven't really got that much restore, but most Jedi have a restory ability like Yoda and things. So
Yeah, yeah,
a lot of the good Jedi are probably going to have restore, which means we're going to get a bunch of restore maybe. So maybe it'll slow down the meta a bit. And against aggro, having a lot of restore could be quite useful. So
yeah. That's always a good thing, and yeah, it's gonna be really nice to see the next set with only Force users as
leaders and
leaders.
also
That's
the non-spaceship show non-spaceship prestige in the carbonite packs. I'm
yeah,
interested to see what the art is going to be like for the because we only I mean the prestige art for spaceships is amazing. It's all super amazing stuff.
yeah,
But there've also been a bit up and down with people art.
yeah, yeah.
So like
That's
some of the
correct.
showcases and things. So it'll be interesting to see if they just go full on. These are all astounding prestige, or there's going to be some weird art in there that's like subjectively.
Hopefully, of course, we want really nice art, and if we get that, I think the pristine cards could be very after like
But
sought
I think they
after.
have
Yeah,
been. I don't know who does the prestige art, but it sounds like they've been basically hiring bigger or getting different artists to do the prestige stuff separately to the other art.
yeah. I think they are putting a bit more money
Yes,
into
because
getting that
they can make more money
parts.
from it. Yeah.
Yeah, because yeah, and I guess I've said from the start, I so far I really like how they've like done all of this. That if you want to go for the shiny stuff, it doesn't affect the gameplay
Yeah,
at
I know.
all.
I love
You
that.
can get all the cards you want cheaper. That's really nice.
That is the main reason that I'm actually still playing. I don't like TCGs, trading card games, because I want to buy the cards I want. Why would I buy random things? But
Yeah.
this one is one of the nicer card games to get the cards you need because of the way that the rarity system is. The legendaries aren't as rare as, and
No, no.
it's all about hunting the shiny things, not hunting the
Yeah,
powerful
and I
cards.
mean,
Also,
yeah. So it's for a player that doesn't care about the shiny things, I guess the carbonite boosters actually helps them because regular legendaries and such gets cheaper because
yeah,
there's
yeah.
more shiny to
And
go
I said
for.
I still buy quite a few boxes, but I think the best way to, if you're just planning to play, you don't really care about collecting, is buy a few boxes and then just buy singles for what you need for your decks.
Yeah,
And so that's
yeah,
just really nice that it's not actually that expensive. There are
yeah,
still, it's a bit annoying with things like Luke and things, whether some of the first set of legendaries are still quite expensive, relatively speaking, but it's still pretty accessible compared to
yeah,
other card
yeah.
games.
Compared to other, that is correct. That is correct. Okay. I think we'll take a quick break, and I'm not really sure when I'm gonna try to sort that out when the next round we can get the schedule so we know when the next round is starting.
It started about 15:15, so I guess it'll at least be 15:15.
Yeah, I guess so as well.
It
They
might start early, but I don't.
probably not. So it shouldn't be until like 12:15. Yeah, that's probably right. So I think we'll start by taking a 10-minute break here, and let's see if I can get this right. I am new to all of this, so it's it's not that easy for me to change stuff. Why can't I change that then?
I guess they have a break for lunch at some point as well.
Yeah, so I'll try to get the whole schedule and see if they follow that.
If we can try to get some information about what people are playing, it would be nice, I think.
Yeah, that would be
So
nice as
use
well. We'll try to get that.
maybe if some of them have finished their rounds, we can get information from the people.
Yeah, I guess we'll when I think they've probably almost all still playing, so that's why we're not getting any
Hearing anything yet? Joan is still playing.
feedback right
Still
now.
playing.
And it's
We should
really
clearly interrupt their game and say, "Hey,
of course we need to know now. So please just take a few minutes to help us out. I can't really change that, but I'll put the waiting screen on. It
you put the
says
break
that we'll
screen
be
on." Yeah,
back in 5 minutes. Might be 5, might be 10 minutes, but we'll be back before the next round at least.
indeed.
So we'll see you back in a bit.
See you guys.
and unmuting. Okay, so now we're back. I hope. Looks like we have a player sitting down at the table. So it could be that they're about to start round two. We haven't gotten any information from site yet, so I'm not really sure. Actually, we hopefully they'll tell us soon. We'll get some
But
more info on
there,
that.
there are games not reported still, so I don't know how he would know they were on the top table. But
That's true. That's true.
maybe
Maybe
with
just sat down.
if that is Jonah, then maybe he just knows he's going to be on the stream next, no matter what.
Could be. So yeah, as you said, there's still 2 or 3 games not reported. Now it looks like three games that's not reported yet.
So they could have gone to time, which ways they're doing the final rounds.
Yeah,
which can take some time sometimes because it's a whole round, 2 rounds.
it can, and like you don't have a time limit on the last round. Of course,
Yep.
there's
So they
still
spend.
the no slow play. I guess it still is a thing, but uh, usually when that happens, people tend to take some extra time to really
Yep.
think their last rounds through, and I guess that's a good thing.
Right. It's possible that both sides have 20 clone troopers or 20 droids, which means they have so many actions to take. So the round could take a very long time.
Yep, that, that is.
I attack with this unit. Okay. I will attack with this unit. We have no. Well, there is an infinite loop, isn't there, with that weird sand unit at some point, but it's a stupid combo that doesn't work, I think. But if we ever get some sort of infinite combo, then the round could go on forever, I guess.
I mean, I guess it could. They did get us closer to infinite playing infinite cards with Porg for the next set. That's a zero cost unit, so that can I guess get you in a loop maybe. If
Well, if they print a 2-cost capital ship that when you play it returns to your hand, then Piet could create an infinite loop instantly of just playing this capital.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
But why would they print a 2-cost capital ship that returns to your hand?
That's sounds like a strange capital ship. That's correct. Okay, so I saw that from Hawa Gaming. We got there. Yeah, you're right that some rares are feels as harder to pull than legendaries. And I think they did say that with the set 4 they printed a bit more legendaries and a bit fewer rares. So I guess that's how it feels from set 1 and 2.
In my boxes, I opened 6 boxes. I got no general. There's a 2-5. What is his name? The 2-5 rebel guy
The
who spawns an
Tarkin?
X-wing. No, the rare guy.
The
2-5
rare guy.
green guy
Okay.
who spawns an X-wing, general something.
Yeah, I know the
Anyway,
art.
I didn't get any of him, but I got, I think, 7 stolen haulers, which is the legendary.
Yep. I think I opened like 5 boxes. I didn't get a single Moff Gideon unit
Yeah.
in the boxes. But that's also rare, and that's quite strange.
I think it was in set 3, the Clone War. The Clone Wars card is a rare. No, it's an uncommon. It's rare. I didn't get any of that card in any of the boxes in the draft. In no cut, I opened so many boxes and so many packs. No, none of that card. I actually thought it was uncommon, and when I went to make a deck and put it in a deck, I realized I didn't have it.
Okay.
I didn't notice until then because I just assumed I'd got every rare by that point, and I thought Clone Wars was an uncommon card, and I just
Yeah.
put it
That's unfortunate. I usually don't check my uncommon cards. I just those
assume I have
I
all of them by that
kind of
point. Yeah.
assume I have, but I do from now on. I've started to really check my rare cards to see that I have
Yeah.
everything I need.
What I do now is I first put the commons in the binder, 3 of each, and then I keep all the uh, uh, uncommon separate and everything, and I have a separate binder for my rares and legendaries that aren't play sets. And once they become a
Okay.
play set, I move them into the main binder.
Okay, so
so I
you
can
can
always see
see.
what I'm missing.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so now it looks like all of the games for round one is reported. We did have a draw, so there was probably one game that took a bit of extra time there after
Yeah.
the round was finished. Um, and let's see if they've. Yes, they have done the matches for round two. If we're getting,
So we've got a different Anakin Blue sat down now.
yeah, I think we'll still get the table one if I'm correct there.
So maybe Jonah assumed he would be table 1.
And he wasn't. He's actually on table two, so he wasn't that far off.
I guess he just was shuffling. We should tell
Okay,
him not to sit on the stream if he's not going to play. That's just
yeah. So we have players, but we still haven't gotten who and what.
Bosk.
But we can see what they're
No, Bosk Blue.
getting. We got a Bosk. That's correct.
Bosk
Al,
Blue, one of my least favorite.
you don't like the controlly Bosk
I don't like control. I don't like hard control decks. I like
at
decks
all?
that
Yeah.
no. I like decks that have some control but are still trying to win. Heavy control to me just feels like they're not trying to win the game. It just feels like
Yeah, yeah.
you're
Just
just trying
don't.
to not play the game as long as possible until you.
I like playing control, but I'm more towards like unit control. So
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's why
Palpatine and stuff like that. Yeah.
my the Obi deck I played was unit control, where
Yeah.
you have units and you have some control, but you're trying to wrestle the board and
Okay.
control their
So
units
now
for yours.
will be a Bosk Blue against an Anakin Colossus. So this could be a game that takes a bit longer to play, I guess. I'll try this. They're shuffling up, so I'll transition us to
The
game,
street.
and we'll see. I'll just change
We got
what
Colossus Anakin though,
go.
which is I don't
Colossus Anakin, yes.
against control deck. Colossus is pointless. It's just hurting you. So I, I don't really like against the matchup for Anakin in this, to be honest.
No,
You have one less card. They are going to have 1,000 cards. I'm just not sure how it's going to work. But I guess we'll see. I feel like the only way he's going to win is if he somehow goes really aggressive.
yeah, I'm not. I mean, I haven't played this matchup at all, and but it feels like it should be a good game for Bosk here, right?
And then Bosk isn't going to hurt Anakin's base, so Anakin is going to be a 4/7, or whatever his stats are.
Yeah, that's not what Anakin wants, I guess. So yeah, that's
Okay, he's
good.
going to hurt himself. I guess that is the plan. It makes
Yeah,
sense because
that makes sense. He can do that a lot. He can hit himself with every attack he does, I guess.
a governor, what would he name? I guess we won't
mm,
find out, so I guess we'll guess what he named.
yeah, what
A
could he
bounty, one of the
name?
bounties,
Probably,
Deathmark or
yeah, maybe
Paradox Side, or
could be Power of the Dark Side to maybe get some units on board early,
I mean, if he
because
doesn't
that's
name
the
Paradox Side, then he'll play Paradox Side.
yeah, I guess so.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Uh, we can't see for the
can't read
clear.
that.
Can't read that.
I appreciate it. That was
Yeah,
wonderful. We
that
couldn't read it.
was great, but unfortunately we can't read it. Okay. We'll keep we'll keep guessing what it was.
It's the fun game.
Yeah. Oh well.
Well, he's not playing Paradox Side, so that could be the choice.
Yeah, could be.
But
I
does he
feel
even
like
care
that would
about?
have been because yeah, he almost has to take Power of the Dark Side here, right? Because otherwise, as you
He's
said,
gonna.
he just play that and
He's gonna. Well, he's getting rid of Dr. Pershing quicker is good.
yeah, that's usually a good thing. You don't want Bosk having a lot of cards in hand. I mean, I don't think the new Anakin Colossus decks have a lot of hand hate in the main decks, but that could be a way to win if he
I
has
think
like
I was thinking Smoke
the
and Cinders, actually running Smoke and Cinders in the sideboard.
yeah. I
That's
mean,
Smoke and Cinders is discard all but 2 cards, which
that really hurts
that
a
could be
Bosk
crazy
player.
against the Bosk deck.
Yeah.
I wonder if
So
Profundity might come into play for a late game, maybe. the big
Yeah.
big.
I mean, usually if you haven't teched a lot against the hard control in your main deck, I think Tobias would want this to be a quick game. He'll just see if he has a chance to win, and then if he can't win the first game, I'd actually concede quite quick if all of his like anti control is in the sideboard to be able to have the time to play three
Yeah,
games.
indeed.
Uh,
Yeah,
but
this is
he
a
might have solutions
yeah.
already.
Showing his hand for a big uh Childston. I used to love that card
Yeah.
when I played Evil. I haven't played Evil in a while.
Okay. I I only play the villainy side, so Chadson is definitely a card I play a lot.
Force
Feels like
throw, nice.
feels like there is an echo when I talk. Is it you
You
don't
got the
have a
video running, the stream.
sound?
I don't hear an echo.
Okay. Can the chat confirm if we have an echo, or I'm not sure where that would come from though.
Right, if you have the stream running, but I guess I don't know where you're. I, anyway, he's force throw into Childston.
Yep.
That means you can get rid of Childston. That's how much damage is it? 2. Yeah, he could. Yeah, Yoda can get rid of it with Anakin's ability now,
Yep, he can.
and he doesn't
Yes,
want to hit
that's
base with Childston, right? So he probably doesn't want to. Bosk is actually trying to kill Anakin, so hitting the base with Childston would be a mistake, I think. So I
I
guess
mean
he wants to
he
trade.
he have done it once. I don't know if his plan here is maybe to I mean, I can't see his hand. He might have like a rival's fall in hand and
To get rid of
just
Anakin, yeah.
just think that he'll take
No, I think
Anakin
he
out
goes
when he gets.
straight to removing the board because the Power
Yeah.
of the Dark Side. If the Power of the Dark Side was named, it's now back online.
Yeah, we'll probably see that played right away if
Or Yoda's
that's
going
the
to
case.
trade, I think.
He's gonna kill. Yeah. That
All the damage on
seems
Anakin's base is self inflicted. It's a funny game watching just Anakin hit himself and that boss avoiding hitting Anakin.
yeah, that's that's quite interesting actually.
There's Bosk. So if Anakin plays nothing, then he has no bounties to claim.
Okay, so we have Poe. Poe could be Power of the Dark Side,
Yeah.
and he gets the death mark first, and now the Power of the Dark Side. Yep.
Yeah, that
So
was
he
not the
gets to
greatest thing for
draw
Anakin to play.
4 cards with Bosk.
Yeah.
And
So at this point, I'd probably concede.
if and I mean, if he doesn't have something really tricky in the deck from the start that can win him this game, I'd also concede from the Anakin side.
If he has Smoke and Cinders now, that would be great. But
Yeah, because if you want to have the time to play 2 really long, like controlled games, it might be that Tobias doesn't have great answers in his sideboard for Bosk either. So
yeah,
he's just trying to see what he can do. Might be a bad matchup for him.
and
That could be,
he can't deploy Anakin now because of Power of the Dark Side. So he needs other stuff.
yeah, he needs a unit, but soon Bosk has so many cards now. He has so much to choose from. So this is a very tough spot for Anakin here, I think. He started
This is where it
with
comes down
an
to
R2. Yeah,
the
that's good.
Colossus. The Colossus giving you one less card is so detrimental at this point.
Yeah, but that's a good play. But
He-
he'll just kill him. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the problem.
Bosk.
Boss isn't. Yeah, Boss doesn't care. He's just going to remove everything you have.
Yeah,
So you
he's
need
got the
something
time.
else.
Yeah, he's got the time on his side. He doesn't have to quickly win this game. He'll
Okay,
win it in the
Cassian.
end. Uh,
That at
so
least
if we
stops Power
see
Dark
a
Side.
yeah, if we see a removal here, do you think he'll bring Anakin out to try to do some damage?
I think you can't if Cassian's removed next turn he just Power
power
of
of
the
the dark
Dark
side.
away leader.
Yeah.
Doing one attack with Anakin isn't going to win you the game.
No, no, no. Bosk can heal a lot as well, so I
Although
guess you
he can
have to be patient. Yeah.
he can kill Bosk with Anakin, but then he's just
That's a very tough situation, and it's feels like they need to pick up the pace of play if they are gonna
so
be able to play
when I
3
play against heavy
units.
control, the way I try to win is to go as wide as possible, and then
Yeah,
you use Governor to block Super Laser Blast and
yeah.
just keep pressuring. But he hasn't got anything currently.
No, it doesn't look
Oh,
like
he
that
used
now.
Anakin to kill Bosk. No, yeah, the Anakin ability.
Okay, with Cassian there.
Yep.
Yeah. It's an interesting game where like the Anakin player's done most of the damage to his own base in this game so far. So we see the top target on Cassian. That's
There's no point using Anakin now. He's just going to heal everything you do damage
yeah,
points.
because
Don't have
Cassian
to
is a unique unit as
yeah.
well. So he'll heal 6 from that top target when that.
If he plays, he doesn't really want to remove Cassian right now, I guess, because I guess he will. But you won't get any heal from it there. Okay, so he didn't remove
I think
Cassian
he
now.
waits. Yeah, it's he can. I mean,
But as long as Cassian
it's
exists, then it's an extra protection against power of dark side.
yeah, but now he's getting into range. So if he brings out Anakin now, he can just super laser blast them all
Nice.
away, right?
Yep. But he's not
Well,
going to play Anakin into Super Laser Blast. Is
that's a nice addition to this deck, I
controlling the wing
guess.
or whatever it's called. Yep.
Yeah,
I
you
like
get
that
a
card against
shield.
power of dark side, so
Yeah,
you
and it's
shield
great,
units and
great for giving your leader maybe a shield. It
exactly.
gets any unit a leader, and you get an X-wing.
Yeah,
That's
which
a
protects
really
against
nice
power of
card.
dark side.
Yep.
Yeah. I've been using it in Lando and OB decks just because it's quite nice to give the
I
Sentinel guys
mean,
more shields.
really builds the Lando theme as well, right? You get a
Yeah.
shield and you get a space unit.
Yep. You can't. Oh, another one. So
Oh, he's going all in here. Yeah, I would
Well,
be afraid of the super laser blast here.
this isn't all in. This is what the hell is going on there? That's an X-wing token. Okay.
Okay, they don't have any more. He only has one with him. Usually don't play both in the same round, I guess.
That said, he doesn't want to play Power of Dark Side to kill 2 X-wing tokens.
No, that's right.
And it stops power. Super Laser Blast. He doesn't want to play that now.
If he has like a Snoke in hand, that would be devastating for for the Anakin player right now.
Snoke, I do hate that against.
Looks like he has a Snoke actually, if I saw that correctly. I don't know. Or is he on 8 or is he on 7? No, he's on 7, so he can't play this turn. But next turn, I mean, okay, he puts his chance and yeah, that stops this turn, I guess. And he shows the Snoke.
2 Super Laser Blasts.
And a Snoke. That's
Found the dragon.
Yeah, I guess the Anakin player could have Crate Dragons in his main deck. That's a good card against Bosk.
In his hand,
but now he has like Felder Dragon and no damage on the Bosk base. I really have a hard time seeing the Anakin player taking this game. But maybe Tobias has he has something up his sleeve maybe. to change this. We'll see.
And he can't overcommit to the board. The X-Wings are going to die, unfortunately, when he plays Snoke, which I assume he's going to do.
Yeah.
He has Rival's Fall in his hand, the other guy. He could block Snoke by playing Governor if he had it, but then Super Laser Blast happens, so it's all...
Yeah, I wonder if he should play 3 Governors in the Anakin deck, right? That's such a good card in that deck, I feel. It can stop people from ramping, stop the power of the dark side and things like that. And you can still trade with Governor because of Anakin's ability.
Yes, Anakin's ability. That makes him solid.
So that's like the tipping point, I think, because in other decks, sometimes the Governor is just it doesn't do anything because it's
Yeah,
such
but
a
that's
small
why
unit.
if you're using a Lando, he counts as the ground, and if you have an upgrade deck, you can give him upgrades. But
Yeah, that's
in Anakin, it's super
that's true.
solid to have a 3 attack.
Yeah, that also stops your worst.
Yep.
The worst card the opponent could play. Yeah.
Well,
Okay, so he's bringing out Anakin. He's 1 damage on his base from getting.
Super Laser Blast has been named, I assume.
That's a good assumption, I think. That's
Can't read that.
Can't read that. It's
I
really
think
nice
it's
of them.
SLB probably.
Yeah, but this turn, I would be very shocked
He has 2 in his hand, and
yeah, if he didn't take the suplex spot. But
Power
the
of the Dark
thing is,
Side only kills one of them.
yeah, and I mean, it's the Power of the Dark Side is a good play here because you can't take the governor, but then again, you can't take Anakin because the governor is only there because you want to kill him with Anakin. So I think that's very hard to choose. How many? So he's at 9 resources now, Bosk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have he doesn't have Devastator or anything like that because he's not green. So his top end is Snoke's.
It's Avengers and Snoke's. Avengers will probably show
But
up.
Avenger doesn't get Anakin either. So
Nope. It's interesting what he'll
he's looking at his
play here.
resources. He doesn't have any
For a
smuggle
Palpatine
removal.
unit as well in.
What is it?
What
He can't change his resources to his hand. That was he.
No, that would be
He
very
wants
wrong.
that Snoke apparently, so he was trying to take it from his resource row.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay.
Okay, so
Ping is that?
he's probably tap down 3. So I guess the Power of the Dark Side is coming.
No, he's
Okay,
going
no,
up
he's going for Palpatine
to kill
Emperor
that.
Palpatine.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
That's decent for Anakin. Didn't kill anything,
Yeah.
and
He gets to attack 1 more time at least with Anakin.
he doesn't have any
But I
resources
guess
left to play power, so he doesn't have to immediately commit to anything.
no, but no, that's correct. So he just gets in with the damage when he can, I guess. 12 damage on base now.
Surprisingly decent considering, but I'm not sure what he does from here.
Feels like this is extremely tough for the Anakin player. But
Anakin has like 5 units in his hand, and he plays them all or something. I don't know. He needs Super
then,
Laser Blast. Yeah,
he needs to stop the Super Laser Blast again. So if he has another governor and like
another Cassian, okay,
that does damage. Is it smuggled? Yeah. So he at least gets some damage in right away.
and at least if the other guy plays Super Laser Blast, he has to do it straight away.
Yeah, that's a good card
And he kills his own
in the
guard.
Colossus deck because you get to draw a card.
There's a governor in his resource row, so he's not playing that.
Yeah.
Maybe he has tech. Does he have tech in the deck? I don't know.
Could have tech. That's a good card against Bosk, I guess.
What is in his hand? I can't tell. Is that a Cham? Is that the Cham guy?
Could be. So does the boss player start with the Super Laser Blast here?
I think you don't really need to, but you could trade.
You could kill Anakin with your Palpatine if you want and not die. He dies from it. Of course. Yeah, he does. No, he does the Super Laser Blast. They're removing all the cards.
Well, we know he has 2 Super Laser Blasts. That's the issue.
Yeah.
So normally you would try to play cards into this, but if he plays Super Laser Blast again, then so maybe you can play Don't Overcommit. Just play
Anakin only has 3 cards in hand as well, so I guess he don't want to overcommit that to play out all of his cards now. Only gets another Super Laser.
Another Cassian would be good.
He does have tech. Yeah, that's a good one. Opens up a lot. But I did see a takedown.
He has a governor from his resource, right?
Yeah, that's a very good play.
And name Super Laser Blast again, probably.
Probably. Thing is, though, I think I saw a takedown in the boss player's
Yeah,
hand,
he has a
so he
takedown. But
can
if he
take
does that,
down the governor.
he's not super laser blasting this turn though.
No, that's correct.
But
It gives Anakin maybe the if he had a crate dragon now, that would be a good play, like getting some more pressure on Bosk. But
I don't
then
see one
again,
in his hand.
If Bosk has takedown and uh, Felder Dragon on in hand, he can play both this turn and only take 4 damage to base, so it's not that big of a
He's
deal.
killing tech.
Oh, he's killing
Interesting.
tech. Oh, he's maybe afraid of like.
I guess that makes sense because otherwise something could pop out of the resource room.
And there's the crate dragon. Yeah,
And then there's the Fowler Dragon.
probably yes. I would be.
You take too much damage if you do anything else.
Yeah, you kind of have to get rid of that, right?
Or maybe not this turn. I want a super laser blast, but no, he can't
But
play.
no, he can't. Maybe did he resource his Felder Dragons?
I hope not, because that would be silly.
That
Why
could
is he
have
still resourcing? I feel like he should stop.
just changed the game completely if that's the
No, now he's paying 4. He wanted to do it on his turn. No, that was no glory.
I
Only
paid
results.
5. Okay. So maybe he did resource his Felder Dragon. Yeah, it's a long first game. That's a big problem as well.
He keeps looking at his resources, but they haven't changed. I'm not sure. I guess he's hoping Cassian, another dragon. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a good play. Will
Anakin actually has a chance if he doesn't have more.
Yeah, because that's lethal next turn. If he gets to attack with that
if he
once.
does anything but remove the dragon or take initiative, he's going to die. He shouldn't have resourced that. Did he really resource the Father Dragon?
Feels strange that, but oof,
Yep.
I think it's game there, right?
Well, no, because he could have two.
What's he's on
Power
20.
Dark Side, but he's already played 1, right? So
he's on 25 life right now. So even if he has another Power of the Dark Side, he's feels like this is.
I would have taken initiative then, but I guess he does have Foul the Dragon.
Why didn't he play? Maybe he drew a new one.
No,
this turn.
but why did he play Power Dark Side then Foul the Dragon? Why did he do it that way? Because he took more damage doing it that way.
Did
And now he dies.
maybe could have the governor could have that been Felder Dragon?
He won. Anakin won.
Could Tobias
Foul the Dragon
gambled that he didn't keep the Super Laser
Laser
Blast
Blast.
because he had 2 and said Felder Dragon?
Maybe.
That could be the case actually.
Because he first take. Otherwise, I don't know why he would kill the governor and then kill the dragon. Yeah.
No, that makes no sense.
That's 7 damage to your base.
But that could have been the gamble that he didn't, and obviously
I don't know how Anakin won that.
I'm not sure either. It felt like that shouldn't have been how that went, but okay. So we're going to game 2, and Tobias took down.
I guess if he gambled that he if he named Fallow Dragon on the second governor.
Yeah, that could have been the case.
Yep. That explains some. That's why he had to play no glory, only results.
Instead, yeah. And that explains why he took initiative with 5 resources still up, and then he maybe drew no glory.
No glory, yeah.
So that's I was very hesitant in the beginning of that game in how Anakin player would be able to win, but he had all the right cards, and he played it very well and took it down. That was really nice to see, actually.
That
how he did
spoiling that governor, man.
Yeah, tech with governor. That's a really good play.
And he chose to kill the tech and not the governor, which may have cost him.
Yeah, that I mean, he must have. Yeah, that's it's all tough decisions.
Yep.
He might have thought he had a great dragon in the resources
But even
piles,
that
but
would cost 11. He didn't have 11 resources to pay.
oh, he didn't, right? Yeah,
So I'm not sure why he was worried about that. But yeah, well done, Anakin. I think that was. It says
very
against
well
in
done.
control, you have to be really mindful about your plays and what you keep and what resources. And I think having Cassian was really good to keep his hand filled with cards, playing Cassian from Smuggle to keep going while burning up the removal.
Yeah,
And forcing the Super Laser Blast. I think Super Laser Blast was a mistake that turn. He should have traded the Palpatine, I think,
yeah, I think so too.
because it was like
Probably the better call there.
you want to only use removal when you have to, especially if you have a unit on the board that you could use to remove stuff instead.
Yeah,
But yeah, he came back from that death mark. It's crazy.
yeah, that was very impressive to see the Anakin player taking down that game
I
one.
kind of always assume that boss can have answers, but they can't always have the right cards. So.
No, I guess that's the and the governors is the key card in this matchup. I mean, all three. He played three governors, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and all of them did really.
They did what they wanted to, and they also did remove things as well because of the Anakin's ability.
Yeah.
Who knew that the government was useful?
Who knew? Okay, so and I guess they've played almost 30 minutes already. So it's going to be tough for them to get to 3 games here.
Yeah.
So
I
Bosk
still
is
love this.
almost playing for a tie in this game now.
Yeah. I love that Anakin just hurting himself for no reason against the control matchup.
Yeah,
It's just so funny.
that's very interesting.
It's one of those weird things like, why are you? Okay, it's such a great thing to do in this matchup because they're not going to kill you. But
He's not going to kill you with damage. That's not in the beginning, at least.
no.
That's for sure. Yeah. So this is okay. No governor yet, but I might saving that for later as well.
Yeah, I think some of these matchups, if it gets to the mid-range game, you want to like save the governor till
Yeah.
you've got a board to protect.
And I mean, this space unit is really good to make Bosk play Power of the
Something.
Dark Side because it replaces itself, but Bosk gets one less Power of the Dark Side. So gets the top target out.
Yeah, you don't care about that. With Anakin, it's like sure here.
Does the Bosk player have 2 vigilance in hand? I think
Yeah,
2
it costs 6
vigilance.
though, right? So
2 vigilance, 1 super laser blast, and Power of the Dark Side.
what is
That's
this?
not super good. Is
Is this
that the pillage? That's pillage. That's probably from the sideboard,
Yeah.
I'm guessing. And
This is
that's
going to hurt. No death mark currently. Look at his hand. It's got 2 vigilances and 2.
yeah. That's this game is starting a lot better for the Anakin
Yeah.
player, I
Yep.
think. And
I mean,
yeah,
the
it's a
client is great,
great
but
start.
he doesn't need. Boss doesn't need healing. He needs card advantage. So is that confiscate? Interesting. He resource confiscate, unsurprisingly against Anakin.
Yeah. This is as said, this is looking very good. Great start for Anakin.
One of my favorite cards. I doubt he's running it. Is Evidence of the Crime, which against Bosk is fun because you can steal their bounty and put it on their units, and then benefit from their bounties. So it can swing games where you steal their death mark and claim it for yourself.
Yeah.
But Vanquish, okay, yeah. This is decent for Anakin, I think. Bosk has very few cards, relatively speaking. Anakin is on deploy turn. A boss didn't even deploy because it's not worth it.
yeah, we'll see.
Now he deploys.
Okay, so Anakin's keeps doing damage to himself to get a big deploy, I guess, when it's time for that.
That doesn't do anything. Okay, it's Cham. Whatever his name is. Is
Yeah,
his name even Cham?
Cham Syndulla.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's Hera's father. I think.
Oh, I don't know the lore. I'm afraid.
You're not a big Star Wars lore
I'm
guy.
mainstream Star Wars guy.
Yeah, yeah. You watch, you enjoy the movies and such, but
And the video game. I'm really looking forward to Cal Kestis and the Mantis and all the Jedi Survivor cards. Hopefully, we get some more of them. So, he boss killed that guy. Okay. Two resources. I doubt he deployed Anakin into that.
yeah.
How did Cham die?
Did not
Oh, that was
see
last
that.
turn. Okay.
Was it a
Yeah.
takedown or
Boss
boss
killed him.
kill? Yeah, okay, of course.
There's a
5
weird
damage.
thing on there, I think.
Yep, yep. So Yoda gets
Yoda's
out.
always a great card. It replaces itself. So
Yeah, it's great into this this matchup.
please remove it.
It's always a great one of the most played cards in like Hero Blue, I guess.
Yeah.
Feels like it's almost in every Hero
Yeah.
Blue deck.
I always make a heroic blue, and then I don't forget about it, and then it eventually appears in the deck.
I forget to put it in the start,
Yeah.
and then like, oh, I forgot Yoda.
But hopefully we get a bunch more Yodas in the next set. That are similar.
We haven't seen Quill played from Tobias. I wonder if he has it or
I
if he has
don't
too
like Quill
much
in
card.
decks where it's not 100%. I'm paranoid.
No, I guess yeah. It's a feel bad when you draw the wrong card, I guess.
Yeah, especially if it's a crate dragon or something.
Yeah, that's correct. Maybe you don't want it in this deck because you don't want to get the wrong there. It's not only that you don't get to draw your red cards, you
Also
don't get
lose
to
them.
keep them. Yeah. We haven't seen any force throws in this game, but I guess
That's
Boss
what's happening
doesn't.
now.
Oh, now of course it comes when I talk about it. That's a
Boss.
card I'm predicting might be a problem when the next set
Yep.
arrives.
They mentioned with all the Force guys, there's going to be some new cards that might be problematic.
Yeah, that could be force throw. Yeah,
It's just one of those things it's costed based on how few Force units are, and
yeah.
when you start getting a bunch of cheap ones and more ways to use it, it could become a bit undercosted for what the effect.
I mean, it's already really powerful. So when you no longer when it's not a problem to get like only force units in your deck, then it's an amazing card.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. That's Dooku from set 1, right? It's not that often that you see him being played anymore. But he does come out with a shield, so and he
killed
defeats
Yoda, I think, last time. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, and Yoda's back.
So he hasn't used Anakin yet, which is always good. Hasn't deployed Anakin yet, so you got to wait for the right moment to govern a block, and then
probably waiting to draw the governor or to get the good chance. And I guess he wanted at least like he has now 10 damage on his base before he deploys Anakin, so that he really does as much damage, of course, as possible. But
Smuggled Cassian comes out.
Do he go base or do he trade with Dooku here?
I'm guessing he trades.
Yeah, he trades.
You can't really deploy Anakin with that guy on the board. It's too big.
And he's working his way up to a bigger and bigger Anakin deploy as well.
Yep. He has tech in his hand as well, which is pretty good.
That's good. Didn't manage to see what he had in his resources there. If there were a governor in the resources.
He's got a governor in his hand, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it comes. And
What do you name? Yep. Thank you for
was
that.
that the first?
The first thing you named, I think that's Super Laser Blasts, maybe.
Yeah, probably Super Laser Blast then. And then
But I
the
have to
last time
mention
he
something about how we
shoot.
can't actually see the text on
Yeah,
that.
I'll have to try to get that information out.
You have to either hold it higher up or something, or to get it to focus.
Or yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
But the thing is, he's got Avenger and stuff, right? So
Yeah, I mean the game is still very much anyone's game, I think,
yeah,
at this point. But the thing I'm worrying about for for Piotr's sake here is they've played 40 minutes
yeah.
about. I'm not seeing how they get a 30 game in at all.
this this is one of the things when I come across heavy hard control online and playing in Carabest, I kind of just go, well, if I was playing this in real life, we probably went to time already, so I'm not too bothered.
Yeah, yeah. Let's just call it a tie and yeah, that's
There's the Avenger. Yeah.
I can
I think
actually
that's good.
enjoy
Yeah,
playing hard
yeah.
control, but I I do think that's a problem. You really need to play super fast. I'm not saying they are playing slow here because they're
Yeah.
not. They're playing in a good pace, but
A decent
that
pace. Yeah, I haven't said
yeah
anything.
that doesn't really we really need to play even faster when you play the hard
But
controls.
but just control. If you in a game where your goal is to not win until turn whatever, then it's going
Yeah,
to be a slow game no matter what.
yeah,
A long game.
that's what it is. Yeah. Okay, Tech is out. That was one important card in the last game. Let's
Yep.
see. He has a Crate Dragon
He
in
has to
hand as
kill it,
well.
but he
I
just
think. I mean, I don't think he plays that right now. I think he wants to play it when
there's a
there's a
gun
lot
there.
more damage on Bosk's base,
You could
right? So
yeah you
he,
could okay another cast in. Yep, just to keep the
yeah,
threats up to keep me having to you have to keep removing everything.
and I mean he could like probably takes. Is it time to deploy Ankin? Does he? No, he guess he's afraid of the Super Laser Blast next turn. Then yeah, he
True.
takes initiative.
But I think
Yeah,
if you can force a super laser blast, you could drop the dragon, for example,
yeah, right after, and hope he doesn't
have power dark side. But
doesn't look. It looks like he still has 2 vigilance in his hand, the Bosk player.
yeah, but that's not a
He's
great
he's
play.
draw takedown.
Takedown,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, vigilance is not a great play when there's a 3/5. You don't really want to. Oh,
Oh,
pillage. Oh,
another pillage. That's it's gonna hurt. He has to. Oh, he gets rid of a super laser blast and a vigilance. What
what
did
did he
he
keep?
keep? Was it's an Avenger?
Is it? It's not an annihilator, is it?
Could be an Annihilator. Oh, another force throw. Ah,
To kill all the kill all the Fowler dragon, kill all the crate
kill
dragons.
crates. It could be.
So you took 11 damage there. If you do that,
Yeah, because he
having
needs to
one card.
kill
Oh,
a unit to do it, right?
yeah.
You can't just play it and remove all from the deck. You need to kill the unit when
Yes.
you do. Yeah.
Ooh. Well, he's not going
Is
to name
it
Annihilator if that really is an Annihilator. That's Super Laser Blast
super laser blast? I guess. Yeah.
or Father Dragon. One of the two.
One of the two. I think felt like he pointed to the top
Yeah.
text there, so I think it's the super laser blast. But
Down
we'll
to
see.
one.
We'll see.
Bosk is he can't keep resourcing, can he? He needs cards. Bosk does.
This is not looking good for Bosk, I'd say.
But is that really an Annihilator? I don't know what it is.
I'm not sure. It could be an Avenger as well,
It
but it
didn't look like
looks
an
like
Avenger to me, but
no, it
maybe I'm
looks like
crazy.
more. It looks like 2 digits on the power on cards, so I think you might be right that it's the Annihilator.
Anyway, so now he's got okay. He can't possibly play Super Laser Blast now. What do you play as Anakin? Okay, he's still just playing it
Draw
cool.
another card. Yeah, he's taking his time. I mean, the boss player only has 2 cards in hand as well.
And the Luke. Oh, he has to kill this.
Yeah. So he's like he's
Forcing him to
making he's forcing him to play the super laser boss next turn
if
if
that
he
is what
has
he
it.
has. Yeah.
Yeah. And
He
if he
just drew
doesn't
one,
play that,
I think.
he drew both an Avenger and a Suplex Blast.
So that's an
It's
Avenger, yes. There's the other one.
two good cards. He might play the Annihilator if that's the
I think it might
case,
be an
and kill
Avenger again.
Anakin.
No, that is an Annihilator.
Yeah,
Yeah, told you. All Luke's gone.
Yeah, all Luke's gone. And he gets to see his hand as
Everything,
well.
yeah.
So he now know he's got crates, and that's the.
This is one of the things I don't like about this card, is that you can look at your opponent's deck and hand, which means in theory you could write down every card that is in his resource row. And I don't.
Yeah, and you could write down every card in his deck as well, right?
Yes, but which means then you know exactly what cards are in his resource row. And I don't like the thought that that would be a thing you should do especially in the top matches when you know the deck list.
Yeah, and I think also there is like a time problem there. Is that okay that he takes like
and also
10 minutes to write down all the cards?
Or if, for example, if you immediately find all copies of the cards straight away, technically you're allowed to look at the whole deck, but I mean, that's one of the things. Is like, okay, I immediately find the cards I want, but I should be able to keep looking to see what's in the deck.
Yeah.
And then how much time is allowed for that action?
Yeah, it's a strange thing.
Okay, foul the dragon to get rid of Annihilator, which will trigger again.
Yeah. I still think this looks very good for the Anakin player.
Yeah.
He hasn't deployed Anakin yet. Probably does that this turn. Or no.
So he can kill another thing? Okay, so he gets rid of all copies of...
I'm in a hurry to... He's not in a hurry to... actually to deploy Anakin here. He can keep doing some damage. And the Crate Dragon is... that's his hand, yes.
Yeah, that's his hand, yeah. That's just showing the hand, because you have to reveal the hand. At this point, it's
what's that... what's she called?
Stealer, I think.
Stealer, yeah, she gets to get...
So if you got Foul the Dragon, and when she dies, she also gets something.
Yeah, and it syncs very well with Anakin as well, because when you do, you get damage on your base.
Yes, exactly. And also you get the removal you need to deal with the big threats.
Yeah, and all the blue removal cards are tactic cards. Almost a lot of them at least. So that's a really good card in that deck.
Deathmark. That's
quite late one. Could change, but it's a late one, I guess.
Ouch!
He got the Fang Fighter right away. Another
one. But now we can't kill her.
Probably laughing at the table as well.
Yeah, probably.
That's a fun interaction.
But is that... Okay, you can play it now, but he's taking all this damage from these units.
Yeah, this is... and time is ticking as well. They're getting... I don't think they have more than like 10 or 5 or 10 minutes left.
The usual play. He hasn't deployed Anakin.
Nope.
He's not trying to kill us right away. Okay, that's more damage to base.
But I mean, I think he could this turn if he starts with attacking with the units he has, of course. Then he deploys Anakin. Then
the Crate Dragon afterwards. I don't see how he...
Yeah. I don't see how boss can manage that interaction, really.
Because he's going to have to remove the dragon, which is going to take him damage anyway. But he needs to kill Stealer to get cards, but the problem is...
Yeah, this is a tough spot for...
Wait, Super Blades Blast that?
And
that's bad.
I guess he plays the Crate and hope... I mean, I can't see
and Anakin at this point.
Yeah, and
he'll Crate and then deploy Anakin behind it.
And do... What's that? Like... Anakin is +4, so he's 8 damage. Yeah. So now he's at the point that he has a hard time removing the Crate Dragon without dying.
He can't Super Blades. He's dead now, I think.
He only has 7
he dies from the Crate Dragon.
Yeah. Or, I mean, a Felder Dragon could kill it, but then Anakin kills him.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So, feels like
Super
that's
Laser Blast is the only thing he could play, but that obviously kills him because it's a...
And he had an extra Cassian as well. Did he have enough resources to play both Cassian and Crate Dragon that turn? Yeah, it looks like it.
9.
We've
got a ton of resources.
There's the bump. So well done from Tobias. We were both. It's like we had a hard time seeing him taking down the first game at least. But then he really showed us what the Anakin can do,
Yep.
and he really had a good plan. He waited. He didn't like deploy Anakin too fast and got some.
Yeah, it's just constantly forcing him to remove
Yeah,
the board,
yeah.
which means
He
you can get
forced Piotr to have the answer every turn,
yeah,
and sooner or later the boss player won't have that answer, I guess.
especially with
Uh,
the pillages.
yeah, yeah. I
I'll
will
just shut him down so much.
change our there, and we're back to the caster view.
But
Okay, so that was very fun and interesting to see actually how the Anakin player that to be able to buy us how he managed to get both a 2-0 game games
yeah, I'm
down
going to
there.
take some tips from that because when I play OB Blue, you have a similar thing where you're drawing. You use the 3-cost ship to draw a card, and Yoda to draw a card. So you're playing cards and making them giving yourself card advantage and them lack of card advantage by playing
Yeah,
those
yeah,
cards. And then obviously you have pillage and Anakin in this case, which is super good. And
yeah.
hurting yourself and trading up with your units is really solid.
And really playing the long game there. He waited and waited till and played the Crate Dragon when it was like too late for Bosk to be able to remove him
Yep.
safely, and that's a really nice play.
You can see that we can see some of the sideboard here. Stealer, Fang Fighter, and Pillagers were sideboarded.
So yeah,
So that makes sense.
he felt quite good when he won the first game when he had that sideboard to put into the
Yeah,
second
exactly.
game as
You
well.
won the first game without that, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he really piloted the first game super well with and I must ask or like look look back and see if he actually did the last governor, if that was the Felder
Elder
Dragon.
Dragon, yeah.
He like just completely took a chance that he resources ones of the super laser blasts and
Yep.
just I'll take Felder Dragon and you don't have a an answer for my board. That was really
It
nice.
is also true that even if he has Super Laser Blast, it's 8 damage instead of 4.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So there's that question too. Like because he had to play 2 cards to get rid of the thingy, it was always going to be 7 or 8 damage instead of just 4 for Father Dragon. So it was
Yep.
kind of the cheapest solution he had. So maybe regardless of him having the Super Laser Blast, it was a better choice. So that was a solid
Yeah.
name.
We
Assuming that's
got
what it was. He could have named anything. He could have named
yeah, we're just
Annihilator.
guessing. We're just guessing. It was very nice of them to try to give us the information, but it didn't really go through, unfortunately. Um, I got a message from a player on site. Just what he's seeing is a lot of Sabines, Quinlan's, Han Green, and Anakin Colossus
Okay.
is what you can see. But I mean, they're only 31 players as well, so
Yeah.
I don't know how many is many, but would be nice if we can get an update on maybe the meta of the tournament and such during the lunch break. So this was round 2. If I'm correct, they will have a break for lunch now, and the next game will start at 2 o'clock, so 1400. And so I guess we'll be back like 5 to like 13:55 and get the stream back on. And yeah, got a from the
Looks like
chat there, Thrifty Crayon, Anakin patient paid off very well. I was really impressed on how calmly he played especially the first game. He just waited, did a little damage, and then like really fast in the end actually closed down the game
yeah.
quite quick.
It's one of those things where the boss, even if you're playing rubbish units, tiny units that aren't really very doing much, they still they're in a controlling mood and need to remove everything if they're going to keep maintaining control and keep Power Dark Side options open. So they keep removing your units that are also giving you cards, and so you're just slowly waiting into the right moment. And
Yeah.
yeah, I've I would have conceded probably in that game because I would have wanted to play
Yeah,
another
we
game.
we both were talking about like, okay, if you want to have chance to put the whole of your sideboard in, maybe you'll just see if you can get a super good start, and then if you don't, you concede the first game. But Tobias was really, he really was really patient there, and I guess he felt like, I mean, if I just take it easy, I can manage to do this, and he did. So that was probably why, if he'd conceded there, I mean, he probably won the second game and as well, and won 1-0 instead of 2-0. But super well played. And I mean, Piotr, I didn't see him play anything really weirdly. He
Yeah,
tried to
they
do what
do
he
the usual
could.
thing. Yeah, with
Yeah,
what cards
and
you've gotten. Yep.
unless that turn in the first game, the um, governor was actually Super Laser Blast was called, and he didn't play the
Elder
Fellow
Dragon.
Dragon
Yeah.
right away, then that was quite weird if that was the case. But I think it must have been, as we said, uh, because he felt like he know he was knew what he was doing with the Bosk deck
But I
actually.
said I'd be interested to watch this game again because I need to take some tips of how to beat
Yeah,
Boss Blue because I hate playing against Boss Blue.
and I mean you can probably play similar with
Yeah,
like your
yeah, with Obi you can
OB.
play similar to
Yeah,
this where you don't deploy Obi, you just keep him back.
yeah,
He's not doing a lot of damage, but he's so that if you give him a lightsaber after a good opportune moment, you can start hitting face quite well.
yeah, yeah.
And I
You
have
keep him,
similar
or
cards
like, I
playing.
don't know if you play the forces with me in the deck.
Yes.
Yeah, that's also like, you deploy him at the right time, and then you play that, and you do a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. But I have similar. But
That's
I
nice.
have Cool for card draw, and then I have Yoda, and I started using that spaceship that he used to damage yourself.
But
So
you're using the base that gives Obi an extra health, right?
yes,
Yeah.
that's more
You,
against the normal decks that have not control. Against control, it doesn't help because Obi's health doesn't usually
yeah,
matter.
of course. Yeah. But I
But
mean,
against normal
it
decks,
helps a lot against, like, it's amazing against Plo Koon
yes.
in the Quinn
The
decks, because
Quinlan
you can
against
just
more green deck, the green villainy, more doesn't kill me anymore.
yeah,
So
yeah.
more is only 7. So that's the way why you have the extra health on Obi. It just makes such a nice difference.
Nice. That's a nice. I mean, have you tried maybe with the? Oh no, yeah. I was thinking about the base that gives you a shield, but you can't give the shield to the
Leader, it's
leader, right?
non-leader, yeah.
That's non-leader. Otherwise, that might have been, but that would have probably
Yeah.
been too
And that's why you got
powerful.
the new
Yeah,
card covering the wing that was used
yeah.
in that
That's
game.
great to give
Yeah. It says
Obi-Wan
you
a
deploy
leader.
your leader, play that, give him a shield, get an X-wing. You now protect your leader from power of the dark side and direct damage. It's super good. And I can see why Anakin has it because you want to keep your lead, stop your leader being killed so you can hit the face. And in the Obi-Wan deck, you want to keep your leader alive so they can't hit you.
Yeah, yeah. That's nice.
So there's like it's this. I think they're quite similar, the two decks, even though it's red. It's quite interesting that yeah. I have been playing Obi Red at some point as well, which is force throwing Obi-Wan, which is basically this deck.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
also works quite well having force throw in Obi too.
This is
And I think with DJ being gone, the 6 drop leaders like Anakin are better. Like against DJ, for example, that would have been so much worse to have that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, that is correct. Okay, so we'll take a break here, and we'll be back. When should we say? Should we say if they're starting at 14? Maybe we should be back like 10 minutes before.
Yeah.
And so let me just fix this. We'll be back at 13:50. If I'm correct, we haven't gotten the information from the players if they are keeping the correct schedule, but it feels like they've been on time so far. So I'm just guessing, and if there will be a change, I'll try to update on the screen so you guys can see. But so until 13:50, take a quick break, and hopefully you'll be back with us after for the round three.
Yeah.
So see you in a bit, guys. Hello, everyone. We're back. A bit later than I wrote, but hopefully you're still with us. Uh, so we have some information about the tournament now. We can go through. We can actually see the standings, as you can see here on screen, and I can go through what the players are playing here. We have Philip is on solo one with a green base. Uh, we have Kenneth. He's on Quinlan Tarkentown. Tobias, we saw on stream. He's the Anakin Colossus player. Johan is playing Iden Versio with the Lake Country base. So that's an interesting. I hope we get that on stream. Then we have I'm So Humble. That's Adam from the podcast, the Nordic Takedown podcast. He's playing Sabine ECL. We have Niklas, who's playing Bosk with a green base, the Data Vault, so extra cards in deck. Jonah is playing Anakin with the Crystal City, so he's not using the Colossus, but Anakin Blue. So that's the top players, the 2 and 0 players. Yeah. So what do we think of this? That's quite diverse so far in the top, at least.
Pretty. Nothing really new though. I guess it's kind of old leaders. But I think
Yeah.
that
I
kind of
mean,
makes
the
sense.
most interesting deck I'd say in that field is the was it Yuan who's playing Iden with the Lake Country?
You say interesting, but it's clearly a control deck.
Yeah. But I mean, I like control decks, so I'm okay with that.
I mean, if you don't mind playing 6 of Vigilance, you might as well use that base.
Yeah, I
All
guess
your
that's
cards
the
blue.
probably the only card you would play um, in the double blue. That's double blue. Yeah, so you might as well play it for 6, I
If you're
guess,
playing
and
hard
get
control, you
the
don't really care about double blue cards except Vigilance. So
yeah. Yeah, and the Lake Country gives you 4 extra health
yeah,
on the base. Yeah,
but I mean, it's not. Iden Red has more removal, so I guess it's don't really know what.
I feel probably a very hard control deck if he goes only blue.
Yeah, maybe you'll
So
surprise us and it's suddenly some weird.
yeah, it could be. I mean, I I think it was if it was Liverpool, there were a Leia with Lake Country
Yeah,
deck. That was quite fun to see, at least. People finding these interactions. That's nice. The 4-cost Sabine unit. It think well on attack she looks at top card
that's
if
the
it.
Hera. That was a Lake
Oh,
Country
oh,
Hera
it was
deck.
Hera. Not. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
There was a Leia Lake Country deck, but that can't have Sabine because it's yellow.
No, so that's
But
that
I
was the
actually think
Hera.
the Lake Country Hera is pretty good with that Sabine unit.
So we're
And
actually getting those
you're getting Iden.
Iden on stream. I'll get us over to the table cam and I'll change during
I
the
think this is
setup there.
Jonah with Anakin.
Yes, we no, it's it's Jonah on Anakin and Yuan on Iden. So let's change this.
And this is another Anakin I don't know about, but
This is so he's not using Colossus, Jonah there. Let's see.
yeah, Jonah versus Johan versus Jonah.
Yeah, so they're close.
Anagrams.
Yeah.
The anagram off. Well, I doubt Joan has played against Lake Country Iden, but it's going to have blue cards in surprise to no one. So I guess.
Yeah, as we said, probably a very hard control deck if he's only going for the blue cards in the deck. And the Jonah's Anakin deck could be quite different from the deck we saw earlier on stream.
Could be, but
I think there is a lot to do in that deck.
He beat the other Anakin beat Bosk Blue, and I can't. Iden Blue probably has much less card draw than Bosk, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah. There looks like got the names in there. Okay. So they've shuffled up and they're getting started. Please tell us if you can't hear us or something like that. Doesn't. Hopefully everything's working as it should after the break. So Jonas starting with the initiative here. And as we saw in the first game, Jonas got the showcase, so I guess he's got a bit of an edge.
Yep. That is not Crystal City. I will say that much.
No, that's not. So he's actually turned in an invalid deck list. Yeah, we should call a judge on that. That would.
Can you imagine if that was actually a thing that happened?
Yeah, that would have been very bad for both for the game
Funny thing is, if they ever make traits on the base matter, then that could potentially be a
that's
loss.
True. Or like you could name certain bases with cards, stuff like that. Maybe
like it
I
could
don't
be
know.
if you have a Naboo base, if you have a Death
Star
base. I mean, there could be a bunch of cards that care about the base traits.
That's true.
Once that matters, they'll have to be a bit more.
I was very skeptical from the colorless base when they revealed it. I thought didn't really see the use of it in the, at the beginning, but I can really see it now for some decks that only use like a few double. If you go double blue like here, it's only the vigilance probably that costs you less to play. So indeed. Here you get 4 more life instead. I could.
He resourced a prestige card.
Ooh.
Terrible mistake.
Yeah. that also gives you an edge in the game if you play the pristine.
Yeah. Prestige resources are worth
more. Starting with the very controlling card.
Yep. Remove his unit.
Yeah. But it looks like Jonas trying to put a lot of units on the board, I guess, is his initial here. We didn't see Kanan from the other Anakin deck. I'm not sure we're in that deck.
Yeah, well, we don't know. We have no idea.
We don't know, but I didn't see it on hand, and we didn't see it played. So it could be that he didn't play that card in that deck.
I mean, this is
so what's the game? What's the game plan here? Is it the same as the Bosk game plan for both players?
I think Bosk is just. He put his hand up and did 5. What did he name for governor?
5.
He held his hand up with the 5 shape. I wonder if that was an indicator of what he picked.
Yeah, that could have been. What's that 5? He didn't want
a 5 cost card, like Vanquish or something. Okay, so he's played governor, and then he's looked. He's revealed his hand because of Chilston. Okay.
Yep.
And then Anakin. See, Anakin can. Actually, they can't trade this round.
They can't trade, but he can.
He gets a force throw though. Is that a force throw?
Yeah, that's a force throw.
But he just killed you. He's got Kanan, so he can.
He got Kanan, so he can force throw now.
And that probably.
He's waiting, maybe doing that. Yeah. He gets on the card as well.
Thank you. You got named 3 and got it. Then he force throws.
Yeah. Does he make Jonah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yuan, sorry.
Yeah, the chances are he's got a high cost card to get. Well, he showed him on his cards, right? So he knows what he has.
Yeah, and he got the Clan Saxon Gauntlet there.
See, this to me is he's playing less patient. He's playing more aggressive, which is trying to.
Yeah.
Jonah's being much more aggressive, I think, but he also blocks something with the governor.
Shouldn't Jonah have? Oh no, sorry. I thought he used the ability on Yoda, and Yoda heals as well. So okay, feels like Jonah wants to do a lot of damage before turn 8 when Super Laser Blast comes.
this is a pretty solid start. He's got the leader coming out this turn if he wants, but no extra damage. But
Yep.
his Iden
Yeah,
can flip.
both leaders can come out. We see Iden deploy. I mean, I think
Does he perilous?
Jonas gonna.
Yeah, perilous.
Yeah, he does. Yes.
She's a 2/2 now.
Yeah, 2/2 with shield. So
She has her ability though if things die to heal. But
so now he could like take away the shield with one of the one force and kill it with the other one with Anakin's ability if he wants to get rid of.
Killing Kanan was paradox.
Yeah. It takes Kanan there, yeah.
I guess it makes
Okay,
sense.
he wants to draw more cards with
yeah, and the governor is
3PO.
obviously blocking something important.
Yeah, and he might even have another Kanan in hand. We don't know.
Yeah. What is that card? It's got no glory only results in his hand. That's the removal he has.
Yeah.
He's got R2 now going with
He
the card.
saw a Crate Dragon on top. So he's probably drawing a Crate Dragon here. If he didn't forget.
Yep.
He did.
A 9.
He did not forget.
I guess there is a world where you might not draw it that way, so you could hide the fact you have it, but I don't think that's worthwhile.
Yeah, I don't think you need to do that in this game. I think maybe even a good thing to show.
Yeah, say I've got a Crate Dragon.
Yeah,
you have to worry about it now because there's no hand hate in blue only. So this is once you have it, it's there. Then you know.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know if
he could run out of aspect cards.
He could run out of aspect cards in that deck as well. We know he has vigilance. That's kind of out of aspects, but he could have more.
The full control deck is going to also have the restock and have the bounty hunter that gets cards back from an event back, so you can replay it.
Yeah, the bounty hunter crew.
Yeah, and even redemption. Sometimes I've seen Iden play.
Yeah,
that's just to go to play 10 cost heal.
Yeah.
If it's a true control deck, then.
Yeah. It's hard to say.
Is that a Rivals 4? Yep.
There it is. Get rid of Anakin right away. Guess that's at least that's good for the Iden player. You don't want him on the.
So the question is, he has another governor in hand, so he could, if he hasn't already blocked Super Laser Blast, he could block Super Laser Blast.
Yeah.
And that's a very bad next turn for him if he doesn't have any way to.
Yeah, and he has three attack units
Bravado
on board. Okay, so this is a bit more of an aggressive deck, I guess.
Bravado would have been great with Anakin, but obviously he's not alive.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to Bravado C-3PO.
I don't think so either. I mean, could give you card draw, of course, but
that was
Super Laser Blast. Yeah, nice.
We have to guess them based on the card. He should do a small charade thing.
Yeah.
Could do
because it could also be Snoke, but I don't think so.
Well, Snoke would make his board completely useless.
Yeah, you can still draw cards with 3PO, but no, it must be the Super Laser Blast. I guess what did he say on 5 then? The first.
I was thinking maybe no glory only results.
Could be, yeah.
Or off by, because then if he'd have done that on Yoda, then he might have drawn a card by killing Yoda. That's bad. So.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it could be as well that he plays. He could play K2 in the deck. That's also good. Then no glory is a good card to name if you're planning on maybe playing the K2.
Probably nice to suicide the units to get the triggers on those.
Yeah.
And he obviously doesn't have anything to play.
Didn't he have a takedown on hand? No, that's no. Sorry, that was Johan. Iden had the takedown.
If he does have a takedown, he can play it now, but I don't think they're all red. The cards in his hand, I think.
Yeah, I think it's. It's a pillage. He has pillage main deck. And no cards in hand for Iden player now.
It's good, but there's a Chilston and your board is not big enough.
Yeah, and you only have small.
Anakin can kill it with Cassian, right?
Cassian, yeah, that's true. Looks like that's what he's
Yeah.
doing. Yeah. I guess it's smart to get rid of it as soon as
Yeah, it's going to
possible.
trade into
Just
governors.
2 governors start pinging
He just needs some
damage.
unit with actual damage on.
Yeah.
He should bravado the governor. Clearly, that's what he should do. Okay, that's not great. Look, he's got C3PO and open fire. I don't think he doesn't want. He needs some more unit to pressure while he actually got control.
He got. I mean, he does have the
Is
crates.
that
How
now?
many
Is that terrible
resources do
now?
he has? No,
Are
he
we on
has
9
9.
already? Okay, we're
Yeah,
on 9.
he
So
has
great.
9, so he can play the crate now. But then, yeah,
I guess if did he get a good card? No, he didn't
he's
get a good
playing
card.
vigilance to get rid
So he's
of.
killing the. That's the first governor.
That's the first one.
So whatever that card was blocking.
So Super Laser Plus is still blocked.
Assuming it. So I think why would you? I guess you would just play the Great Dragon now.
I guess it depends on how many he has in the deck as well.
Yeah.
Because
Well, the rest of his hand is
if he
not that
plays it
great.
now and Johan takes the initiative and then plays a Felder Dragon, it didn't do that much.
He's got very few cards, so you have to sort of. I think you have to kind of say,
Yeah.
do you have it? That's the question. I think that's.
Yeah, he's putting the pressure on Iden here to.
That's a perilous and a
The
super
Super
laser
Laser
blast.
Blast that didn't help, and a Merciless, but that will only get
The governor, yeah.
Yeah, but he kept
He
the.
can.
Okay,
He
so
didn't take
he's.
perilous position. Okay.
This is an awkward
Well, he
position
has to.
because
Why would you not take perilous? The dragons. I guess he doesn't care about taking damage. He can kill that and next turn kill the super laser blast.
but he's getting 13 damage this turn, and if he plays the Super Laser Blast, 10 plus the 3 now.
Anakin can only do that against units, I think.
Yeah, but no, but the Merciless he played was 3, and then here comes
right,
10,
sorry,
so that's 13. And next turn, if he plays the Super Laser Blast, that's 8 more.
8 more, yeah.
So it's too. I can't really see the damage on those.
No, I don't want this. I assume is that 21, I guess?
Yeah, because he needed another die there. Probably 21 then. I got them.
That's game over.
Yeah, that was game 1.
I forgot about the bravado.
He
doesn't want the bravado on C3PO. That's terrible.
That's a nasty play there. Yeah.
Yep. I thought it was a unit. I thought it had to be a unit that was cheap, but it's not. It
Yeah,
just
I'm not.
gets cheaper if it's someone died. That's
cards. Guess you can do it on any card then.
Yeah, it costs 5 to ready any unit, but it costs 3, I think, if someone died.
If someone died. Okay.
So it's cheaper if something's died, but you can still just late game play it on giant things.
If you defeated an enemy this turn, it costs 2 less. But it works very well on a crate dragon.
Yeah, that was super good for Jonah. Like, okay, if he has no cards, he has to draw into Father Dragon, or he die. I kill him with bravado. That's kind of way with that.
So really, this game was very tilted, weighed towards Jonas' favor the whole game. It felt like didn't really feel like I didn't got any real say in this game.
No.
So it's going to be interesting to see after sideboards here if he might get a bit better game.
Chosen is good, but I think the issue with Chosen is because if your opponent can deal with it like Anakin can with the extra damage, it kind of isn't slowing him down as much as it with other decks. So
yeah. What do the chat think? Do we have any good suggestions what Iden should do in this game to win game number 2?
Draw better.
Draw better. That's always one way to win
I think
a game.
he was in that last turn though. If he'd have kept the perilous, he could have perilous to Crate Dragon, and he wouldn't have died that turn, and they could have played.
That's true.
But I think he probably shouldn't have resourced at all. Maybe that's what I was.
Yeah, I felt like he needed both
why was he resourcing
perilous and the merciless to play both those.
Yeah, you perilous
turn,
that, you play that, and then next turn you can.
Yeah, hopefully draw Fellow Dragon next turn. But
or play it.
I mean, he was quite behind already, so
Yeah.
it's. I mean, if Jonah draws another Crate Dragon or a
Mhm.
Luke or something, you'll be in almost the same position again that you need to top deck the correct answer to that card.
Yeah, I said it's because he's not playing Bosk, who has more card draw in the deck usually, with Deathmark and such.
Yeah,
The pillage is super harsh here because
yeah,
just
it's
yeah.
really punishes him. I mean, I guess he could play Dr. Pershing in the deck
I
to get
assume he has
some
Doctor Pershing,
card
but he didn't
card
draw
draw.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, that's actually Anakin is really good of removing him early
Yeah.
because of his ability. So you might not even get value for him. You might only get to draw one card with him, and then he didn't really do anything
Yeah.
for you. So that's it's a tough. It could be a tough matchup. Looks like Anakin could be good into the hard control decks,
Yeah.
and this is quite a different type of Anakin than we saw in the first game. I think.
Yeah. It feels a bit different. Yeah.
Yeah, both
There's a couple of those things, but
Colossus and a bit more, as you said, aggressive Anakin deck with the
I think
bravados.
this one seems to be relying. Well, I don't know if he's got the other cards, but relying on R2 and C3PO
Yeah, to draw
to
in
get the card
cards.
draw, rather than relying on the cards. Obviously, has Yoda, but the spaceship we haven't seen. But maybe they have the spaceship that draws a card.
Yeah, we'll see. So
Big
Jonah took
mulligans.
mulligan. That's always scary. You never know if you get a really bad hand in the mulligan. I did that once in a tournament. I mulliganed a was a bit of a greed. I did ever have a 2-drop, but then I didn't really had what I wanted to see. I mulligan and only got 5 cost and higher
Yep.
costed cards, and I didn't even draw like a 3 costs the next turn. So I just lost the
Missed
game
2 turns. Yeah.
then and there. So
I have that with
it's
yeah. If you want to get a specific 2-drop, then but you have a different one. Sometimes it's better to take the
yeah,
suboptimal 2-drop rather than gambling.
yeah, don't gamble. And but I mean, I guess it's depending on the matchup as
Yeah.
well. If it's a very tough matchup that you really need those cards, then you should. Oh, there he is, the Dr. Persian.
Yeah. So at least with R2, he can't
Now
kill Pershing
he
next turn.
could probably gets to draw 2 cards with him
Yeah.
then, at least. That's good for Hayden here.
And presumably, after this turn, next turn he plays Chilsden to put in front of Pershing,
Yep, and put that as a
which means that he probably can't remove Pershing necessarily next turn. And Pershing
oh
can put damage on other units to draw cards. So if he has,
yeah. If he sees that Anakin's gonna remove Pershing Chilson either way, he could put the damage on
yeah,
him instead and get an
that
extra
was
card.
Luke.
He had a
Why
Luke,
does Iden
yeah,
have Luke?
an off aspect Luke. That's cool. That's a fun.
I thought
You
maybe he
won't
accidentally stole the card from.
you won't be expecting that, at least
Well, he
if you
didn't
haven't
reveal it.
seen the deck list.
It's in the resources.
Yeah, he did resource him out. Maybe he has more. Who knows? But I mean, a Luke for 9 is not a bad card. He is a very good unit. So
I guess, but I mean, I've seen it with U-wing reinforcements. You can play it,
yeah,
but I've not seen it in a villain deck.
no, I haven't either. But sometimes surprising your opponents with a card they really don't think you have is a very good play. So it is close to deck list, so they don't
double
have a
force,
clue what.
double force threat.
That's
That's
Kelsen did
often,
survive though. That's
yeah, it's often backbreaking double force threat.
yeah.
But it has got at least one card draw from Pershing.
So it looks like Jonas Dex really built more on the hand hate side than the last Anakin we saw, because he had the pillages in the main deck
Yep.
as well as the forest rows. And I guess that really punishes these hard control decks if they don't get their card draw. If you
Yep. there's a restock, that's a sign that this is not a
Yeah.
unit-based deck when you see a restock.
No. No.
Yeah,
I
I'm
do
planning.
do see an Avenger in hand, so that's one of the few units, I guess.
It's
he
far,
has in
far off
he
there.
has in the deck. But the thing, I think Anakin Jonah is probably well aware of that the Avenger is coming. So if he draws his
Well, it's got the Great
Elder
Dragon
Dragons,
again.
he's gonna keep them. And the Crate Dragon is a problem here. Yeah. It's not gonna drop in a few until in a few turns, but it's gonna be a problem.
You don't. He hasn't. Yeah, Iden has nothing to play.
Oh.
Doesn't really want to play perilous position on any of those. So
Feels like an awkward draw for
yeah,
Johan here.
he just wants removal really. He doesn't get because ideally you want to kill C3PO to stop the card drop.
Yeah.
Tech is also really nice now.
Tech is I mean, feel like if you're not like on the verge of dying, like you have a lot of damage on your base and you don't have the time to play tech is always an amazing card to play
Yep.
out because
It's
you
card
get
draw basically.
you get like eight. In this case, you get 6 more cards to play. That's yes, they
Perhaps
cost
Iden.
2 more, but 6 cards is a lot.
Got Iden out there with a shield.
Yeah.
Presumably he's going to remove a unit after this, but not.
Thing is, if he removes like 3PO,
He's going to remove Anakin with Rivals Fall because at least
yeah,
he
he's
has
got that as well. Yeah, that's good for Iden. That's really good, of course. But that, yeah,
But Iden can be traded into if he wants.
yeah.
Does he want?
Is he removing the shield or? Nope, he's just going
Base?
for base. He puts the card. He's expecting Iden to kill.
That's true. If he takes the
3PO.
shield, then he would. Yep. Or pillage again.
Oof, yeah. So he played 2 forest throws and a pillage this game. Iden doesn't like to see that.
But she's still alive. She
He
can die.
is.
I know he's not killing her. She's still alive, and Anakin is dead. He's not the
Yep.
worst.
It's definitely looking better this game, I would say, than the last game.
Yeah. Last time Anakin had 1,000 things on the wall.
Yeah.
But
Tech is a problem.
yeah.
He guess he really wants to remove tech in some way now.
Well, first, if he gets rid of R2, then he can force. If Anakin can play something, then I guess Power of the Dark Side is an option.
Yeah, it's online now. I don't see it in his hand.
No, just another Rivals Fall, I think.
Is it a Rivals? Yeah.
It's the rainbow card, I think it's a Rivals.
Yeah.
Yes, look in your resources and see the Luke in there.
Maybe he plays tech as well. You never know.
It probably, actually, he probably does out of aspect, because that's how you go into full control mode where.
So removes Iden, yeah. Because tech doesn't die from that exchange. That's a bit unfortunate.
Pershing is nice if he gets a card draw from it.
Yeah, and there's Luke from the right side, I would say.
Yeah.
Would be fun if Iden play. Johan here would play if he played Luke as well.
Do you blast?
I mean, he knows that the Crate Dragon is.
That is next
the
turn,
other.
though. You don't really want to Super Laser blast the Crate Dragon anyway, so.
Isn't. Or they're on 8 now.
Yeah, I think that's the play because you can't Crate Dragon this turn, and the risk case. Ideally, you want to remove the Crate Dragon with a single target.
Yep. Another pillage. The second pillage this game. And now he doesn't have any cards in hand again.
Comes down to top decking removal.
Yep. And there's the third governor.
Probably foul the dragon.
Super laser blasts. He put up 8 fingers.
Okay,
I
so
guess
super laser blast, yeah.
he takes the blasts. I was thinking, like you said, maybe you go fell the dragon there. He no glory.
Okay, so that's saying I have.
I have super laser blast. Yeah,
because you could
and
play that on.
Jonah's calling him on the bluff. He's playing the great dragon and saying,
Oh, he's got power dark side.
oh, and he's got Avenger as well. That can remove the. You'll take 9 to base, but you remove the crate dragon with the Avenger.
And you have an
That
Avenger.
could be
Yeah.
a play.
I
Could
think
be a play.
maybe better.
He's resourcing the.
Is that
Super Laser
Avenger or is
Blast.
that Annihilator? Is it?
That would be fun. No, it's an Avenger.
Okay.
So he gets 9 damage on
I think
base.
you have this. You have the 34 health base. You can take 9.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
now we're at the late game. Iden just needs to keep alive.
I mean, now he's turning it around and telling Jonah to answer his
if
Avenger with a Felder Dragon or something like that. Yeah.
If Jonah doesn't have a remove for Avenger, I think that's going to be.
That could be very. Can go very quickly from now on.
I know
Iden's
going to start healing now with other cards they're drawing.
This is looking good for Iden as long as I see a takedown in Jonah's hand and probably another crate dragon.
Yeah, he couldn't just play the crate dragon because Avenger would just.
Yeah, but now he's got.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
No glory.
No glory. Okay. I guess he's thinking that Iden probably has 3 no glories, but maybe only 2 Felder Dragons or something like that.
Okay, he has takedown on Luke, which can 7. That's 7 plus 4 is 11. If it's 11 resources, he can kill the Avenger with Luke and takedown.
Yeah, or he just plays the Great Dragon here because he still has another unit for
True.
Avenger to
but there's power
trigger on.
side would be.
Yeah, that's a good play then. I think Jonah is a better player than me on this, so he probably knows what to do here. He's doing the crates. The power of the dark side is very nice here because he doesn't want to remove any of them.
Yeah, but
I guess Jonah will claim.
No, because he's got R2. He has to play another unit.
He plays another unit. He's got R2. Yeah, that's great for him. Yeah.
How much? He doesn't. Iden does not have 20 damage because he's got 1 dice.
Yeah.
So the crate dragon attacking is not game over as long as the Avenger can clean it afterwards.
It would be interesting to know what Johan is sitting, what the card is in his hand is.
Yeah.
Because if that's like a Felder Dragon, looks like he's in a good spot.
It is power of the dark side there.
Power of the dark side is okay because if he starts with attacking,
he got no glory only results, so he can kill the crate dragon.
What do you do here? Do you no glory first, or do you take the 10 from the dragon?
You drop the 10 damage. 5 is much less bad.
Yeah. That's true.
And he heals 1 from Iden.
That's true.
Later on, if he doesn't take an issue. Now he's above 20. So that looks like 23 or something. 21.
So he has about 10 health left. And we know he has discarded at least 2 vigilances, I think. So he might not have that much healing left in the deck.
He can kill the Avenger now though.
Because we know he has a takedown, right?
Yeah. But now we're back to power of the dark side, killing Luke.
Power of the dark side on Luke, yeah. And Jonah doesn't have that many cards in hand either, so they're almost on top deck mode, both of them now. We only have the village people in hand.
Rivals Fall and village people and
Snoke and Vigilance. Okay, so the Vigilance is a good draw there, I think.
But he got Snoke and he got Rivals Fall.
Yeah,
so you want to play? He wants to play Snoke, right? But he probably should. Yeah.
Yeah, that's you don't know what your opponent draws there. But yeah. Okay, starts.
I mean, he's dropping Snoke. It's
He's
obvious.
going Snoke, but then Rivals Fawn's gonna remove it right away.
But then it's only a restored arc you have to face, so that's not
Yeah,
too bad.
that's not too bad.
But you know, he's not probably got not a lot of rivals falls in the deck. So
And
if you can get another
they've
Avenger,
played a lot of cards. So
yeah,
if he mills with this vigilance, that could be an issue in this game actually.
yeah, I think they might go to milling. The rate we're
Yeah.
going. But if he gets another another Avenger, then
Yeah. Oh, we see the
merciless.
and we got the healing ship on what's that called? Redemption.
But that okay. So I think Iden got Paradox Side and the merciless contest, so he can drop.
Oh, so he can remove 2 units this turn. Yeah, Jonas checking the
And he can kill.
discard pile to see how many cards he played out.
He could
out of.
kill the arc with vigilance in theory.
Yeah.
But then do you heal or mill? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough decision.
I think he's
He is
and he's healing.
he's healing. Yeah. So he's below 20 again.
This is the
damage on
first
base.
game or second? This is the second game.
This is the second. Jonah took the first game. And they've played for about 35 minutes, I think. I should start a clock when we start.
Watching control decks is more interesting than playing against it. I'll say that.
I can imagine.
Because you can see both hands and you can start, oh, we might have this, we might have this.
Yeah, yeah.
A governor's coming out? No. Another, the village. Protects us, not the village people. Everyone calls it village people. Luke again.
Yeah, that's a good draw. And what did Johan draw? He's got a Chilson. That's not
really
that
great.
2 Chilson. Oh.
And he's resourcing one. Why is he still
resourcing? Does he need more resources?
That's so bad.
I didn't really agree with that play. I would have kept them both in hand, I think. Maybe he knows that he still have like Annihilator in deck, that he needs 11 resources or something.
I mean, if he can annihilate the Luke when he gets dropped, then
that would have been a great play. Yeah.
Does he have smuggle card? I don't know.
It could be a tech. We talked about a tech.
Yeah.
That would be fun if he puts out a tech now.
Because then he can play on Lukes and things for 11 from the resource.
Yeah, and that would explain why he resources so many cards as well. Because if he have a lot of resources, he doesn't matter. He can play
tech stuff. Yeah.
And there.
Okay, he's not committing to Luke. He's dropping the redemption.
Is he healing anything on base here? I don't think so.
Yeah, I would heal some.
Some, but not that much. Yeah,
I would keep it out of takedown range at least.
I was just about to say, yeah, you don't want it to be takedown.
Just so at least if he kills it, you got something from it.
Yeah.
But it was also 6 damage, so.
Yeah, that's actually.
He healed 1.
Okay, healed 1.
I do that in Obi-Wan because you can heal the unit for 1. So you might as well
he got a good card there, actually. He got an entrenched. Could put it on, yeah. So.
And a Healy ship.
Yeah, so it gets rid of the damage from that coming
but now
in.
Now he's I guess he needs another super laser blast.
Yeah, because the Avenger is not that fun to play now.
Yeah. Just an initiative, wow.
Okay, and another governor.
You named the last super laser blast?
Super laser blast again. Okay, there is a crate.
What do you do now?
Oh, he draws a Felder Dragon. That's very important.
He's still resourcing. No.
That was actually a Loom Pike, so I can see you resourcing that.
Resourcing that is fine. I'll allow that.
But then again, it actually. But
you
then again,
okay.
it's removes a card from your top of your deck that
It
you
does,
might
yeah.
want. Yeah, so it's he's still below 20 damage.
Yeah.
He's
Now
going
he's
over
21.
20 now. Yeah.
You can hear what I did one at least.
So this game was a lot more interesting than the first game. The first game went very fast.
So now he can Luke that.
He's got Luke. Yeah, that's. Is that the third Luke?
But I guess any Chosen is quite good because it gets in the way.
Yeah.
If he plays another Chosen next turn with
Next turn, yeah.
But you need to get rid of the governor so you can blast if you get another one. But
The decks are looking smaller and smaller.
that's an Annihilator, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Annihilator. Or
Luke,
you annihilate Luke.
and then the Redemption
Probably
can,
did that.
the Redemption can't kill the Annihilator. I mean, he's played 2 Crate Dragons. He's not going to have all 3, is he? So I think
Off the sideboard might have 3.
Yeah.
But I think you have to play now, and he gets to see the hand.
Yes,
That's
and the deck.
And the deck.
So there's no Crate Dragon there. You can also
there is
save
a fell. There is a Felder Dragon there, right?
No more Crate Dragons. Okay.
Okay, not that.
Invisible.
There was a Poe, I think, in the deck. A Poe that could be a problem.
The problem is if he kills Annihilator, it kills something else.
Yeah, that's true. And if he, I don't know, he looked quite fast in the deck. Oh, he's looked quite fast in the deck, but if there are,
I think he was looking for Crate Dragons.
Yeah, probably he wanted to see if there were any crates.
I would say that the Annihilator is exhausted. It didn't enter play ready.
But I mean, Jonah needs to kill the Annihilator because 11 damage on his space.
No, because Redemption has Sentinel.
Oh, it has Sentinel. Yeah, okay.
And you can kill it.
But it doesn't kill the Annihilator.
No, but the issue is if he brings the Annihilator low on health, he can use it as removal to get rid of something by killing the Annihilator himself.
Yeah.
So he needs to he needs to remove it this turn or not leave it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he removes it now when he only has the governor, and I think he probably takes the governor here, right?
Because
that's the super lace.
Right?
Yeah, but okay, he takes. Maybe he saw another R2 in the deck. That would be one extra card, but he didn't know that was. So there's a Kane and a Poe in the deck. That could be a problem for him.
I think Poe is the only thing he has to worry about now.
Yeah. But that's not many cards left in this game. I guess he's not getting any cards. Yeah.
No, he's just going wide as he can.
Yeah. Felder Dragon. Oh, there's that's a big draw actually.
Yep, he can ambush something and then get back Vigilance and play Vigilance and
and get rid of the rest of the deck from Jonah. You heal and you take his last 6 cards. So this could be a very big play for him here. Do you take Yoda here? I don't think Jonah draws. Does he draw a card with Yoda here?
You can choose your opponent.
Yeah, you can choose. He's looking at his deck. No, he didn't draw a card.
I guess given if you count your deck and know you've got 6 cards less, you might as well draw one.
He did draw one. Yep.
Because if they're going to mill it away, you might as well get 1 card.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think you need to go base here.
If you can't kill him in the next turn, then I think you're going to lose.
How many cards left?
He's got
5 cards. If he can play, does he have 6 resources? He does. He should play Vigilance now, right? Yeah. And takes the rest of the cards. Okay. Yeah. He doesn't want any units on board.
Oh, he's not healing.
No, he took the unit instead and the rest of the deck. And there is the Poe, and this could be game. I don't know if Jonah have any big units.
He's got rival. He's got removal. That's it, as far as I can see. But
he's gonna start getting 6 damage each turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's over.
Yeah, feels like this is game.
I feel like I would concede and try to get game 3.
I mean, Jonah could have a tech in among his resources,
It is true.
and
If we
that
get 2
could
more players.
actually be enough.
Yeah.
Did we get there? Dr. Pershing, he's thinking about resourcing even more, but he didn't do it yet, at least.
What's status attack? Is it 4? Okay. Well, no, it's
I'm not sure, but
no, it's
not anymore, at least.
I think she's a 4-3, but I could be wrong.
So what's that in Jonah's hand? It's a pillage and rivals fall and third card. Okay.
Her name's not even Stella. What is her name?
Oh, he got a Snoke. That's a good card here.
Yeah. Steela, not Stella.
Steela. Okay.
So she's a 4-3, yeah.
We got a Felder
Okay.
Dragon for the Snoke.
But I mean, that's an exchange you're happy to make. As Aiden. I feel like he would. I mean, it's 4 extra house rights, so it's got at least 10 more damage to do. Yeah, he's conceding. Okay.
I'm not sure what's just. Okay. Nothing. Yeah, that's.
He conceded, so
yeah. They need to speed this last game up, I guess.
Anakin
but the first game was really fast, so yeah.
So I think Anakin can win. It depends a lot.
It's harder for Johan to win because he needs a similar game like this one to win.
So I think for Jonah, he just plays his best, tries to win, and then if it goes long, he gets a draw.
Yeah.
I think that's fine for him.
That was a very interesting and close game, I guess.
Yeah.
It was small margins that made Johan.
There were a couple of moments where Jonah's Anakin could have pushed through, but Aiden managed to draw the right card
at the right time. Yeah, because he did have a lot of hand hate, Jonah.
He was down to nothing, and then he drew Avenge. I think was a big deal.
Yeah, and Jonah didn't have a good
answer to remove it.
Answer right away for it. That did a lot.
And that bought him the turns he needed to keep going.
Drag.
Yeah. Yes. But I mean, the Aiden deck has a good chance of drawing what it needs because half the deck is removal. So.
Yeah.
More
than half. That is true. That is true. Interesting games. So
I'm rooting for Anakin at least.
I guess Jonah especially wants them to play very fast now because I think he feels like he can take this if he just get the right cards. I think it's going to be hard for Johan to win a game at this pace.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Pike Sentinel looks like.
Pike Sentinel, yeah.
Restore Dark. Lane dodging is good for Anakin, I think.
Yeah.
But no pushing is good.
Yeah. If
Johan does. Steeler is very good for Anakin.
That is very good because he can get whatever removal or card he
needs when he needs it, but he's going for Pike Sentinels.
Does discard card a tactic? Can he get
Pillage might be a tactic.
Pillage? Because that could be a very strong play. He also drew a Pillage right now.
Pillage is a tactic.
Yeah. And he drew a Pillage, so he could possibly
double Pillage. 3.
Double Pillage.
He did not get 3.
Yeah. And Pike Sentinel kills. Guess we'll see either Steel Eyes 4 cost as well.
Yeah.
So either Stila or Pillage now, I guess.
I'm guessing he wants him to play a card,
And
so
then Pillage.
his pillage removes something bigger.
Yeah. And that's what happens here.
Because if you pillage on someone with 2 cards in the hand, means they've kept 2 cards they really want.
Yeah, and there it is. And so do we see Luke going to the...
They're going, Luke, what the hell is that doing in?
Yeah.
Did you take it from my deck? What?
Okay, that's a good draw for Yuan, I think, the Pike Sentinel. Could actually play that this turn if he wants from his resource row. That nets him 1 card. And it's quite a difficult unit for Yona to deal with as well, because he can't take down and he can't fell the dragon, the Pike Sentinel. So I think that's a good play this turn if he doesn't see any better play. What do you think he gets here then?
I reckon possibly another pillage if he has the option. Because you don't need to remove big units if he has none to play.
Yeah,
but it
doesn't look like there are any pillages in the top. Is it the top 8 cards? Or
yeah.
It takes a rival's fall. That's good.
So we can have a nice exchange where exchange leaders on.
Oh, that's an interesting kill there with the no glory.
Oh, he gets to do the tactic.
He gets to do the tactic.
That's the worst.
That's nice.
I hate that card. That new card. It's the worst card.
Yeah, control decks really like it, I guess.
No glory, only cheating.
Oh, he gets another no glory. That's nice.
But he did have to hurt himself.
Yeah, he did have to take 2 damage. And forced throw.
Just to get rid of a card, okay. And he discarded no glory. So the card he got, he discarded. So what's the other card that's worth keeping?
Rival's Fall. And he draws another Rivals. But the Merciless is a nice call. Oh, he
ditched it.
Yeah. Of course, it's on 6 now, so he can play one of the Rivals even on a unit and still have one for Anakin. Oh, yeah.
Both Rival Falls gone. That's a big deal.
So that's the
now
second
Anakin
pillage,
is uncontested.
right?
That was the pillage.
Oh, that was the first pillage he played.
That was the
second
pillage.
So 2 pillage and 1 forest throw so far.
The problem is if he kills the Pike Sentinel. No, he can't. Anakin doesn't die.
He can't. He doesn't die, but he can attack him, get rid of the shield, and kill him the next turn if he wants. Tries. Yeah, I think he goes for base. I mean, they could both be very aware of the time limit here. So even Johan might feel like I can't play my control-y game tactics. I have to try to do damage to win the game.
Had a Pike from resource throw, which is
and that's a really good card here, I think. Because Jonah does like to play out quite a few of these small units that doesn't really matter damage wise. So if Pike gets to live,
okay, killed. I didn't.
Okay.
Does Anakin die to something? No.
I guess they both
Vigilance,
die
maybe?
if he does that, because Anakin is on 6. That does change it a bit if he wants to do it or not.
Well, Anakin doesn't die, but Pike would die. He could give both shields.
Yeah.
He could give both shields, but then that's pointless.
Yeah, that's good.
He's done a surprising amount of damage to the base.
He has, but as we said, there is a time limit here, so that's starting to be a problem.
He has no card to play this turn because he's only got Snoke in hand, I think.
Yep. So unless he has something in his resource, doesn't look like he has a smuggle card there.
You could play another Pike, right? But that's not going to be good because he's already got one. He's actually killing Pike.
It's overwhelming.
Oh yeah, true.
For 1, it's not much, but for 1.
Doesn't want that card apparently. That was not great for Anakin either. He rivals 4, so that's fine. I was like, why
Okay.
didn't he play anything? Oh, because he's played rivals 4.
Both players are really trying to play fast here as well
Yeah.
now. So I think Odessa that's super
It's a
less well.
blast. But next turn is a kraken, is a crate dragon.
Is it crate time?
Next turn, this is only 8, so
Okay.
is it attack time? No, Cassian. Okay.
Yeah, that's I guess. I'm not really sure how much
Faster
damage
boosts.
there is.
No.
On
The Village
Hidden
Protect is
Spades.
good. Well, that's going
Yep.
to die to Snoke, but
I guess he plays Snoke now. He doesn't have that much of a choice. He has 2 cards in hand.
yeah. Oh no,
He
Avenger.
got the
Okay.
Avenger. Yeah, that's puts the pressure back on Jonah to have an answer to the Avenger. Crate Dragon would still be a good play here if he has one. Then again, he is on 17 damage on base, Anakin.
Mm.
So the Avenger is
mm.
quite a problem, actually.
Yep, not ignoring the damage, basically.
Yeah.
I guess we find out.
Yeah. He takes 2 more damage because he
if he has a bravado and the crate dragon, he could play the crate dragon, hope that he doesn't die and do 20 damage next turn.
Yeah.
Because he's got Cassian to die for the Avenger, but it's risky.
He doesn't know what Johan has in.
Yeah, it's a Snoke, which is not.
Yeah, we know. And yeah, this is an interesting ending to this game. I'm not sure how much time they have left, but I don't think it's much.
If Jonah doesn't kill the Avenger this turn, he could just lose.
Yeah.
Was there something that's going on? Someone said, "Oh, they did something weird."
It's only 3 games that's not reported yet.
Okay.
So I guess they're getting close to.
Okay, so you missed some damage on the base, I think.
Okay. Good thing there were. I guess there's
I think he was writing it down maybe or something, but didn't update the dice or something.
Okay.
It's a classic.
Oof, Luke. That's a good play here.
You can heal a bit, offset the Avenger damage a bit, but it's still the Avenger.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume he's going to attack first.
Yeah, I guess so.
But does he immediately respond with attack or try to save Luke from something else?
He could, if he has the crate dragon, could be.
But he dies to the Avenger next turn. Even with the restore, he still dies to Avenger. It's got 8 attack.
Oh yeah,
so if you can't remove the Avenger, he's just dead.
Yeah, looks like this could be a problem for Jonah here. The last 2 games have been very close, I feel.
They have, yeah.
The first game was really fast win for Jonah, and then we had 2 very, very close games. So this is he's on 22, so Snoke doesn't kill him, but both Snoke and
See, the problem
Avenger does.
You wanted to play the crate first, but if you did that, the opponent can take initiative and just kill you with Avenger.
Yeah.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't draw.
He did not draw any.
Yeah. Game.
Man, that's the game.
Sorry, Anakin.
Well played from both players here, I think, and very well played by Johan to take this last game down like he did. Very close games. The last 2 of them. The first one was not that close.
No. But that was so. I think it was quite unlucky on Anakin's part not to get some removal or to deal with that.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I think that the no glory thing to steal Stealer to get the extra card was if if Jonah had got the extra card from Steeler dying, he would have had the removal for the.
Yeah, that's true. That could have been like the game right here in the end.
Yeah,
He gets an extra card. The 2 damage on base doesn't do that much there.
I think Jonah had a good matchup into that, but it's unfortunate. I think with the Iden getting what they needed from 0 cards back up to.
Yeah, and well done from both players to manage to play 3 games in this matchup. Actually, that's. I was afraid that this last game would go to time.
Yeah, Iden
So,
just randomly killing Anakin that quickly was strange. So
yeah. Okay, so let's go to the caster screen. We're back here, and we can see how the matches have gone. I think. Let's see here. I'm gonna.
round 3.
Okay, just round 3.
Yeah, all the results are in now, so standings are updated.
Yep, this is the standings. So we have Niklas topping the leaderboards so far.
What are they playing?
He is the Han player, I think. Yeah, no, it's the Bosk Data Vault player.
Okay.
And Adam is on Sabine ECL. I'm so humbled there. Tobias is the Anakin player we saw with closest base. And Johan is, of course, the item player we just saw.
Yep.
That's the 4, 3, and 0 players. So I guess Adam and Niklas will face up this game.
So that's Han and
Probably.
Sabine.
That's
No,
not
Bosk
Han.
and
That's
Sabine.
Bosk Green. Yeah, Bosk Data
I
Vault.
haven't seen either of
Sabine.
them, so those being on
No,
stream.
yeah, we saw Sabine ECL first game, but
But that wasn't Adam, right? That was someone else.
no, it wasn't those players, and it was a completely different matchup as well.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a nice. And table 2 should be Tobias against that's another Aiden versus Anakin game, but this time Anakin Colossus, the one we saw in the first game.
And he beat a Bosk Blue, so we'll see if they've got the chops to beat Iden.
Yeah, that Anakin build felt like more of a controller kind than Jonas, so that might help him in that matchup.
Indeed,
we will see.
I'd be interested to see the Han green
if they've. Yes. Okay, so we can see here from standings that Johan and Adam chose to take a intentional draw.
Oh god, I hate how quickly that happens.
Did they actually take that in round 4? It looks like that, right? Okay, both top tables
did that.
This is just round 4. We have a 5th round as well, right?
Yeah.
Wonder why they take the draw now and not play this game out. That's interesting, I think.
I don't know the math. Maybe it's fine, but I guess if both top tables do it, then that means it's probably fine. For them.
Could it be?
But I think it does affect standing, like because you had a draw that affects the player relationship.
Yeah.
If there's a tie somehow, you might get.
So
I don't know how it works, but maybe
it'll be interesting to see what game. Then we have no clue what game we'll get on stream for the next round.
So I guess that's game 3, table 3.
Maybe go that if that is the case. We have Philip on Solo green. That would be fun to see. We haven't seen that. And Jonah in with that we just saw. Anakin. That's table 3.
That's
oh no,
table 4.
sorry. That's table 4.
Tosser, I don't know who that is.
Tossa, yeah, sorry, that's Sabine ECL.
Okay.
We're seeing players are getting to the table
We've got
now.
an
We have
ECL, so I guess
looks like might be that game
Sabine.
then.
Yeah. No, that's Jonah.
Okay,
So is it Jonah versus Racob?
Racob is also on Sabine ECL. Yeah, so it's Jonah versus Racob
Okay.
then.
So this is who I
So
played in the PQ, I think, if it's the same person. I can't tell.
Jonah would have been better if you sat on the other side of the table, Jonah. I didn't have to change.
Send the message.
Yeah, switch places. They have. I'll bring us to the table,
And
and I'll change.
Jonah's a streamer. He knows better than to move places.
Yeah, he should have. He should have actually picked up on that. Maybe he wants me to do some extra work here.
Yeah, you're gonna learn how to do it.
So let's see. There is Anakin. And this was Sabine, right? There.
Can we post links in the chat? Is that a thing we can do? I guess not.
I think I can do that. Yes.
Because I'm asking for the melee link.
Yeah, I'm gonna be right on that. Just gonna fix this first so that everything's
Jonah versus
right.
Jonah.
Yeah, no, I don't know what if that's his name or if that's just a nick. I'll put that in.
I feel like it was Jacob, but don't write Jacob because that's not his name.
I'll
Just write
write the
Racob.
nick.
Yeah.
I'll write. No, sorry, Racob was that was the other.
I think this is the
probably his name is probably Jacob, but I'll just put it that until we get something from the guys.
I think this is the person I played at the PQ, but I can't tell. I did not see him from the top down.
And this is round 4. Now it looks right.
Yep.
Yep. I'll check on the link.
Right. Anakin, Sabine. Anakin could do really well with
Oh yeah, it was Jacob.
What's the thing? Bravado with this could be really bad for Sabine. Because Sabine will be pumping damage into the base.
Yeah.
And the Bravado one, Anakin is going to hurt a lot.
Yeah, if he can go to Anakin without dying before and do the Bravado thing on Anakin, that's probably going to be a lot of damage.
Rekka ECL into Anakin is not going to be good for him either.
So do we have?
So the goal is to force Sabine to use ECL before turn 6, before 6 resources.
Right. Let's see.
Classic A-wing opening. And then
I think that should be the Melo link in the chat.
Yeah, it looks
hopefully. Okay, so this could be quite a fast game, I guess. It's always fast games with Sabine, but
so this is the thing here. Anakin can trade into the things that should Sabine kill the arc instead. Because I feel like you should.
I feel like you should as well, because otherwise he'd still have the arc. Yeah. That's
one of those things where
probably the
you don't
correct
want to hit their units, but like it's just a bad trade if you don't.
Yeah. Yoda is always good in this game to get some restore.
That's pretty good.
On the table.
If there's another ground unit now, oh, that's 5 though.
He can't trade into
it,
but Yoda is still a problem for Sabine because to restore every round, that's going to be not ideal for the Sabine player here.
Also, maybe one of the times where Anakin doesn't really need to self-harm as much.
Yeah.
because
let's see.
Sabine will be doing it for him.
So both of these players are 2-1 as well. So I guess they really need to win to be able to get into the top four.
Yeah,
Unless we haven't heard if they are doing a top eight either, even if they don't have
they
might be
could
doing a top
potentially.
eight, they could do a top eight. So then of course they have a bit better chance of getting in.
If that's the case, then the intentional draw makes sense.
That could
Even with,
be, if that's the case, they probably could draw the last two games if you're
yeah,
3-0 going into. That's a bit unfortunate though, if that's the case. We
yeah,
want people to play play the game, I
yeah.
guess. But we'll see.
Okay, so we've got. So he did attack Cassian.
Yeah. Kanan,
Kanan is good.
another
More
another
healing.
restore. Yeah, another restore unit. That's good for Anakin.
So Sabine is coming
I,
out this turn, assuming.
I'll apologize if I feel a bit on Anakin's side here, but I'm not a fan of Sabine usually.
I
So
like Sabine and Anakin, but I want Anakin to do well because, yeah, it's Jonah.
yeah,
But that's just
yeah,
bias.
yeah, okay. That's okay.
No, I don't mind Jacob doing well
I
because
mean,
he beat me at he had a draw in the PQ and I beat him at the PQ. So
okay.
if he does well, that's fine because he's also very good.
Yeah. So we got Sabine units on the board as well.
But he was playing Django Green, so obviously he can't play that anymore.
Yep, that's off the table. That is correct.
So it's just okay, big board again, and then Sabine. But do you think Anakin's a good place to trade though?
Yeah,
Like if you don't kill Yoda, Yoda can trade up.
yeah, and even Kanan can trade into Sabine if he wants
Yeah.
next turn without dying
Yeah.
as well. So I think it's tough to know what to choose here, but
I think just because Yoda would get the restore anyway.
yeah,
it makes sense to get rid of it and then take. It's essentially the same thing really because Yoda attacking gets restore.
yeah, that was. Yeah. Did think Jonah got a Obi-Wan unit? He drew. He can't play it this turn, but that's
That's a good
oh, it
unit to
was.
protect Anakin if he does have it.
He got a lightsaber as well. Maybe he
But
plays that on
on
Kanan.
Kanan. But the thing is
But then you have the Poe
yeah. But the thing is
situation.
true. But if he has ECL next turn, he can one shot his leader Anakin.
Yeah,
So in some ways, trying to make him use that
use.
is
Yeah,
good. But the problem is there's a lot of damage on the board. So
yeah. It's probably why he's taking his time to
I'd be
really
tempted to just
think through.
use Kanan to attack first, and then put the lightsaber. What was that?
Five.
Poe.
Poe 5.
P5.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's probably thinking about playing
Lightsaber
the
now. Yeah.
lightsaber. Then yeah, okay. So
We'll see.
nice one, Jonah. We got the charades there. That's good. I think 5 would have was enough because he doesn't have that much other 5 cost cards in the deck. I think.
No, he's not.
But he's
Yeah, I think he's
saving.
rather reduced to damage now. He could play the
Yeah,
lightsaber afterwards.
yeah. To have for next turn.
Yeah, and then the opponent doesn't really want to
Yeah, that's true.
attack into. And if he can
Oh,
force ECL now for whatever reason, then if he doesn't have a wrecker next turn, Anakin will do some damage because Poe is not in
he
play.
has another governor in hand. Maybe he's okay. It went that way.
That makes
But he
sense.
might think that he's starting next turn with playing governor and naming
Blocking
wrecker,
wrecker, yeah.
because then you can't play either wrecker or Poe.
And
That's
the two
quite
things
hard
that kill
for
Anakin. Yeah.
Sabine. Yeah, that could be his thoughts here. It's a lot of mind games right now. I
Yeah.
feel like they're like almost playing a game of chicken to
Does
see
he
who.
Darksaber Sabine? That's the question.
Yeah, that could be.
Because it's either that or Chewy Becker, right? That's those options.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Darksaber on
Well,
Sabine is damaged now. You could also put
yeah.
Chewy as a pilot on
On
the ship
the
to get through the Sentinel, but is that worth it? Probably not. I don't know.
I mean, it is a way of. Chewie as a pilot is not that bad of a play.
Yeah. And it's damaged next, though. It's just not damaged now.
Yeah, and it's a hard unit for Jonah to remove
Yeah.
as well. If he doesn't have more concordance in hand or draws them, he can't remove with takedowns and such
Yeah.
because of Chewie.
But it's not really using his resource efficiently. But
I think they're really taking their time now, and that's okay because it's not this game is not going to time,
no,
and they're at the point in the game where
it can swing
like
one way or the other.
yeah, it's gonna decide who's wins this game is like the next turns coming here. So I think they are doing well, taking their time and really thinking about it. He does the Chewy on the A wing.
And I can claim it. Yeah. So that is 5. That's 3, 4, 6 damage in space at least.
And it does go for base here as well. That's 3 more.
So I'm guessing the first thing that Anakin does is swing with Kanan again.
Yeah, probably takes out. If he takes out Sabine units, he doesn't die.
Yeah, that's probably the best. They're all 3 damage currently. So.
Yeah, yeah.
There is still 6 damage in space.
And that's a lot. That's a lot.
And takedown won't help you, even though it has 1 house left.
Yep.
But sadly, Chewbacca's there.
Didn't look like he had a Concordarn in hand.
No.
So that's,
but I mean, Anakin is 4, 5, 6, 7 attack. So that's if he had bravado, that's 14 damage.
Yeah.
Ignoring everything else.
And I mean, he's gonna attack him with.
Yeah.
Before Anakin gets to attack, the A wing's gonna attack, so he's gonna be even bigger.
If I had bravado, I'd debate Kanan going to base at that point.
Yeah, just to see if you might be able to kill him before.
I don't think he has bravado.
Doesn't look like there is a red card in his hand at all. Look like blue cards.
Takedown. So I guess he's gonna.
And he has 2 governors in hand.
I will block all your cards.
I mean,
he has to name the right things.
Wrecker is still a big threat here.
But he's not going to wreck a straight away, is he? Or would he? Yeah, but I'm saying that so Jonah can get away with attacking first, I think, rather than trying to block Wrecker straight away. Because you want to avoid some of this damage or go for face.
My guess is Jacob's gonna go with the A wing as of his first.
The governor could kill that thing.
Yeah. So maybe he attacks with Sabine or the trooper now, because Kanan's gonna kill one of those.
I would probably attack with Sabine then, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think I'd do that as well.
That was the wrong choice.
Because now Kanan can trade without dying. I wonder why he did it.
And heal, which is a bit strange.
Yeah.
But
he might have reasons for doing it.
Okay.
Maybe he wants Kanan to survive on 1 so he can Wrecker.
That's Wrecker, yeah. W. He did W. That was Wrecker.
Yeah. Because that might have been Jacob's plan, to have Kanan attack Sabine here,
and then Wrecker more.
Play Wrecker. Yeah, but now he can't play Wrecker, so then.
At this point, if you kill the other governor so you can Poe?
But if he attacks with Sabine, he does 3 on base. Then he takes Jonah to 22. The A wing does 7 damage, right?
It's 6.
Oh, it's 6. Okay, so he's
1 3 from Chewie.
And then he can ping with Sabine.
But we have Kanan heals.
Yeah, he heals 1 as well. Oh, so, yeah, at least
1 or 2.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And then you've got
And then
Anakin
Anakin
hits
comes
8.
into play and do a
And if
lot
he
of
gets a
damage.
lightsaber and Anakin without...
Yeah.
Okay, he's
Oh,
playing
he
a...
Fleet Lieutenant there. That's a good play there. That's actually gives him lethal now. But shouldn't he have attacked with Sabine with the Fleet Lieutenant?
I guess, yeah, I would have. But I guess he thinks
Because
somehow...
now Kanan can kill.
But there's
I mean,
still...
he might not. He might really want to get the damage from the A-wing if he has
Without a
Sentinel in
Sentinel, though,
space.
in space, Anakin can't really do anything.
No, but if he'd attacked with Sabine there and
Yeah.
Anakin plays a Sentinel in space, that's a feel bad, I guess.
He's conceding, okay.
Is Anakin? Yeah, okay. So Jonah conceded there.
Yep.
Yeah, but because he got lethal on the board with the ping. Yeah.
I think if he had bravado, I think he could have won that.
Yeah. Bring out a big Anakin. And,
there's 9 attack, and if he bravadoed, that's 18, and there's 2 on base, and then Kanan plus 1 from the governor. But then he might have died before that happened. I don't know.
So what's he bringing in to this matchup?
I think one of the things is that if you can reverse get Sabine close to lethal, then she has to start considering trading rather than racing, and that's right now. Anakin was in the point where he had to keep.
Yeah,
but he didn't get any village protectors.
That's a big, of course, big card in this matchup.
I think he's.
I guess he can remove the crate dragons.
Yeah. Would he get that far? No.
No.
He removed the pillage as well, but look at it.
Yeah, I don't think he has the time to play a 4-cost remove 2 cards. That's.
Yeah, she's already played 6 cards on the board, and you're removing her hand. That's not going to.
Yeah. He's actually showing us. That's nice. Okay.
But what is he putting instead?
Another Concord.
Concord.
And a Cham.
She's not ramping.
No, but that's better than I guess that's just he has to bring in some cards. I think.
That's just a unit, yeah.
Yeah, that's just a unit instead of the crate dragon. He doesn't. He can't play the crate dragon. So, yeah, interesting. See if he can turn this around and get us a 3rd game.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, it's always nice to see a lot of games.
But it's fun seeing. I mean, Sabine still had to make some key trades, and I like the fact that it's not always hit the face.
So I can see already that the table 3 game with Han.
Whoa. What happened in that game?
Falcon turned to Chewbacca thing going. Sabine doesn't really have anything to remove that with, so that's just a lot of damage quite fast. So it could have been something like that.
Well, I wonder if he's resupplying, because you can turn 1 resupply with hand.
That's also, I guess, also.
And then turn 2, you can drop like the Sentinel Chewie.
Yeah, something like that.
So we don't know, but maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, would be nice to get the Han one on stream. A 60 card deck. Yeah, that's interesting. the Obi-Wan green deck that went into top 8 in Atlanta, right? That was a 60 card deck as well.
Yep. I'm not sure about that. I feel like consistency. Obi-Wan doesn't need 60 for extra health, I don't think. But you never know.
Worked out that time at least.
Yeah.
But, okay. Jonah's got initiative this turn.
He resourced village protectors.
That's interesting. What did he keep to resource?
Oh no, he's changed his mind.
Yeah.
What a terrible thing to do. He really wants R2, but R2. I guess R2 can trade with Anakin.
Doesn't
he kept protector in the end?
Yeah, And I guess he has an arc to play the first turn as well, right? I think I saw
Yeah.
that on his hand.
That was an arc. But I mean, ideally, you want to have a ground and space. Turn one for Sabine to play it where she is, so you can
To
trade.
get the same lane, yeah.
But initiative's a big deal for against Sabine.
Of course.
Anakin can trade into whatever get the first chance to trade up. Unlike the last game when you had to trade. That A-wing being alive lost the game.
Because of the protectors, I think like it makes sense to keep the arc instead of R2 because now he can play. He plays the arc, and if he plays an A-wing, he can trade before he can play Chewbacca on the A-wing. He actually has a Chewbacca. He has a Chewbacca on hand. So I guess Jonah's gonna trade here. Otherwise, it's gonna get tough.
Oh, he's got a.
I got a Concord.
But that's too dangerous.
Yeah, I feel dangerous.
If you have to trade, I think it's safer.
Yeah, I think so too.
But will he?
We'll see.
And he's
that the force throw is thinking about resourcing, I think. He doesn't have any force units in hand right now, so I guess against Sabine, I guess the force throw is only good if you have force units.
Yeah.
You need to kill
Oh
something.
no, he fouled for it.
Ooh, I don't know if this is.
But I guess if he plays Chewie and attacks, he can still trade into Chewie. Because
how much health does Chewie get?
+3. So that comes.
+3, yeah. Okay, that's so it's still not that.
You can still, but he loses both things then.
Yep. But then again, Sabine Jacob also loses 2 cards, so it's 2 cards against 2
exactly.
cards.
So it's not the end of the world, but it's. I still would have traded and then played the Concord afterwards.
Yeah. I think. Guess he's
ECLing.
Thinking.
What is he ECLing? Oh, Sabine's masterpiece.
Okay.
Would normally
because he gets he's got a green unit, so he gets an experience token. That's a good start for Sabine here. I mean, of course, Jonah is happy that ECL is already used now.
That's super big because he can bring Anakin out on that turn straight away. Okay, he's got a direct hit, is it? And then a Yoda.
If he wants
open fire.
Open fire. So if he wants to kill the Sabine's tie, he can do that.
Well, at least it won't get any. Currently, won't get an extra buff because there's no other units.
Yeah, but the danger is that. This is the danger. Oh, he hasn't resourced yet, so that helped him a bit.
Open fire. That's bad for him because it's got 4 health left.
Yep.
You have to open fire that, Jonah.
And I think Jonah was actually thinking about resourcing the open fire there. So Jacob was a bit fast with showing his Chewie. And that kills him. Yep.
That was good.
that was good play for Jonah.
Yeah.
And this,
yeah, just having a Sabine on the board on turn 4 and no damage pretty much is super good.
Yeah, I think this is looking good for Jonah at least. But then against Sabine, it's never over until it's over.
But ECL is gone, so I think that is a big deal.
Yeah, that is probably a very big deal.
They basically have, I think they have 0 weight. Once ECL is gone, they very rarely have any ambush.
Yeah, I mean some of the decks have timely, so you can
timely. True, yeah, but that's still way more expensive than it. If he,
yep,
I would. Okay, I'd debate. I consider just take downing
Sabine right away
because of Darksaber.
Yeah, but then again, even if he plays Darksaber this turn, he doesn't go base. He can just remove the shield, and that's not too bad.
Exactly. I worry though. But I assume he has a 2-drop then? Is that what? Yeah, he's got a 2.
Yeah, he's got the arc. Yeah. So you just want more.
This is fine.
Yeah.
This is also a fine thing to do.
Yeah. It's like a good play from Jonah here.
But it means, yeah, unless he ambushes now, Anakin will be alive, can deploy behind the Sentinel.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's a
Okay, he that actually gets the village protectors out of the way, at least for Sabine. But he
more
still,
chance.
there is a dark saber in hand for Sabine. That
I
could be
guess,
a problem.
yeah, that's bad now. That's why I'd take down, but then you can put it on him instead. But I guess interesting with Cham, you could choose not to resource a card
Yeah,
and then play him and get a free resource if you want to keep the cards in your hand. Not really that great, but you could.
So he doesn't have that many choices right now. Jonas has Cham, but he has
There's a governor and takedown, so I'd probably
governor and
get rid of one of
takedown.
those guys. And then
The problem is if he takes down Sabine, the dark saber on Cassian is quite tough as well.
it is. They can kill Anakin. That's the main issue.
So this is now, of course, they don't know what the other players is sitting on. So, but it's tough decisions for them.
I think one of the issues is Sabine is still close to dying with a takedown. She's one health away from takedown, even with the dark saber.
Yeah.
I think he's not because of village protectors. Another village protectors would really mess up dark saber.
That's why I would play. I think I'd play the dark saber now
To see what, because now if you play the dark saber, when he plays a governor, actually you could play the governor and name dark saber.
Yeah, that could be the play now actually.
Because there's no Poe.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
three.
He named Wrecker. He did a
Six,
double.
yeah, record. Yeah, okay, yeah, and then six.
Wrecker with the ECL is not as scary as the dark saber.
This is a lot of damage now going, and he can't really take out Anakin now, right?
He can,
or actually, he
if
maybe
Sabine
he
attacks,
does.
he dies. So I don't
Yeah.
think. But if he does attack base with Sabine, Anakin hits for way more. So
Yeah.
there's
So
the dilemma.
that's actually maybe an okay trade to get.
Why is he rubber assaulting?
Oh yeah, because Sabine doesn't kill Anakin otherwise. She's only attacks
Oh,
for
and it's
6.
6. Okay.
6 and 1 on the base. So that's why he wasn't that afraid of the dark saber there from Anakin, I guess, as well. And
Okay, so she lives. Okay, just
that's a problem. But now I guess governor can,
take
because
her out. Yeah.
she's only on 1 health, right?
1 health. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 8. Anakin is dead, but 8 health on this turn is pretty good.
Yeah.
You should have kept the crate dragon.
I should have kept the crates.
You might get that. You might get that.
He might get there. But he's got Luke's in the deck, I guess. So
Yeah.
if he gets to a Luke, it's Luke's.
I think you don't waste a takedown on the Sabine. You just burn the governor.
Yeah.
I think if he plays a Wrecker, that's fine.
Yeah, if he plays out the Wrecker, that's not.
It doesn't do anything. Oh no, he's
okay.
He's scared of Wrecker.
Yeah, and I mean the Wrecker would kill both his units and.
When the Wrecker goes to kill the governor, that's it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there's no ECL.
Yeah, he doesn't do damage to space units. Yeah.
Okay, so he's just going. What does Anakin have left? He's got. Oh, is that another?
He's got a Concord and a.
Rivals Fall? No. Feather Dragon?
Could
No.
be Feather Dragon?
Maybe. Okay, he's just doing that now. Is not a good sign that he has a good hand.
Yeah.
We get to see what's coming.
Oh, the Poe pilot is also a new good addition, I guess, to Sabine deck.
Well, Poe pilot is not rebel, which is interesting.
Okay, but this is Luke pilot is right.
A Luke pilot, you mean? Yeah.
It's Luke that can goes to
Yeah, that's
ground
a
when
Luke
he
pilot.
dies.
Yeah.
That's a good addition to the deck, I think.
Right now, not so though, because he doesn't have any.
No,
Oh, the
and
opponent does have a wrecker in hand. So that
is
governor being alive is actually messing up his turn, I guess.
yeah. But still, I think it's knowing what Jonah has in hand. He really needs to draw like a Luke or something.
A Luke or some more village protectors
Yeah, to turn this game around.
to protect the ground long enough to get.
Yeah, Village Protectors is also a good draw. He
Oh,
trades.
nice.
Yeah, that's good. Doesn't die.
He didn't kill Cassian. I guess. Because if there's another, if you might as well kill that one, because if he's got another Cassian,
yeah,
you're forcing him to kill his own Cassian to push damage.
Yeah.
Or is that more open
That
fire?
wasn't more removal.
Yeah, that's good.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess
He's got a restore 1 in space. He can slowly,
very slowly. Yeah, and he's got the space lane
covered.
cut
Yeah,
off right now. Yeah, so
and he can trade in his governor into Cassian if he wants to. But I guess if Cassian kills the governor, then that's telling him he has a record.
Yeah. What does Sabine do here? Does he just attack with Cassian to get the damage in while he can?
I probably would. But I have a wrecker in hand, so you kind of want to kill the governor. You could also have Cassian in resources, we don't know.
Yeah, you can have another Cassian there, and hoping he kills Cassian. You can play in
I'm
either
guessing
way,
he's
of course.
gonna heal first.
Yeah. So Jonah still
he had
has
heroic sacrifice, right? So I think if he had another Cassian, he would have done that.
Yeah, probably.
They're both delaying now, trying to stall.
Yeah.
Do something.
No, you first.
Pretend like I have removal.
Yeah.
So I think even if you don't have removal, you should try to make them think you have removal.
Yeah. So just keep stalling, playing a small unit, gets the removal.
Yep. There's no wrecker this turn. We've got 5 left, right?
Yeah.
It's a pretty bad turn for Sabine.
Yeah, this is
nothing else to play, I don't think.
I mean, he can. It's Cassian costs 5 from resource.
Yeah, so if he has another
he can
Cassian,
still go another Cassian and do 3 more to base.
He passed, I guess.
Did he pass? Why would he pause here? Okay, so he
doesn't. He wants him to kill his Cassian so he can play another one. But
and there's a Luke for Jonah. That's a big draw, I think.
Big deal, yeah. Because Wrecker can't kill Luke because they haven't got ECL online.
And he even can't play Wrecker yet. So if Jonah starts with Luke, he's got the initiative. Cassian dies, and
I would suicide the governor into Cassian with the Anakin, and then if he plays any unit, you can Luke it.
Yeah.
But then you're doing damage to yourself, which is a bit dangerous.
When you're only at 9 left on base,
Cassian's doing Sabine. 3 anyway, so
yeah,
Cassian's doing 3 anyway.
That's true.
If you play the Poe or a Wrecker, you Luke them away.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. He's got some choices to make here.
Yeah.
He starts with Luke.
Okay.
That's the safe play, I guess.
Yep. So if the opponent
still can't play
Wrecker, if the opponent plays Poe or something, that's not doing anything. And next turn you.
How many resources? He actually has the resources for a timely. That could have been a problem.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Timely Wrecker.
But I guess
Poe is pretty bad, but not as bad as Wrecker.
No, because the timely Poe, if he goes for Luke, he dies as well. So that's not as big of a problem. It doesn't do the damage. I think this is looking good for Jonah here.
Yeah, it depends on if he gets any reach to push through the last damage. I would have taken initiative to get the 3 damage from that, but I guess Really, is Anakin not? I would take an initiative as Anakin to make sure I get an attack with Luke
Luke.
to kill off that thing straight away, or go to base.
What's he playing another Cassian
That's
here?
the end, yeah.
So yeah, that's actually 4 damage
Yes, because of the ping
in
from the
total.
nose.
Yeah.
So he's at 14. Do 6, 7, 8, 9. You've almost got lethal. Anakin almost has lethal.
Yeah. He's
Surely you have to
one.
take initiative now and hit with Luke.
He is one off lethal. Yeah.
So if he attacks with the governor now, he has lethal next turn. But you have to hit Luke straight away. You can't. You're so
Yeah.
close to dead. You have to.
He took initiative there, I guess, before to be certain he can kill.
You've got a force throw,
That's good.
but
But
but you can heal 3. The issue is you kind of have to kill the saboteur, don't you? The ping damage from the red cards is pretty
yeah,
harsh.
that can be too much, I guess.
But then if you don't do that, you're not.
And
Yeah.
I did see Sabine drew a K2. If he has a timely in his resources, that can be a very
Indeed.
difficult to work against.
So if he hits space for 6, he's then at 20 damage and 5 more, and he has 4 damage on board.
Yeah.
Luke has to go attack something, right? That's what's going to happen first, surely.
I guess so, yeah. The big thing is he going base or is he killing one of the units? I guess it's the, as you said, the saboteur that goes if he goes for a unit.
Yeah, because the extra ping damage, and if you
And
play,
he
if you
did
do
kill
play,
that.
if you do play a village person, then that gets through that too.
Yeah. So down to 8 left.
He's not acting like he has a timely.
Is that a for a cause on Sabine's hand as well? To the left,
I think
might
I
be.
think it's a heroic sacrifice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's a card now.
You really need to get it for a cause. That is not a for a cause.
Oh, for a cause would have been a big problem for Jonah here.
He's so close. If he does 2 damage to base, he could kill him next round, but he has to live. He's going to block a card with the governor.
Yeah.
What is he blocking?
It didn't say.
Wrecker again.
So he already has a record. Oh.
Now he has to take initiative.
Yeah, because he has 6 resources. Does he have like
if he had a sentinel,
village people would
yeah,
stop
he doesn't have
K2.
that.
No, he's got
Is that
force
a perilous
throw.
position or
Perilous, yeah, but the perilous doesn't
does it
help
stop
him
K2?
because
Yeah.
no, K2 does 3 damage then either way. And if he attacks with the arc, Sabine can ping 1 to mitigate that heal.
If he had his own Cassian in the resource row, he could have hit base with Luke.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think he might have died anyway.
This is a very close game. Looked very good for Jonah, but then Sabine is so good at just getting back and do a lot of damage to base.
He needs more sentinels on the ground. If you attack, you lose. Well,
but I mean, the governor's been doing a lot of work.
I guess, yes. I think he's assuming that if he attacks with that, if Jacob takes initiative, maybe that's bad because maybe
Jonah did forget to restore 1 there. Yeah, good. Someone told him there. That's a key part of that attack, I think. But now, because now he has.
So Sabine could take initiative, but since Jonah has so many resources open, he's worried that he maybe has something that get in the way.
Yeah.
So it could be a gamble if he plays Village Protector. So you kind of want to play more to try to make sure you have.
Yeah. That's probably.
He's going to look at He's going to look at his resources, discard pile. Like, what do you have?
Yeah.
Do you have something?
Very very important decisions now. He really needs.
If you take initiative and he plays a Sentinel, that's very bad. He plays the Village
Yeah.
Protector specifically. Yeah. Okay. Sadly, Jonah has nothing that is useful, I think. You still die. No, you don't die to that. Right? Because overwhelm, he's got 2 overwhelm, 1 overwhelm if he attacks something, and he doesn't die from a governor. So he can only do 3 damage with the on death.
No, but yeah.
So
Yeah.
he either triggers the on death or gets overwhelmed or plays that. Okay.
Oh, he had a fleet lieutenant. Yeah, that does it.
That was so unlucky. If he had this village protector, that would have been a big deal.
Yeah. So Jacob takes the game to
But I think
2-0.
as Jonah, I would have taken initiative then instead of attacking. So I could attack with Luke again, because attacking with Luke again might save you long enough to win, because you'd heal 3 more.
It's very difficult decisions to take there, because it all depends on what your opponent's, which cards does he have.
Yep.
And you can't be sure. You can just guess and hope. And I guess
Jonah, for the second governor, you could have, I think K2 and For a Cause I Believe In is what I would name, because Poe and Record doesn't really matter because neither of those do damage immediately. Whereas Arc K2, even if you remove it, it's going to hurt you. And For the Cause I Believe In is direct damage. So.
Yeah,
but he was close there, I think, in turning it around.
Yes.
It's kind of unfortunately he got space locked down, and then Sabine had no space anymore.
Yep, that is a bit unfortunate. So looks like if they're following the schedule, next game will be in 10 minutes, but might be that they start as soon
Earlier,
as
if everyone's finished.
Yeah, and I'm looking now. Looks like there is one other game that's reported.
No, 2 games. This game was just reported, and then the other.
The other game is an Anakin Colossus versus Luke Skywalker Data Vault. So that could be quite a grindy game, I guess.
Yeah.
So that might go to time. We don't really know that. So let's go back to there. We can look at we can't see standings, but we can see the matches here. And as we saw, the top 2 tables took both took an intentional draw. Will be interesting, I guess, when the takedown guys will stream from site the top cut. They can probably talk a bit more about the decisions to take an intentional draw. But my guess is that they've decided to do a top 8, and maybe all of those 4 players, if they take a draw in the last game as well, they might already be locked into top 8.
Well, I wouldn't take an additional draw because I like playing the game too much.
Yeah, I'm
yeah, I
can understand the intentional draw in the last game before the top cut.
When the result doesn't matter, but maybe they figured out it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Yeah, they probably
unless they play unless in the next round they play each other, the 2 pairs. In which case,
I mean,
well, don't they go down a bit because of this? So they might play lower people. Is that what they're doing? I don't know.
Maybe they do that so they get. I have no idea.
And you want to play better people, even if you lose, because you got better standing. I don't know, but
Yeah,
I'm sure it makes sense.
probably makes sense. We'll see if someone can probably explain that later on, maybe when we can see. Let's see from the standings from round 3. Where is
Yeah, just a Luke game left.
Yeah, looks at that. Yeah. Oh, and there is a second. Okay, so Jason was 0 and 3 into this round. So there definitely will be, and Victor was 1 and 2 into this round. So I guess they have a hard time getting into top 8 and top 4. So my guess is that they will take over from us and stream and commentate the top cut.
Yep.
From site.
I don't mind. This is really fun, but it was also very tiring commentating this long.
Yeah. Five games will be quite enough.
It's more than I did last time, so
yeah, me as well. But it's very, very fun.
It is fun.
If you have any questions, please do ask us in the chat if there is something you were wondering about for the games.
It just
got
kind
the
of
link.
It just kind of feel relieved that there's not Django.
Yeah, feels like a whole new
I
game.
expected a CAD at least. I haven't seen any Quinlan or CAD, but they haven't been on. They are here.
I mean, they probably are here, but we haven't seen them.
But this is, I guess, still a relatively small event, and it's not one of the official events. It's just for some free cards. So
yeah, it's always fun to do tournaments, and the prize support is supposedly quite good.
Yeah. So. They clearly have to open all the Carbonite packs on stream afterwards. That's
that should have been like a must. You have to open your winnings. Okay, I can actually see. So first place gets, if this is correct, then first place get 3 Carbonite booster boxes. That's quite a lot. Yeah, boxes. So displays, not boosters. So that's a really really huge payout. Second place get 1 box. Places 3 to 4 get 6 boosters, Carbonite as well. 5 to 8 get 3 boosters, Carbonite boosters.
No. I mean,
so top 8 all get Carbonite.
Does Jonah know he's showing his pictures on stream? I should probably. Oh, it's not on stream anymore. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not on stream.
He's
so
sharing
that's
his phone with us. He shouldn't be sharing his
okay,
phone.
Okay. That's maybe good that we went away from that. That was very close games into Sabine there. Felt like he could have actually, at least the second game, he could have definitely won.
He could have turned the corner, but it was still touch and go, even if he managed to, I think, because for a cause and such. I think if he got a Yoda in play earlier, giving him some restore, he might have been a better off place right now. But
yeah. Let's see. Still one game that's not the same game. That's the game that's not reported. Probably a very grindy match, so it will go to time. I can see now that the Anakin Colossus player that's facing off the Luke, he did draw his first game, his round 1 game.
Okay.
So might be going to time again. We'll see.
How did the Aiden player do? Which one is the Aiden?
Oh player? Yeah, no, he's one of the intentional draws.
Okay, so we don't know what the result was.
Yeah, he was supposed to face off against Adams Sabine, but he did draw. So he's 3 and 1 draw. He's very much still in contention. might be already, if they're going for a top 8, might be already cleared for the top 8. I don't know. Feels, as we said, very strange decision to take an intentional draw in the
If they're doing
4th
top 8,
round.
they would do 6 rounds, right?
That normally 6 rounds go into a top 8, but this is not a like a, because it's a standalone tournament, they can do whatever they want, I guess. So maybe they, because there are only 31 players, maybe they do 5 rounds, and even though they don't have to, they do a top 8 because they have like all the prizes is for top 8. So maybe they want to have a top 8 to battle it out for all the carbonite boosters.
Yeah.
Could be.
I guess it'd be
Could
boring
be the case.
if the top tables like intentionally draw to split the prize or something.
Yeah, that would be super boring.
I mean, it's
let's
fine
hope
for them.
they
They can do that
find
as
it
long
out.
as they still play the game. I think that's
Yeah, that's the that's the most important. We want to see more games. That is correct. Okay, I'm not getting any feedback from Blaze. I can see. Next round should be going up fairly soon, I guess. From the schedule I've gotten, it should actually start right now. But
Definitely
I
not long game
think
then.
this last game probably went to time, and they're doing the last rounds there. That's my guess because it's still not reported.
Yep.
So they're probably waiting.
So what game are we going to get next, most likely?
That's very hard to say, I guess.
Well, you just got. But assuming there's no intentional draw again, then we'll get one of those. But if they're drawing again, then we won't. I wouldn't mind seeing the hand deck. Maybe that.
Yeah, I think
one really
that's
quickly, right? So maybe it will pop up.
that would be nice to see. Yeah, we haven't seen the leader and the player, so
I guess it depends who they play.
still not reported there. Yeah. Let's see if we can get some feedback. From the players on site. Have to bear with us. A few more.
So there are no boba, the new bobas. There's none of those in this event.
Not in the top. There is one. There is, as I said, the punk ass Andreas. He is playing Boba Green, but his standing was not that good. He was 1 and 2 after the third. I think he won his last this game at least, so he's 2 and 2 now.
Nice. I guess there are no Yodas. Did you see the last week before or the week before that with the Endless Legion plays?
I didn't see those games.
It was so fun. There was one game where a guy top decked. He just had nothing to play, so he played "You're My Only Hope."
And just hoped.
Top deck, and it was Endless Legions on top. But what's funny is there was one unit on the opponent's side that was a crafty smuggler, and he played a gun onto it and killed him because he had no
it
ground
didn't
sentinel.
matter.
So he played all his units, so many of them, and then killed by a crafty
still
sentinel.
wasn't enough.
But it was unlucky he had no ground sentinels in his resources.
Yeah,
but I guess that's down to deck construction and choices.
And I mean, he didn't have like a Luke or something either, so that he could.
Yep, he played all his
nothing
redemptions
like that.
manually. I think.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Oh, and redemption would have been a good card to have there as well. Yeah.
We played like insane things, but none of them did anything.
That is a fun combo in the game, but I guess it's not very reliable. So
Yeah, that's the point.
yeah.
But I've been playing a lot of Unity of Purpose as well.
Which card is that?
It's a plus X, where X is a number of different units. Double green, 6 cost.
Oh yeah.
So people play it with Rex, but I've been playing it with Padme. I've also played it with Hera. It's just super crazy good when you do it. It's the most bonkers. I've played it online, and you play this, and people just go, "What?" It's
Always fun to surprise people with
it's basically, you
play like
cannot,
that.
if someone's playing double green, you cannot ignore their units anymore. You have to kill their units, or
Yeah.
kill them first, because otherwise they hit you for 30 on turn 5, and you go, "What?"
That's a fun play.
It's just
So what are you mainly trying out now? Is it more Lando or is it still
Obi
Obi?
still. I keep going back to Obi. I can't get enough of it. Whenever I play Lando, I miss the heal, because
Yeah, okay.
there's so much pinging, even now with Django gone. There's a lot of Tarkin Town and things. So being able to just save units just long enough to get something out of them is nice. But I've been playing Lando, I've been playing Hera, Chewie, a bit of Akbar, but Padme as well. I played Padme before in the previous set, and she's really good, but she dies to certain matchups quite easily, and it's kind of sad. But the Unity of Purpose Padme is pretty good. It's, for me, Rex is a bit more all in on the combo, but if you don't get the combo, Rex kind of goes, "Wow, that's it." But with Padme drawing cards, I feel like you can keep going and try to trigger the combo later on. So I kind of prefer that. But Obi is my old go-to. I started playing my old deck again that came second in the PQ, and it still wins. Even with no new cards, it still does quite well. So I'm trying to make new stuff, but it's hard when you have a deck that still does quite well into the new matchups.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't really tried much villainy. I've gone to the light side.
As I said, I only play the dark side in this game, or the villainy side. I don't like to play or I actually did. I noticed after set one, I had a full playset in set one, but I noticed I never played the hero characters. So it was a conscious choice to going forward, not needing to put as much money into the game to get the playsets. I go for the villainy playset set instead.
Interesting.
So I think because I need a quick bathroom break, we'll just go for a very quick break here, and we'll be back in like a few minutes, just for us to get something to drink. I feel like I need some water for my throat, and I need a quick bathroom break, and we'll be back with round 5 very soon. So see you soon. Bye. And we're back. I will change everything you see, but as you see, it's Caleb on Yoda Red and Michael on Sabine ECL. This is the table 5 on
Now,
stream.
speak of the devil, there's Yoda.
I don't have to change Sabine. That's nice. Sat down in the right place.
So
yeah, and
Yoda Red is interesting. I guess force throws and things, but I guess that means it's probably not a weird combo deck, but you never really know because you may only hope into any card.
Yeah, it could be.
But it's probably got Great Dragons, I'm guessing.
Probably because of the red. Yeah.
Yep. And you're only hoping to Great Dragons is still good.
There.
And Luke's. But can it survive long enough against Sabine?
Yeah, that's the big question. If he has
this
an
worst
answer.
matchup is this?
I would suppose that he is not that happy about facing Sabine players. But maybe he has some good counters to it. Let's see on the other round 5 matchups then. Okay, so as we thought, both of the top 3 tables took a draw in the round 5.
What? Okay.
So
that's why we're on this table.
the players that took a draw in the last game did take another intentional draw as well. So my guess is that they're going for a top 8 and 3 wins and 2 draws will get you in no matter what.
Yes,
then a bit unfortunate because of less games being played, but
hey, we got some game on stream at least.
Yeah.
I like seeing Yoda, so we've got a Sabine
Very
turn
interesting.
1, and what did Yoda do? Nothing, I think.
Did he just take the initiative?
I think so.
Oh,
he's also sort of playing one-handed.
Yeah, I see that now. Caleb has a slight disadvantage playing, holding his card in a damaged cask. What's it called? Casts, right? I don't know the English word for it, but
so he's playing very controlly.
also...
So he's removed Sabine. Does he have a takedown for? He does have a takedown for that guy as well.
Yeah.
Would you take down Sabine or the? I've already forgotten the name of that guy again.
I mean,
Sundari Peacekeeper.
I guess you want to take down Sabine because you don't want
a Darksaber on it.
Darksaber on Sabine.
Darksaber on that is also Mandalorian. So.
Yeah, but then you can use a fellow dragon, or
you can
you have more options for
if it's not a leader. Yes, you do.
Yeah, if it's not a leader. So I think that's I'd go for if he wants to play the takedown this turn. I think I'd go for the Sabine. But we'll see.
Okay,
he goes for just wants to get as much health on his base as possible, I guess, for as long as possible.
Yep. Okay, so he's Yodering away an A-wing. No.
I think he wants to keep the You're My Only Hope because he if this is a bad matchup, I guess he could go for the just the lucky draw in the end.
Hail Mary into something crazy.
Yeah. So no Darksaber at least. Yeah.
Okay.
Sabine
That's not too bad.
By the way, that wasn't a super good turn from Sabine there.
Yeah, only 6 damage with this early is not too bad.
Yeah.
ECL is still up, but it doesn't really matter if you don't have any units.
Yeah. So Mikael is actually the Sabine player who I lost to in the SWU Open Malmö qualifier. He's the Sabine player there from then. He's played Sabine for a very long time, so he really knows this.
It's nice to see
stick.
someone stick to their
Yeah.
leaders even through the Django meta.
So it's going to be interesting to see what Caleb can do here. I'm not sure if he's a very experienced Yoda player, maybe.
He's doing okay. He's doing removal of the things to slow
Yeah.
down.
Did Yoda's ability again? What's he gonna remove?
So he's not going to get rid of Obi-Wan, is he? That's the perfect turn. Next turn, isn't it?
And he's giving up on the You're My Only Hope.
Ah.
And a Poe.
Without ECR even. I guess the issue is Wrecker ECR is pretty bad now if he plays Obi-Wan.
Yeah, that's really tough.
You'd rather Poe doesn't die for Obi-Wan either. So
yeah.
Does he have a way to kill Obi? That I don't see his hand.
No, I can't really see. So force throw. Is it maybe?
Kiadi Mundi, okay.
Okay.
That's
not good for Wrecker either way. But, okay, interesting. We'll see. Looks like Wrecker. Yep. Both Poe and Wrecker on the table. Guess you don't want to see that
no.
from the other side. So this is now he doesn't have any resources now, but he takes the initiative. You're my only hope.
He's got rid of Your Only Hope though. So.
Super laser blasts. Something like that. This is looking very tough for Yoda here.
So 14, and there's 8, 10 at least, potentially 10 more damage on the ball. A force throw isn't really going to help you.
No. He's looking A-wing, I think. Didn't help. Feels like he's not getting what he needs at all right now. And that's 8 more damage to the base. 22, so only 8 left. This has to be game 1, right?
Yeah.
It's a very rough start. Very rough start for Yoda here.
You can play Obi-Wan to block a little bit, but Yoda would have to get lucky and flip and kill something.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, he has to play Obi and then just. I guess Wrecker only does 1 damage if he trades.
Yeah. So if he flips.
So if he kills Poe, he's still alive in theory, but.
Yeah, but the problem. No, that's game 1. That was a really tough game 1 for Yoda.
Yeah.
Let's hope we get a more closer game this game, the game 2.
And that's one it seems like he's playing a very control-y removal deck. He's got mostly removal, it seems like. So it's pretty harsh when Sabine is still often doing damage, even if you're removing stuff.
Yeah.
I guess he wants more sentinels, if anything. But I mean, you really want to get a Yoda unit into play and then force throw.
Yeah. And village protectors, of course, if he has those.
Is he sideboarding things, I guess? Probably sideboard the crate dragons. You're not going to get them probably, but still. Yeah, Cham is not a good sideboard. Fang Fighters, probably in case of Darksaber, but
yeah, it could be. I mean, it could could as well remove Great Dragons and such. Then he has to close the game with something against Sabine as well. I guess Luke is a good card, as like the same way Anakin did. He didn't get there, but tried to with
Yeah.
Luke. Yoda's problem is flipping on 7 is tough against
Yes.
Sabine.
Yeah, I think Your My Only Hope lets you play for 5 less, so it's 2 less than the cost. So if you on 5 you could drop Luke.
Yeah, that's that could be a very big play.
If you can get that.
But then again, if you do that, and
It's
your
not too
opponent
hard. You need to have
ECL's record the turn after, that's
sure.
he can shuffle with his hand at least, so it's that's good.
Okay. He's part droid.
Part. Maybe it's like Luke.
All the good Jedis have their hand chopped off, so
yeah, that's true. It's initiation right.
I guess Yoda's going first. No.
So,
I would like Yoda to do well, but this is a tough game matchup, I think.
It's tough, but I would like to see a third game here. It would be fun to see if Yoda can take him down at least one game.
I'm willing to Sabine to only have 6 cost units.
Looks
2 of the same card. What is he? He's got Your Only Hope. He didn't have a turn 1 play last time, which was quite bad.
Yeah, that makes, of course, a big difference.
Because you would need to start trading to get rid of things. Yeah. And Sabine is a good pick because you can trade. If they play Sabine, you can trade into their Sabine.
He's ECLing probably another Sabine. Yeah,
that's good. So that's already good for Yoda, forcing the ECL already. Because they have to, because otherwise they trade your Sabine.
I mean, compared to last game, it's very much better because ECL is gone.
Yeah. So if he pulls off a Luke, he needs a Luke to draw a Luke, and he can use Yoda to put it on top.
Yeah.
He's got a Poe. Okay, he's got quite aggressive. He's playing red, so I guess he's got like Poe and stuff. So maybe
he got the Chiari as well, so I guess he wants to do something with the You're My Only Hope earlier play there. Shouldn't he keep the Poe?
You could play it this turn, right, with Your Only Hope.
But you need to die. Yeah, something needs to die, and I guess he's thinking I'm not killing anything right now. So, but that would have been great, of course.
Yeah, if he hadn't had Sabine, if his Sabine hadn't died, he would have killed their Sabine, did that, and dropped a Poe.
That would have been really nice. And Sabine is getting bigger.
Critical Sabine. Does he have a takedown?
It could be a takedown. And I guess that's a good play now. Yep.
That presents too much damage.
Yes.
Unless he deploys Sabine and puts Darksaber on her, that makes you sad. Because you played the Fang Fighter.
Yeah. He's still already on 10 damage on base. No units on board, but
is that a K2 in his hand? Yeah.
Here comes Sabine.
10 isn't too bad. Is there a Darksaber there? It's a Poe pilot. It's a Poe pilot, I think.
Okay. That's a lot of damage going in again.
So he's got Your Only Hope, but he has nothing worthy of it, I think.
Could just be a very bad matchup for Caleb here. Maybe he was hoping not to face any Sabines. As I usually do when I enter tournaments. just the Cassian there means he's gonna get at least 6 more damage on his base, going to 21. And Sabine's looking like he has a Poe in hand, might just play that out this turn. Looks
Here's
like
2 units at least.
quite an aggressive Yoda deck with Sabines and
Yeah.
Cassians.
I mean, he's gonna. Your main hope is getting close to being free, but it's just going to die before that matters.
Yeah, that's the problem. And so many units on board now.
Is that another Your Only Hope?
Yep.
Redemption.
That's a card.
That costs 5/3. He could play that with Your Only Hope for free.
So I guess he needs to
but
do
he needs to live.
that. Yeah, but if he kills a unit here, he doesn't die on the next attack, right?
Yeah, but
then
the attack after that.
Yeah, but now
he's
he
still
can.
technically alive. So if he has no attack buff, he can heal 8.
And if Sabine doesn't,
She's not instantly snapping something. So, oh no, she was waiting. Thought he was having a turn. Yeah, it's free. Your May I Hope is free.
Yeah, it's free actually because he was on.
He just needs to pay the extra 3.
That's unfortunate because he has a perilous position in hand, and he could have played that on Cassian now.
Yeah,
for 3. So that's unfortunate that he didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, he was down to 5 houses.
We don't have any way of contacting the judges here. So we'll just see if he can manage to get out of this anyway. Looks tough, but not impossible.
He's got 6 health left. He can deploy the Yoda
and kill something.
Chances are high he can kill something if he just flips it. And he has restore 2 on Yoda's side, but that's still, if he has any attack buffs, +3 isn't normally a thing you get, right? It's +2.
Yeah.
So in theory, he could survive.
Flips Yoda kills the ping, the red.
Kill that thing, yeah.
Kills.
It's 3.
The problem.
No, killing Cassian.
Oh yeah, because Yoda can kill the saboteur.
That's true. Yeah.
He couldn't kill Cassian on his own. So
Rebel Assault. Okay,
Rebel Assault. That's game. So I guess I don't think that little miss would have changed the outcome of the game.
No,
but,
probably not.
Still,
I mean, Cassian would have had 2. Cassian would have done 3 less damage and had only 1 attack. So
he would have still survived this, right?
Yeah, but then I think maybe he would have 2 less damage plus 2 less damage. So we'd have. So that would be 3. I think he might have lived if he'd played Redemption for free.
Yeah.
I think he probably still would have lost, but he might have lived another action.
Yeah, he would have gotten to play a few more rounds at least. But and could have just turned the game around because if he survived this turn, draws like a Obi-Wan units, big Sentinel that also buffs like Yoda if he dies.
He was a bit unlucky. He got him to use ECL straight away, but he was a bit unlucky. He didn't get any chunky ground units to follow up with. If he'd have got if he'd have actually had Obi on turn 6, that would have been a big deal because ECL was already used. So Obi-Wan could actually do the thing he's supposed to do of stopping the damage for a round.
guess
But
he's gonna be quite disappointed if he sees this
and sees he could have played
after.
Redemption for free. Yes.
Yeah.
But he's just got 30 health base. Yeah. So he had 5 left, or at least he had 3 left. I can't remember.
How much?
I think he
It's
had.
five,
I think
below
he had
5
3
life.
left, and then he healed 8.
8. What does the card say? It's below 5 life left.
5 or less. If your base has 5 or less remaining HP. I'm fairly sure he had less than 5. Huh.
Yeah. Interesting games. Quite fast games, of course. Usually fast games
Yeah, but that, yeah,
when Sabine's involved, of course.
indeed.
But,
But he did. Okay,
fun to see a Yoda.
he was better in the second game. But there was unfortunately, his only choice was a Fang fighter, and then suddenly, XP comes out, or something. That was kind of the annoying thing where you could have removed the XP, for example. Because he kind of it felt like he didn't really get what he wanted to play. I think on the right turns.
And interestingly enough, this is the only game that's finished, of course, yet. All of the other games are still playing. So we got the quickest game on the stream
Despite
this
the
round.
well, aside from all the intentional draws.
Yeah, that's of course. But I guess they'll be back playing in top 8 or top 4, depending on what they go for here. If I look in the melee, we have quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. So I guess they are going for top 8, if that's correct.
Oh yeah, quarters, semis, finals. Looking forward to that.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to just watching for a bit. It'd be nice.
Yeah. I am assuming that
unless they want us to keep going, but I'm thinking they're going. Unless is everyone in the top 8 in this?
I mean, as before, both Jason before this game was 0 and 4, so
Okay,
he's
so he could
definitely
take over.
not going to top 8 at least. And I think Victor, he was 2 and 2 actually, so I'm not sure if he could sneak in with 3-2.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, it's even harder to. We can go to the screen where we look at the standings after turn 4, because that looks quite interesting actually when you look at that. Let's see here. Transition over. So if we look here, we see. Let's see, that's round 4 there. Yeah. So this was the standings before this game. So the 4 top players took an intentional draw, and they still kept their top four spots.
Yeah.
I mean, now they're 3 and 2, 3 and 2 draws. So there could be some players that go to 4 and 1, but not enough players to put them out of top 8. So that's probably why they took that decision.
But I guess if they'd lost both games, they wouldn't be in the top. Is that?
Yeah, if they lost both games, they could have fallen out of the top.
So they get 1 point to do that. Yeah. Well, hopefully maybe they did play the game.
Yeah, they played it to have some fun at least.
Hopefully they did something.
I mean,
time.
here is when the intentional draws gets a bit boring, because it's quite. I wouldn't say unfair, because they did win their first 3 matches, Of course, they did very well there. But then to take 2 intentional draws and be in the top 8, then again, with these with only 31 players, there's only supposed to be a top 4.
Yeah.
I guess they're choosing to make it. We're not sure of that yet, but I'm guessing they're making it top 8 because they have all the prizes are in top 8, so they want a nice, and it's
So
fun to play a top 8 as well. I
it
guess.
does make more games. Yeah, we did the same. We had an event where we had 30, someone joined to make it 32, and then they dropped out after a few rounds, so we could have a
Okay.
top 8 because officially you couldn't have it unless you had 32.
Yeah.
But
In an official tournament, it would only be a top 4 here.
Yeah.
But so this kind of intentional drawing won't happen in a
it might in the
official
final
tournament.
round, but not in the
Yeah, the final round, but not the 2
Yeah.
last rounds. I don't think so. Anyway,
And so if you've won 5 out of 6 rounds, you're entitled to an intentional draw by that point. You're
yeah, that's not a problem for me because usually if there are like 2 or 3 or 4 players on 5-0, even if they lose the last game, they'll
Yeah.
go into the top 8.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really
Affect the
matter
result,
if they play or not. So
I think the only
could
time
be
it
good
can
to
be
have some extra because you did well, you get some extra time to freshen up before the top 8.
because it's a
That's
long.
okay. Yeah,
Even
it's a
this
long day.
isn't the longest event ever, but it's still long.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Let's see if
So we're gonna have
few
probably have
more matches that have been reported now. Maybe let's see. Jonah won his
nice.
last
What does
game.
that put him at?
That puts him at 4-1. So he's definitely in top 8 as well. He only
Nice.
lost the game against
Jacob,
Jacob. So he faced in the last round here. He faced Kenneth, and I can check on my other. Let's see here. I can see what he plays. Kenneth plays Quinlan Tarkentown.
Okay.
And Jonah does do the version of Anakin that doesn't play Colossus. So I guess that's a big plus
Yeah, big
against
plus against Quinlan. Yeah.
Yeah. So that probably helped him in that matchup. And did he win it 2-0? Yeah. So 2 wins for him.
What's Kevin playing that Jacob's playing against? Jacob is Sabine, right? And then Kevin is
Kevin. Yeah, I'll have to check here.
Kevin's 4-0, so I guess
he's playing Sabine ECL as well. So that's a mirror match.
Okay. And Jacob has 3-1, so Jacob wants to win this.
Yeah. I mean, maybe both of them can make it in.
Yeah.
I think Kevin is definitely
No, Kevin only
in
won
the top
3.
8.
Okay. No,
Yeah. Sorry,
Kevin
he
to
lost
Kenneth,
one
yeah.
there. So both of them were 3-1 before this game.
Maybe they, if there's a top 8, maybe they could have intentionally drawn.
Yeah, maybe they could have actually, but
maybe they'll get it. But Sabine versus Sabine, yeah. Are you allowed to intentionally draw after starting playing?
no, you have to do it before you draw cards. So you can't like play one game and see, and then or start a game. You have to do it before the game, and I think that's the correct way to have it.
But you can get a draw.
You can get a draw. Yes. Yeah.
So you could
That is
just
correct.
both play at a reasonable pace and not just be trading instead of trying to kill each other just to
But
get.
I would argue in a Sabine mirror, if you get a draw when it's when it would give both players an advantage, I'd probably think that would be collusion.
Yeah, everyone's finished. Who hasn't finished? This Sabine mirror match is still going.
Yeah.
What's going on over here?
And strangely enough, if they draw, both of them are in the top 8.
Then they
That
should
would
have
been
realized that and done the intentional draw at the start.
Yeah. It could be that it's really hard to actually count that out before the game, and I'm not sure if you can get help from the judges to do that, or if you have any rights, like to ask, am I guaranteed if I don't think so. So I guess it's just you have to roll the dice on the intentional draws. I mean, for the top players, it's probably not that hard to see that you get in, but
Yep, exactly. Yeah. Or maybe they're just enjoying playing the game and want to play some more games, regardless of the outcome.
I'm not sure if anyone enjoys playing a Sabine ECL mirror, but maybe.
Maybe some people like different things. They're all
Yeah, that is very true. So
some
I'm not.
people like playing control mirrors.
That's true. It's true. We have a few more games that's been reported. Let me update this. We have Hyrex 1. He's playing Admiral Piet.
Nice.
Nadiri Dockyards. Do you know
He's
what color that is?
3-2 now. Maybe he'll be in top 8.
Do you know what color Nadiri Dockyards is?
I'm going to say that is
Is it red?
green.
Green? Okay.
I don't know.
That's if it's green, it's a double green.
No, it's red. Okay.
It's red, so it's the Piet red. Okay. He
That's a fun
faced
game. Guess the base based on the name.
yeah.
We don't
Oh,
know.
you're gonna like you might not like that he won against Frog Dig, but Frog Dig actually played Lando Tarkingtown.
Lando Tarkin Town. That's just mixing
Yes.
two evils together. I'm not sure what that's about.
Unfortunately, he is now 3-2, so he's not going to advance to
Well,
top 8.
Hyrax is 3-2.
No,
They're both
2 and 3. Sorry, did I say it wrong way? So yeah, Frog Dig lost the game,
Yeah,
so he's now 2 and 3. So
that's not too bad for a Tarkin Town
go.
Lando deck. I'm not sure that's the best color for Lando, but
One, he did get a bye in the first round, so
okay.
one of the wins is the bye as well.
He beat Disky. What is Disky playing?
Disky is playing Dooku, Nabat Village.
Oh, that's the yellow one where you draw more cards.
Yeah, that's a spicy one.
I assume it's doing a swarmy.
Yeah, and we
view.
have in lower down here we have Martin and Jonte. They were playing. We had Boba Fett with Chopper Base for Martin, so that's a Boba yellow. He is now. He didn't have the best of luck this. He's only one. So he's 1 and 4. So it didn't go well for Boba Yellow. And Jont is playing Boba Fett Mos Eisley. So that was a mirror match. And he is 2 and 3. So didn't go well for Pilot Boba this tournament.
That's interesting. He's done quite well, I've seen when I played against him. So it can be
Of course,
the versions they have, we don't know, and how practiced they are with them.
And I mean, the triple dark raid, losing that is, of course, a big thing. And we have another game ending here. Let's see. We have the General Phil versus Unai. General played Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler. That's the Han Solo one, right?
I think so.
And yeah, the Theed Palace.
Yeah, Theed Palace. Yeah.
Yeah. He is now 2 and 3, so he's not going.
The hand player's not going through.
Well, but that's another hand player that is.
Oh, there are two hands with the same Theed.
Yeah, one of the. I think one of the intentional drawers, or maybe not. Maybe not. So let's see. Niklas was Bosk. Johan was Aiden. Tobias, Anakin. Kevin maybe. Sabine.
Kevin was Sabine.
No. It's that might have been the Han player actually.
Because the chance of you also using Thief Palace is quite low, I guess.
Yeah, felt like that. Yeah, yeah. He faced Gar Saxon yellow in the
Oh,
last game here.
there's a Gar. Who's the Gar?
Onai, Onai, who lost against General Phil, and so the Gar player is 1-4. Didn't go well for Gar actually. That's a quite fast deck. Can be really nasty when it gets to do its
Yeah.
thing. So I guess would have actually been one of my guesses for a deck that could do well in this new meta. Or Saxon
Yeah.
Yellow as well.
I
I
mean,
mean, he could have.
it mostly relies on shields, and if you can ping the shields off, then the buffs go away. So it's kind of.
Yeah, that's true. It gets a lot worse if you.
But it can do surprising amount of damage.
Yeah, I can
very quickly.
Very quickly.
Especially like the Iden pilot and things.
Yeah. So. Okay. It's going to be interesting to see the top 8. What?
We haven't seen them for ages. They've been hiding away.
Yeah, the top 4 at least have been
in
hiding
the
for the last 2
drawers.
games, trying to sneak it out before top 8. That's very interesting having like a lot of intentional draws.
It's not the best. It's not the best for entertainment.
No.
But and it's fine for them. But and if I think the worst thing I've seen was when there's a big event when the top 4 all decided to split the prize and then they didn't play any games, and it's like, wow, the stream is like going, and so now suddenly there's no stream because no one's playing any games.
Yeah.
So it's kind of disappointing when you get watched for the whole day and then it ends with that.
Yeah. And I mean, if we look at the standings here, if you look at the top 8, the top 4, was it the 3? Yeah, the top 3 tables actually did intentional draw. So probably the top 6 from the standings here are already guaranteed the top 8. So the other players are just playing to get the last 2 seats into the top 8. And Jacob here, he did just no, it wasn't Jacob. It was Kenneth here, the 10th seed. I'm completely wrong. It was Mike and Caleb who faced off on the stream, and
Yes.
Mike took that game. So I don't know how good of a chance Mike has going into.
You got a
top 8.
buy, so I'm guessing it's not good, is it?
Yeah.
So he's 3-2 with a buy, which is probably not the best.
And Jonah, he was 12th. He did win the last game. Oh, I said wrong before. I thought
Jonah
he
got
was.
3-2.
I thought he was. When you look at it, looks like he won the 3 first, but he didn't.
No.
Jonah, Niklas, and Johan Nilsson. That looks
Yeah.
very similar. So
It does, yes.
so he is 3-2 now, and I don't know if that will. I mean, we still haven't the the 4th table. Kevin against Jacob, the 2 Sabines. I mean, my guess is that both of those players are actually in the top 8.
Yeah, I think so. Well, Jacob got 3. If Jacob wins, he's got 4-0.
Yeah,
If
so
the
the
person wins,
one
he's got 4-0.
yeah, the player who wins goes to rank 1. But because that's got to be the only
Yes.
player with 4 wins.
And the other person is a 3-2.
A 3-2, and he just got a game against the number 1 seed.
Yes, but
Because
Jonah also played them, and
yeah, that's true. Jonah gets
Kenneth,
his
yeah. I think they've all played people at the top, so I guess it's
so
they're
it's
actually.
this is the first tiebreaker percentage here, right?
So I think because people who played against Jacob, if Jacob wins, because Jacob didn't get a draw, they have a higher standing, right? So the people by having an intentional draw, you're affecting the results of the people who played against you.
Yeah.
So Jacob winning means that people who played Jacob have a higher chance of getting into the top 8.
Yeah, that's right. So actually, everyone below the top 8 in this standing is just competing for one spot
Yes,
in the top 8 because one of the
those two will be
Sabines is
through. Yeah.
gonna take one of the spots.
Yep.
So
And
that's
the
very
rest of it's
very
math.
yeah, it's a lot of math there. And
So I think it could be. It won't be Kenneth. Kenneth lost too many.
Kenneth lost, yeah.
Yeah, Mike. Is a buy bad?
I'm not sure how much that gives you.
If a buy is back, because there's no. But he got a buy and played Jacob. Jonah played Jacob but lost to someone else.
He lost to Jacob and lost to Johan. Johan is also up here at least, but
But
then again,
Mike
he's
lost
taken
against
two.
Jacob and Humble, and then got a buy.
Yeah,
So I don't know if the buy affects it.
yeah, and how much does the intentional draw counts as a loss from as when you do tiebreakers from your opponents? Is it better than a
I
loss,
don't
or
know.
is it a loss, or is it? It's
One thing about intentional draw, if it does, if the person you played against intentionally drew, making you miss the top 8, that would be a sucky, right? Whereas if they played and won, you would be in the
yeah,
top 8. So, but it's kind of like this weird.
very very weird. Yeah. Let's see, we've got some more matches getting reported. I think might change everything here.
It's all the bottom things finishing now. I think the only
Yeah,
result we care about is the Sabine mirror that seems to be taking a very long time.
taking a very long time. They're taking their time. So it could actually mean that they're on their third game, probably, if it takes this long to play
Yep.
that game.
I think the Sabine mirror can just come down to who started the finished.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of times, I guess that's a big. If the decks are very similar, I guess that's a big
Yep,
thing.
we don't
Who
really know
started
how
who
different they
started
are.
the first game? Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I'm hoping they've got a few differences. I did see. I guess that was a different deck. That was Sabine we saw playing against Yoda.
yeah,
They had Poe Pilot, the blue Poe Pilot. No, that doesn't make sense. That's blue. It was
yeah.
Sabine
That's
green.
he
What?
had
Maybe it's Chewbacca.
Luke Pilot.
Luke
He did.
Pilot. But
Yeah.
maybe I saw you. Maybe it was probably Chewie. I saw. That's probably right.
Probably Chewie. Yeah.
Poe Pilot
I
doesn't make
guess
sense because that's
I guess most Sabines should have Chewie in the deck because
yeah.
you can, if you get that going, like turn 1 a wing, turn 2 Chewie, and your opponent don't have anything to counter it, you've just won right away, almost, very quickly at least. So quite a few games that's been reported, but we're still waiting for them. I don't feel like any of the games lower down will, even if
Matter.
players that win down here goes 3-2, they shouldn't be the last player
Yeah, based
getting
on the
into.
standing here, they're too far down. So
Yeah,
I would say, based on the previous standing, most likely, if Mike is here, then he probably is the one going through.
yeah, that's all. Yeah,
But it could be he's here because he's played someone else, therefore you have to split the difference.
yeah, it's very it's hard to know.
I just let the
But
software figure it out.
if we count the top 6 in top 8, and we know that Rakup or Kevin is going in, that's another Sabine player.
Yeah.
Then we have then the top 8 players would be, we have Sabine ECL, we have Bosk Green, we have Anakin Colossus, Aiden with Lake Country, we have Han Solo on fifth with Philip. Philip is the Han Solo player as well. So Han Solo, Theed Palace. So both Han
Oh,
Solo
there are
players
two
had.
of those.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And Nikiva is
I have to
on
ask them.
Anakin, Dagobah. So two Anakins.
And Dagobah is a good choice.
Yeah, that's a good
The other
choice.
choice is the shield generator base.
Yeah, that's a
Blue
nice one
one.
as well.
The blue one.
That's-
Those two are the choices. We should
But
rate the base
now,
based on the neutral
yeah,
base choice.
but now you can have a hyperfoil Dagobah base
Yes, I
because
have a
that's.
hyperfoil Dagobah
Oh,
base.
you did buy
I bought the blue one.
Twin Suns blue one. I actually ordered the yellow one the other
Okay.
day because I do play quite a lot of Twin Suns.
They're actually quite
Uh,
good for normal decks, just because you can put
yeah,
token.
yeah,
I put my battle droids and my TIE fighters in there as well, and that all fits in there.
yeah, yep.
So it's it's a nice, and it's got two sides. You can put the base on one side and the leader on the other if you want to have them showing on the outside.
Yeah.
So it's overall quite nice.
So right now it's looking like two Sabines, two Anakins, one Bosk, one Han, one Aiden, and of us eighth player that we don't really know.
Yeah.
That's quite diverse, at least top
Yeah,
eight.
indeed. Yeah.
So it's a good thing. It's not 7 Django's and 1 Piet.
Indeed.
Uh,
That's really nice. I think it's not like the Aiden is full control. I assume Busk is relatively controlly, but it's not blue, so
it's the green one. I
it's ramp. It's
I think
yeah. So it's not really control. I like that version of it. So that's nice. And then there's the aggro Sabines. It'll be nice to see some other aggro decks than Sabine pop up.
yeah.
See what else. But
I mean, it's hard for other aggro decks to be in the meta when Sabine's still there because he just does it so much better. I think.
maybe, but I still think like Leia could make a comeback with all the
Yeah.
Rebel synergies because you can outrace by the action
Didn't
progression.
in like set one meta Leia have had quite a good matchup into Sabine?
I think so because you basically attack twice and then you can take
Yeah.
initiative, so you keep getting
Yeah.
initiative. And there's a decent number of Rebel units with Chewie and things, so I think the red green Leia could still come back at some point
Yeah.
maybe. But people who played her with Lake. I don't know the Lake Town deck makes sense, but there are enough rebels in green now only to play that. But I guess
Yeah.
maybe that's the point, is that you could outrace Sabine because you've got 4 extra health.
Yeah. The
And
4 extra health there would actually do quite a lot.
Yeah, and they have 20, if they have ECL, that's even less health. So
Yeah, and you have 9 more health than your opponent there. That
yeah,
would be probably quite hard for Sabine to take that matchup, I think.
yeah. So
So
I
I
think,
guess that could be a thing actually.
and I wouldn't mind seeing. I'm sure Poe might have a chance, but it's a very different space, more space focused deck, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
For a Poe deck. And I think Django being removed opens the door for pilots more. I don't think people have really tried it that much, but because having a big pilot sucks if Django exhausts it.
yeah,
But with Django gone, there's not as much. You can still be exhausted for other reasons, but it's not as bad potentially against Sabine, for example, where you can put a big pilot on your ships and move Poe around and do more damage and outpace Sabine potentially.
We finally got a winner of the Sabine mirror match.
Oh,
So Kevin won
Kevin
the
won.
game.
I wanted Jacob to win because
2 and
I
1.
know who he is.
So looking at the standings, Jacob was 7th seed going into this.
Is
So
Jacob?
my
Is he
guess
still
is
in, right?
actually that Jacob lost to Kevin here
Yeah, so he's
in the
3-2,
mirror.
and then but he was
But I
higher than everyone else, right?
but I think he's gonna be taking the 8th place.
I think so too, because Mike has a
Kevin goes
bye.
up. The funny thing about that is that Kevin's gonna shoot to rank 1 because he's the only 4
And
and
he
1.
would play Jacob straight away.
They
Yeah.
would play each other straight away again. So they he gets another shot of getting the win.
But I think
And
if they intentionally drew, they would both be through still, I think, probably.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have to face it.
Play each
Maybe
other,
wouldn't
yeah.
have to
So
play each other in the
if they'd have
first
known of
game.
this other thing going on at the top, they could have intentionally drew
That could have been.
to
Oh, now
not
we
play each
have
other.
standings for after round 5, so we can see it here now.
Nice.
Let's see. Let's go up. Yeah. So Kevin takes the first place, King of Swiss.
Yeah.
We got Nicholas, Adam, Johan, Tobias, Nikiva, Philip, and Jacob, as we said, took the 8th place there. So they probably didn't have to play the last game.
Let's look at the points. They both had if they both potentially drew, they would both have 10 points.
Yeah, so that
Which
would
means
have
they
gotten
would be
them in.
it would be 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Which means they would have then not played each other.
So because they choose to go for a top 8 with this number of players, no one actually had to play the last game.
No.
If all the top 4 tables just intentional draw,
Well, I think that actually makes
everyone's
sense
still in top.
Because if you have a top 8 with only this many people, you don't need.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And there were only one game that they played it out, and now as a
reward, they have to do it again.
they get to play each other again.
Well, it's practice, right? I guess in some
yeah.
ways it's practice against each other.
And I mean, this is like usually the curse of facing in the Swiss, and now, of course, Jacob's going to take the top 8 game away from Kevin.
Maybe.
Just because of the like the bad luck of meeting in Swiss and meeting in top 8 and winning the wrong game of those. But interesting, yeah. So if we look at this right, so we're gonna have a Sabine mirror match on table 1. Table 2 should be Niklas with Bosk against Philip on Han Solo.
Yep.
Third place. That could be a fun game
both
to go on stream.
ramp.
Then we'll have Adam on Sabine against Nikiva on Skywalker, Anakin Dagobah. And then we'll have Yuan with Aiden against Tobias on Anakin Colossus.
Okay. They played.
So
they played before, didn't they? Is that the
no?
It was against Boston Blue they played.
Yeah.
But it's a similar matchup, I'm going to assume. So.
This gives us 3 Sabines ECL in the top 8. Not my favorite top 8s. 2 Anakins, 1 Bosk, and 1 Han. So it looks like Aggro's got a bit of a boost when Django's gone. But I guess we all kind of guessed that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think overall Aggro has more in this set anyway. I said earlier about if the fourth set is going to bring more healing, I think. So I think that might push Aggro back a bit if you've got a lot more options for healing.
Here we have the top 4 matches. So they just messaged us and said they're doing a few raffles, and I guess if there is some kind of participation prize, probably that's handing out now before the top 8. But then they'll go ahead and start with the top 8s, I guess.
So I guess since only, Jonah's out and Victor and
is it only Adam from the podcast left? I guess.
And Jason are all out, so I assume if they're going to do it locally, there are plenty of them to do it now.
Yeah.
They'll just take them time to set up or whatever they're planning to do.
Yeah.
I assume they're not going to stand behind the people commentating out loud.
No. I know they talked about they had actually a great place to do it in another room.
Okay.
It looks like I'm getting from Jason here that Jonah and Jason will commentate the top cut.
Nice. Should be fun. They have a bit more insight into if they played these guys and what decks they're running. So
Yeah,
cool to hear from the ground what's going on.
and hopefully they can sort out the intentional draw. Talk a bit about that maybe with you guys. They have more insights, but it was as maybe not surprising, but all the top 4 tables could have intentional drawn the last round and still be in top 8.
I think that's a byproduct of doing 8 rounds with 8 top 8
Yeah.
when you shouldn't.
This is a special because if they only did a top 4, they wouldn't at all been as because you see we have quite a few players on 11 points. And you can only have a top 4 there. You can't be like hoping you get in with the intentional draws there.
Exactly. If it had been a top 4, then and they did that, what they did, Kevin would have pushed someone out.
Yeah, that's correct. So so they will soon take over. I'm gonna put us on a waiting screen. Soon, top 8.
When does the top next thing supposed to start?
I'm not sure the timing, but I think they'll start as soon as they're set up. There's something happening by the play.
Someone put a bag down, but that could just be putting a bag down.
That could also be the casters who's
getting stuff and
getting stuff. But I think
that could be Jonah standing there.
Yeah, it could be. Okay, so I guess we'll thank you all for listening to us too for these 5 rounds. Yeah, I had a lot of fun, and I'm really happy you joined me, Allan. I wouldn't want to do this alone.
About the game in general as well as the games.
Yeah, we had quite a few fun games actually.
Indeed, I actually surprised that the Anakin. But the boss blue against Anakin was such an interesting game to watch.
Yeah, that was really fun to see how he managed.
Normally I hate control matches, but
yeah, but this was fun to see. So thanks all, and top 8 will begin in a few minutes.
Yeah.
So see you another time.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
All right,
There
we
we go.
should be back live here. And if
There we
you
go.
think my voice sounds different than from what you had just a little bit ago, and that's because I'm Victor, and with me, Jason.
Woohoo!
We're here. We're out of the tournament, so we are.
And we did not make top cut.
We did not make.
I went 0 for 5.
You did.
Oh,
That's
so
not
bad.
a stellar record. I at least got a 3-2.
Yeah.
1 3-2 made it. My breakers weren't good enough, so I am here casting for you instead.
Yeah.
So
Who we got?
we've got a quarterfinal for you now, and we're looking at Anakin Blue, played by Tobias, and
I lost to this deck.
yeah, and on the right side you can see Johan Nilsson, who is playing a Iden Grey, an Iden Lake Country. So yeah, Iden's Lake House against Anakin's Colossus, I think. He's on the 35-point base, and yeah, Tobias have been working working a lot on the Anakin deck already from set 3. So this is his deck that he was part of developing all the way back then, and it's just a continuation of that. This is, of course, the kind of meta that we are looking at now. We had a lot of Anakin in this tournament today, and we had a lot of Sabine in this tournament. And then you can see old things like Iden paired with new things like the Grey Lake Country. They're off. We have the C3PO from Anakin, which is the preferred opening move from this version of the Anakin deck all through set 3, and all still is. And I'm not entirely sure because the screen is slightly too small for me to make out what that was played from.
Give me a second.
Yeah, we are going to make it bigger, but Tobias taps it down, so it won't matter this turn anyway. I think that could have been a card draw Pershing, and it got a Perlis position on it, but no, it did not. Maybe, yeah, no, that was yeah. So it got Perlis position on it from Tobias, and it was then answered by a Power of the Dark Side from Johan, who took out that C3PO before it could draw the cards that he wanted, or remove the Pershing for that matter. Well, we move into round 3 here. For some reason, Tobias tapped down his Anakin. I'm not sure what happened there, why it's tapped, because he has no card that could have taken advantage of.
He must have hit something. I think he must have hit something and traded into something.
Oh, but he had new units, so
he did
that's
not.
just not possible. Or I missed something, but he shouldn't have had any units because he's played 2 cards. One C3PO, and then he played a Perlis position, and now he hasn't played anything yet for this turn. He's got 4 open resources, so that's just an error on Tobias' part. That Anakin should not be tapped. Or maybe, oh yeah, he could have used it as a soft pass. He could have tapped it to attack with nothing into nothing, and in that way get a soft pass that can't just be claimed back from Johan Nilsson. Johan, on the other hand, as you could see, played the old friend of the blue villainy decks, Charlson, with 3, I think that's 3 experience on it. So it's a 5/5 at this point, and not the full complement of 4 experiences on it. But Tobias answers with his own village protectors, shielded 2/2, and that is removed. Couldn't see what that was that removed it, but I think it was a takedown. I'm not sure. No, it was a perilous position. So removed by perilous position. That's the cheapest way to remove it outside of Power of the Dark Side, I suppose. Dr. Pershing draws a card, and
I think he got a client actually with that draw.
He did, yeah. That's good. That's certainly what Johan wants to see. But we do see a Poe Dameron come down here, and Poe could answer Charlson because he's a 6/6. Charlson's just a 5/5. So that's interesting. What will Johan do here? He just claims, yeah, that makes a lot of sense because he doesn't want Poe to be able to act first here. Now, did he see any removal that could affect a Poe? Does he have a way to answer that, Poe, here? So Iden has no damage on base at this point,
No.
which is problematic for Tobias, I would say. He would have liked to have been able to do some damage at this point. But, you know, he's got some damage on his own.
What's the
and-
comment? Is
and
that
that's good
daring?
enough.
What was that comment? That was the daring raid, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
no,
So-
that was the sacking, the
Three.
poor man's Power of the Dark Side, where you shoot
Yeah,
one each, where you
merciless
shoot one.
contest.
Merciless
Yeah.
contest, yeah. So
I
we
really like that card though.
It's
It's
nice.
still really nice.
Tobbe plays the draw a card unit. I can't remember the name of that ship, but it's 5/3/5 or something like that, and you can put 2 damage on it and draw a card. when
It's
you
a
play.
3/4, and you deal the damage as well.
Yeah.
And he's playing a
And
second
that's
one.
another one of those. So Tobbe is drawing some cards here, and both of these players have drawn quite a few cards. Iden flips here. For those of you who haven't seen her in a while, she's a 4/4 with shield.
Yeah.
So she comes in shielded, and she's got her restore ability that is pretty much pointless at this point, since
Yep.
there's no damage on that base.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's just powering on the damage now.
Yep.
And
Actually, he claims without using her there.
no, exactly.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's just to have. I think that's because he wants to have initiative going into the round.
Yeah.
Because with the Shildson, he can't be that much afraid of Anakin flip.
No.
Because Anakin won't be able to do anything.
No, he can
except for-
overwhelm if he can get a little bit more damage on beforehand,
a
but
little bit of a whelm, but you
Yeah.
know, he'll take 5 back either way, and
No.
and then Iden can just trade with him for the shield.
Yeah.
So at this point,
yeah.
Anakin isn't in a super good position, and Johan is just piling on that damage. We're up to 16 damage on Colossus, and here is a takedown. All right, so that's perfect. That's exactly what Tobbe needed there.
Yeah.
And now Anakin is actually problematic, because Anakin's going to flip as a 7/7.
Yeah.
And I think
And could deal
that-
with Iden straight away.
that would be a
That's a
regional governor.
That's a governor.
We have no clue right now what was called, but we will probably get information on that because we are at the location.
We
So
are on site,
we are on
which is
site. So
really
we,
cool.
we should be able to get some information on that. I think Yona will be entering this room in just a moment, telling us. We have Iden going to base, I think, and that makes sense because she want to keep that shield at this point. And that makes Anakin a 8/7 unit when he flips now. And there is no Sentinel on ground right now, so that is 8 damage straight to base, and then pass. So we have we do saw Johan draw into let's Super Laser Blast there. That will be online next turn. There are 7 resources this turn. What do you think? We're up to 20 damage, so 15 to go for Johan. How can he play that? Was he already on 8? Did he somehow ramp? Or they are both on 8 resources?
They are both on 8 as well, because it's so dark. They both
have
have black sleeves. They must have missed the memo.
Yeah.
That you can't have black sleeves on all playmats.
Yeah. Right. So I think that's, if he was already on 8, of course, that's absolutely the right play. But
the tech's going to help here. The tech is going to
help a lot.
really
And
good here.
both of these players have quite healthy hands. I think Johan has 4 or 5 cards in hand there, and Tobbe has certainly 4 cards in hand with all the resources as well. He plays Anakin's whatnot ship, and that's at this point that's a 4/3.
Yep.
Which is, it's not nothing.
It's difficult.
Johan has nothing.
Yeah, it's difficult with that die. It's difficult to see. We'll try and get them to use the reds for the next game, but it's difficult to see what actual damage has been put on there. But it must
on Johan's
be.
base. That should be 8 because there was nothing, and he hit with Anakin, and he hasn't been striking with anything else, as far as I can recall. So I think that's 8 damage on the Lake Country, while Tobias has 20 damage on his base there. Yuan is contemplating what to do there, and that's a Charleston. That's important.
With four
with obviously
blues.
at this point there's going to be 4 cards.
What's he got? Vigilance.
Yeah.
He's got a ship there. Another super laser.
Yeah.
Take down.
Yeah. So that's awesome. That's going to be key for Yuan in order to be able to keep up piling on that damage. Charleston striking for 6 as well. That's not nothing. And Tobias, being a seasoned veteran card gamer, makes notes when he sees the hand. I wish I had the discipline on Tobbe, and if I did, maybe I'd be in top cut.
Yeah. We didn't hear what the original governor had named, but it doesn't matter now.
Off the board now anyway. Obviously, it did not name Super Laser last. So yeah. Now, Tobias is thinking hard about this. He has some options. He's on 9 resources. He's got tech out, so his whole resource road is live. I did see Concord Dawn there. I think that was the set 1 R2 for some filtering of the cards, maybe. It's a fairly cheap unit if you want to stall for time. Looks like he's tapping down 5 resources for a perilous position there. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Before tech got destroyed, that's very nice. Yeah,
it's good. Making Charleston effectively a 4-4 rather than a 3-3, which makes it, that's really nice. Open fire will fix that and take care of Charleston.
And now he's realised it dies. That's
it. And Charleston's off there. But that's effectively a 2-4 for 1. He had to pay 2 cards to get rid of that Charleston.
There we go.
Granted, one of them came from the resource row, but still. Now, Tobbe keeps resourcing here, and to me, that says that he is going for the really big units. He's trying to reach.
He's got a Crate Dragon in hand.
Crate Dragon in hand, and I think that's where you want to go. He's on 10 resources now. He could play that crate at this point. But
the super laser obviously
would
get rid of it.
Yeah, but that would put him. It would still.
It's still 8 damage.
It's 8 damage, and it would kill that. Devastator. Sorry, not Devastator. Annihilator. No. The blue. The set 1 blue big bad.
Yeah.
I'm just off my game here after a full day of playing.
It really does the head in, doesn't it?
It does. And you can't really play the Crate Dragon now because that would just be taken care of as soon as that thing strikes. So he's got to do something before he can play that. And that was some kind of removal. I couldn't really make that Rivals fall, I think. So he did take care of the is that the Annihilator? No, the Annihilator is the new one, or are they both Annihilators? They might be Annihilators.
The Annihilator is the blue ship, but I don't think that is. It's really said the feed that we've got actually isn't the same quality as the one that you guys will watch.
No, we're looking at a much grainier picture, but we wouldn't be able to make out the text on the card anyway. But I don't think. One, but I think they're the same ship. They just from different sets.
Which ship are you talking about? This one here?
The one that's
the Avenger.
That's Avenger.
That's the Avenger.
Yeah, right. Avenger.
Oh yeah, that's the Avenger.
It's an A card.
Yeah.
In more than one way.
We've
got Charleston at 6/6 Charleston there, and Tobias got 5 open resources, and I think he didn't claim, right? Yeah, he did.
He did because
and that was a long pike hitting board as well, which will be providing shields for Charleston. That's insanely good value.
It
makes it really hard for Tobias to actually play something now, because as soon as there is a unit on Tobias' side of the board, long pike can put a shield on it and then put a shield on Charleston.
No, of course, exactly. I mean, you could also almost play the Crate Dragon just to distract.
Yeah, at this point, the Crate Dragon might actually be interesting, but he is afraid, obviously, of the big cards in Johan's hand.
Yeah. Well, because he'd lose the Crate.
He'd lose the Crate immediately,
straight away,
most likely. But it would deal a lot of damage to something.
Yeah,
but if there's a Shilen's got a shield at that point,
he is only on 20. He's only on 20 damage.
Yeah.
So the distraction could be okay. They'll have to trade into the Crate Dragon if he doesn't want to take the damage.
Remove it. He'll play some removal to kill it.
Yeah.
He's got Super Laser Blast.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff in there.
And he's got other things that could kill it. Like, he'll draw into.
That is true. I'm not used to having such big hands when I play.
He'll probably draw into another Avenger or something. So it'd be problematic to play the Crate Dragon without any kind of shielding.
Yeah.
Like even a Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest would take care of it at this point. So he needs to shield it some way. Play something small and the Crate maybe, but then the Crate is he just scoops it there. That was just too dire a position for Tobias. I think he has some answers in his sideboard.
Yeah, he has scoop though.
He does have control mirror, I'd say, because this version of Anakin is a control deck for sure.
Yes, yeah, no, that is true. That is true. We're just gonna change some stuff up here. That was 1-0 to Yuan.
Yeah, 1-0 to Yuan. And both of these players are from Stockholm. They have faced each other before, I'm sure, but mainly I'd say that Yuan usually plays with the same crew as Caleb. No, Yuan is not from Stockholm. He's from Eskilstuna, but he is a friend of Caleb's, who is in turn of the same crew as Kevin and Niklas. Both of them are also in the top cut of this tournament. Kevin is back on his Sabine. He was almost as happy as I was to see Sabine rise to the top again. And Niklas is on Boss Green, which both of these guys won PQs with the respective leaders. So they are certainly on decks they like at this point. Johan is of kind of the same crew as these guys. And then Tobbe is mainly playing with the Nordic Takedown crew, I'd say. He's playing a lot with Adam and Niklas and the rest of us. We're trying the best we can to give you some semblance of an image of us, and we are failing because we are not. Shouldn't we just use the? All right, that could work. This is a little bit weird.
This is gonna have to work. And we'll get the names right, but I did not consider that we would have that we would need a big thing set up with obviously with the proper sponsors on that we want to have as well, because we need to show them the respect as well.
Right. So we are at the Manatorsk, and the store that supports Star Wars Unlimited the most in Sweden, probably.
Yeah.
There's a local play group.
Yeah, exactly.
Up to 20 players every week, which is huge in Sweden. I don't think there's any other store that can boost that.
No, we do really well every week, and not everyone can make every week as well, because we switched from a Wednesday to a Thursday as well. It looks like we have the same mic here. But we say that actually we are in the same room.
Yes, next to each other.
Yeah, exactly. However, I didn't have the right screen set up as well to do this as well. They're just setting up there as well. So
well, let's return to the game because they are shuffling up after having sideboarded, and we have got Yola in here.
Apparently, there's an echo.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I've just apparently now I put this in that there is an echo that I need
That's because
to.
there are two of us there.
Now there are two of us.
Yeah, now there are two of us. You will not have to deal with this echo as soon as we move over to the screen where you can see the actual play.
Yeah, exactly. I just need to.
And we will fix this for next time.
Yeah, they're just setting up the thing as well. I thought I was doing something a little bit fun with this, but
turned out it was a technical nightmare. All right, let's get on to the board and see what they're doing, because
that's fine. Right, we don't think if the echo is still here, let us know.
Yeah, probably not though, because their screen will have double of us. Now, anyway, we're moving into round two of the quarterfinals from Manatorsk, Cantina Brawl number 3 on the top cutway here. They're cutting each other's stack, and we'll see. Now, both of these players got pretty much the perfect opening hands last turn. I don't think either of them could have wished for better to turn 1 and turn 2 plays to answer, and they had the perfect answers for each other. So let's see if they could be as good as that, because if Tobias can pick an opening card, that's always going to be C3PO.
Absolutely,
because
yeah.
that's just bonkers card draw in his hand, while I think Johan will always want perching in that opening hand to get more card draw from that.
No, completely, yeah.
Well, looks like Johan took a mulligan there. Could be, while I think Tobias is fine with his hand there, because he placed that flesh and blood hand token on it.
Yeah, the resource token for flesh and blood, which
He uses as a hand token. Right. So we are on the way. Johan is deciding on resources. I couldn't really see what that was. I think he's got an entrenched in hand there, and the rest is a misery. So let's see.
Yep.
So Tobias soft passes, and that's indeed what he's doing with that. I just wasn't caught up to it, but then I realized that's what he's doing. So he just tapping Anakin as a pass that can't just be fast claimed, because obviously Johan is just perfectly happy with moving past rounds and moving up into higher resource numbers. Johan's deck is certainly the more top heavy one, even though Tobias has a control deck with a heavy top end. I don't think he can manage to compete with Tobias.
No, but Tobias also wants to go. He wants to hit hard when Anakin comes out. He wants to set it up.
Yeah.
So it would be the slightly more aggressive deck.
For sure.
Anyway,
yeah, he wants to win a couple of resources earlier than Johan would. Now, Johan is just very happy with this opening here. He's got Pershing out, so he can draw some cards, and there is no units on the board that threaten his units. Tobias tries again for the flying unit that draws him a card, and Johan also draws a card with Dr. Pershing there. Soft pass with Anakin. There's one open resource for Tobias, and that's a Charleston.
Yeah, with a big hand of blue. Yeah.
With a big blue hand there. Getting 4. He's already getting 4 experience tokens on that Charleston, making him 6/6.
Yeah.
That's unpenetrable.
That's no glory. He's got 2 no glories in there.
2 no glories,
and,
1
power.
power of the dark side. So that's a really strong hand from Johan. And he even held the card back there because he's got 5, and that was a super laser blast in Johan's hand, and he drew into, was that, I couldn't really make out what he drew.
I think that it could be another Pershing that he drew into. I think.
It could have been. He did resource something.
Yeah,
a unit.
So basically, it's going to be hard for Tobias to get through. If he can get through one Charleston, there's another Charleston coming out at the moment.
I think so, yeah. and Johan is just happy to keep drawing cards at this point.
Yeah.
He might, opportunistically hit for 6 every turn with Charleston, obviously, but that's not even important to him. He'd rather claim if that's more beneficial to him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If he's not going to take damage, then he doesn't need to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, he drew a perilous position.
Oh, that was a perilous position.
Yeah, that's the thing.
He's got all the control he could ever ask for in his hand, and he's got a bigger unit on the board, and he's got card draw for days. So Tobias is in the spot here. He's got 5, so his perilous position on Charleston, turning him down to a 4/4, which is still something. But at least he's saving himself some damage on base. 2 open resources for Tobias. Johan will probably just kill that thing with the perilous position, and then C3PO, which draws him a Yoda. Yeah, I guess that's not bad. C3PO can't kill Charleston. It gets to become a 3, hit for 3 with uncanny ability. That's not enough to kill Charleston, even with the perilous position on it. But there could be other tricks up to be as a sleeve there, though. Not sure that.
Yeah, I mean, he can do his own blocking. He's got village protectors in there as well. He's got his own removal as well. I'm just not sure it's enough.
Right.
Up against.
He hasn't even decided on the resourcing yet.
Yeah,
something
exactly.
came down too fast for me to see there. Could you make that?
The
Tobias's resource there.
No, yeah, I didn't. I could not see that at all whatsoever.
But Yuan is just fast killing the C3PO with 1 hit, taking 1 back, so he's effectively a 4-3 now. And Tobias has nothing on the board right now. He is playing, and again, we don't know what they're calling, but I hope we will get some information on that.
Yeah, could be super laser.
Could be super laser. That would be interesting as a call, of course, but Charleston could just remove it next turn anyway. So I don't think he would call that. He probably called something that could come down this turn. That's probably how I'd play it if I was Tobias. But you never know. You never know. That would at least save Tobias 4 damage on base. So Yuan is actually using the healing ability here because there is a little bit of damage on the base. Not sure exactly how much, but some. So Yoda coming down, that's nice. That can take care of Charleston. And with the damage on now, though, even the regional governor could take care of it, but that's nice. Yoda's perfect here because he can play that force throw, forcing Yuan to throw something away. He's got
he's only got big cards.
No, it's got some 3-costers in there. I think I thought I saw a Power of the Dark Side in that hand. So that
he's got Power of the Dark. He's got Power's Position as well, which is a 3-drop as well.
And that's the 5-drop. The new.
There's the No Glory.
No Glory.
Yeah.
Killing Charleston.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he had a couple of them in hand, so he could spare one.
Yeah. No, he's at this point he's picking it in order to. He doesn't. I mean, Charleston would have died from whatever he threw, so he might as well throw something big.
Yep.
So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Power of the Dark Side will be very, very good later in the game when he's trying to get rid of. Crate Dragon or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And he's playing No Glory, taking control of Yoda and gets to draw a card.
Yeah. Yoda draw card draw. That's what we want.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best he can get at the moment. I think it's difficult to see what Tobias does have in his hand though, because like he's playing calmly. He's only taken 6 damage, but we are getting into the top end
looks
of
like
everything.
A Vanquish maybe in his hand.
Yeah.
And there was some removal in there. It was a little bit fast shuffle there. So Tobias is on 6 resources, 7 resources even. He has not flipped Anakin because he's too afraid of the Power of the Dark Side, I can only assume. So he plays a big booty Cassian Andor.
Yep.
But it's immediately answered by a takedown.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Just like Johan's hand is just like whatever he puts down he's going to get destroyed now.
And he's got 3 open resources to play Power of the Dark Side if indeed Tobias flips. So Tobias doesn't flip, and that's another 4 damage on base. And I don't know. Pershing will be putting 1 damage on that ship.
Yep.
Not sure what ship that is though, because our screen just turned very grainy. Can we see what that is? Maybe chat will tell us. No. I can't see that.
That's a TIE fighter.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's the 3-2 TIE fighter, yeah.
The healing TIE fighter.
Yep.
All right. So this game is looking a lot like last game did. maybe even worse for Tobias, because Tobias hasn't been able to flip into anything with Anakin at this point, and we're already on 8 resources. So I don't really see what Tobias can hope to accomplish here. Of course, luck can turn. Power of the Dark Side take care of that Cassian, and that is some kind of...
That's the one that create the TIE fighter.
Yeah, the protective wing or something like that.
Yeah,
cover the wing.
Cover the wing. And you'd put a shield on something.
Yeah, and there's nothing to put the shield on, but you know.
Yeah.
And you want your trades. There's no damage to heal off the base anyway. And we are slowly progressing on the damage on Tobias's base. Tobias now has 14 damage on his base, whereas Johan has a clean 35 health left. And he's playing that Charleston with 4 on it. So that's he's showing at least one,
so no glory,
vigilance,
perilous, vigilance.
Vigilance, yes. And that last unit I really can't make up. I
think
it's
that
a ship.
That's the Sentinel. That's the Pike Sentinel.
It's the Pike Sentinel. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a small little Sentinel to back up the big one. Yeah, why not?
Yep.
At this point, it looks really rough for Tobias. And if Tobias would somehow miraculously be able to claw into some kind of a board state, Johan is keeping that Super Laser Blast in hand. It's ready to go. It's just primed for whenever something turns bad for him. So that's Folder Dragon taking care of Charleston. 4 damage to base, bringing Tobias to 18 damage. And that is open fire. That will take care of nothing. Oh, no, yeah, he is through the card. Right.
Yeah.
No, it was not. I'm completely off there. That was a pillage. He had Johan's discard 2 cards from his hand. That's what that was. Yeah, we are not used to seeing pillage that much lately, but it is certainly a sideboard card that can make a difference into control like this. But that is Snook hitting the board, making further problems for Tobias. Tobias sure wish he had a Super Laser Blast of his own at this point, I think. And I
yeah, exactly. It's almost worth, if you know you're going to have a lot of control.
Yeah.
Maybe is it almost worth playing the Super Laser Blast anyway?
Yeah.
Aspect.
Yeah, that's the Vigilance Vanquish taking care of Snook.
Yeah.
But another 4 damage from Aiden, pass on, and that is another pillage. So 2 more cards out of Johan's hand. And Tobias shakes his head in frustration. That is the Super Laser Blast and the Vigilance going down.
Yeah, exactly.
Why keep that Vigilance when you have no damage on your base to heal? Of course, he could start milling Tobias, but you know.
Yeah.
Why bother?
Exactly. There's an interesting thing in chat here. People talking about how the Pershing drawn 7 or 8 cards. Now, we're going to get to a milling kind of situation here as well, where he's going to run out of cards.
But
because
are we though? Because there's still quite a lot of cards in both decks. They're not running out anytime soon.
No.
And
with the
without
damage.
without a couple of Vigilances hitting now for the mill condition, that's not going to happen before Johan can steadily accumulate enough. I mean, Aiden's been hitting for 4 every turn.
Yeah.
And now Snook's on the board, hitting for 6 if he gets to stay. And Tobias has to prioritize removing Snook. So that is that's a Ravels 4, removing the Snook. And Aiden hits for 4 to base.
Yep.
Bringing us to 26. So, yeah, a couple of more turns, but they're not going to run out of deck anytime soon. So that's
exactly. Is that another pillage he's played?
Yeah, that's the third pillage. That's the third pillage. And Johan is then going down to only 4 cards in hand.
Only 4.
Yeah. Is that a Luke in his hand?
That is a Luke in his hand.
Why is Aiden playing a Luke? I mean, that's
because he goes
salty.
high enough anyway.
That is salty.
I know he's got the guts to.
Yeah.
to
And why
play
not?
that
Why
Luke.
not? And he's
But-
playing the Luke, isn't he?
No,
that's
he's not.
That's the
There's
ship.
not. Yeah,
That's
that's
the
the
ship.
ship. Yeah, there we go.
And
Good
Tobias
game.
just shakes his on that because there's no
Yeah.
way. He can
Though we
find
didn't
that.
see the Luke. Come
No,
on.
we did not see the Luke hit the board. No, that's a hard control deck.
That is hard
doing
control.
actual hard control without the mill thing, but actually just doing hard control,
Yeah.
removing everything as soon as it hits the board, and then keep beating up the base slowly but steadily progressing. That was just probably very miserable for Tobias.
I know. I mean, I don't think Johan's a popular guy at the moment. Like he's bringing a double blue to a casual
That's not
tournament.
the double blue even. That's just a blue with
No, that's a blue. I mean, he might as
Blue
well be
gray.
double blue.
He just
Yeah.
figured that he wants to actually have 6 cards in hand rather than 5 in his opening hand.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
he doesn't mind paying more for the vigilances. Well, I think that's enough for this time. We are going to go for a break, aren't we?
Yeah, let's have a break, and we need to sweat a little bit with the mics and the setup here as
Yeah,
well, with the
yeah.
switch over and everything.
Right.
And I think Victor, it's you if you have time with Jonah for the semi-final, if you have time before your train, or it's going to be myself and Jonah.
Depends on how
for the
fast they will
semi-final.
start the semi-final here.
Yeah,
we will know.
we've got 3 other games going on as well. They have to
Yeah,
wait for
yeah.
that we do as well. So well, huge thank you, Victor. Hopefully we'll see you in the next game.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
hang about, and we will be back.
The semi-finals in just a while.
So
It'll take us a couple of minutes to organize everything, and then we don't actually know when they're starting the semi-finals. So just hang tight, and you will see more from us, whether it be me and Jason, me and Jonah, or Jonah and Jason.
Yeah,
We'll see.
exactly. I mean, unless it could even be Adam, who
Could have gotten knocked out.
he could have gotten knocked
He
out
could have
as well.
gotten knocked out, yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing with this tournament. Like if we talk a little bit about the tournament.
Yeah. Some of the very best Swedish players are here today.
Yeah,
Even though we're only 30
absolutely.
people here, it's absolutely stacked. We've got the very best players here right now. We've got Niklas, Kevin, and Adam, who are the 3 people that won the Nordic PQs last set.
Yeah.
We've got Piotr here. He got knocked out. He didn't even make top 8, who is certainly one of the most accomplished players in Scandinavia. We haven't got any Danish players, so it's basically just the creme de la creme of the Swedish players. But we do have Jonah from Norway, who's been racking up points in the TTR league. Just not this very second, but he's done well.
Exactly.
Over his
Yeah,
time.
that's going to be a bit. Let's try and transition to this. It's going to be a little bit weird, but
It is.
shouldn't. It's a bit weird, but you shouldn't have the thing as well. We're going to try and set up
Yeah.
a different thing for both of us here. You can see we're in the same kitchen.
Yeah.
Here as well. But there's been so many good players, and so even if it's been only 31 of us, actually
Yeah.
we had to drop one of the players. He had to go and see to a family thing. So even though we had 30 players and most of it 31,
Yeah.
it's been a lot of very good players and a
Oh,
very
we've got
high standard.
Philip and Nicola in Top Cut now, who
Yeah.
are certainly probably the 2 most accomplished players who hasn't actually been winning things.
Yeah.
So outside of not actually making really any major victories, they've been top cutting PQs all over
Yeah.
the place. Philip is in a really good spot here. He's playing Han 1 Green. He's been on Han Solo 1 for a long time. He's
Yep.
so good with that deck. He was a little bit discouraged having to move from yellow to green because of the DJ ban, but he seems to have been managing well.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
he's
hand
feeling-
green was a good deck in the first place.
and it was.
And you've got so many more tools now with
Yeah.
jump to light speed.
Yeah.
Chewbacca is a really, really good thing as well.
Yeah.
It was really tough to get a hold of
And-
Chewbacca.
The most played deck today are Anakin and Sabine, and
Yeah.
and Han Green has an excellent game into Sabine. I
Yeah.
think that's probably one of the worst matchups for Sabine. We've got Adam is on Sabine, Kevin is on Sabine.
Yeah.
We've got at least 2 Sabines in the top. I think we've got 3 Sabines.
Yeah,
in the top
exactly
there.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that Philip is definitely in a good spot with his green.
Exactly,
Han
yeah.
Solo here.
yeah,
Nicola is on Anakin as well.
Yeah.
Tobias, we just saw Tobias
Yeah.
lose here.
Yeah.
So I think we have a game on here. It's
yeah,
going to be
yeah.
interesting.
How did your run go?
So I went through.
Not that we really want to talk
Yeah.
about so much,
Oh,
but
no,
you went
yeah.
3-2.
I
You were
went
zero.
3-2.
You were 0 for 2 at lunch.
Yeah.
But you went 3-2, which was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did catch up. And both of my losses were really close to
Yeah,
Nicola,
yeah.
and that was just
Yeah.
a misplay from me.
And you were on Sabine.
I'm on Sabine.
Yeah.
I'm back home, maybe. I'm back. I got my baby back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah. And I think I went for Quinlan.
Yeah.
My big mistake was messing around with my deck at 2 a.m.
Yeah, you should not.
I should not do that. No,
No,
exactly. I was like, I had a few high hopes because Django was gone, but at the same time, because Django's gone, other stuff has come in.
Yeah, no, I think Quinlan's still one of the very top decks, but I think you need to put your cards in your deck and not remove them at very late hours.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I should have left the Crafty Smugglers in. I wanted some 1-drops because I know some of the players here have played a lot of 1-drops before, just from past experience.
Yeah.
But I also made a mistake by accidentally taking out a Spark of Rebellion,
Yeah, not good.
which I don't want to do.
No.
But at the same time, it wasn't a bad deck. But at the same time, Quinlan, it runs out of steam against Colossus.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I've realized today, is that it ran out of steam big time against Colossus, and also there's more tools now and other things coming out that can counter Quinlan. So Quinlan isn't now the counter for Django because Django's gone. Quinlan isn't actually as strong a deck as it should have been in the past. It's still a good deck.
It's still really strong.
It's really strong, but it just runs out of steam against those big, the higher,
Depends on the
the
build,
higher
though.
base things
Yeah,
as well.
if you
Or I
start
just
working
messed up
with
my build.
one-drop, if you start
No,
working with
yeah.
one-drops,
No, but even like Kenneth from Oslo,
yeah.
he was there. He lost against Tobias on Anakin,
Yeah.
and there was one damage away.
I think Anakin is a rough matchup.
It is now. It used to be a good matchup for Quinlan. But with a 35 base, it is not. It's a really tough matchup for Quinlan because Quinlan can get to the 30 health. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you play right, you can get there easily. Against the 35 health base, it's been really difficult. It just felt so far off. You can't go in for that big kill. You've got to keep controlling the board. And by the time you're trying to hold on with the board, they bring out the big guns.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that's going on with Quinlan as well. So just just rounding up ours as well. We can probably hear from Jonah what's going on with his day as well. But the meta is such like just Django just disappearing like that has been a really interesting thing for the meta.
Yeah.
Right. It's just like what do we even do? Like
within
a few days.
Still.
Yeah.
I mean, this tournament we would have had a lot more sad faces here if we didn't have the ban.
Not only the ones going up against the double blue.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, let's have a quick break. Let's go and see what's going on.
Yeah.
We will be back pretty soon with the top 4. Someone's asked about the deck lists. We will post them up as much as we can.
They will be posted
within the next couple of days.
We could maybe get it between rounds because obviously now everything is open playlists.
Yeah,
but,
we could try and do what we can and talk through that for the next round.
We do, unfortunately, at this point, we used. That's not unfortunate, it's brilliant, but we used Melee 4 deck lists.
Yeah.
So we would have to transport them into deck images through some means. We'll work on that, and you'll definitely get them at the Nordic Takedown server, a Discord server.
Yep.
They will be available there, and we will post them somewhere else as well. And obviously, don't forget SWU Competitive Hub. They will also have access to the deck lists as soon as we make them public. Noxum is always great at putting things up there. He's fast, that guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Love that guy.
Right, guys, thanks for tuning in. Super. By the way, if you haven't yet, go and find at Mato. Always tell me the odds. They're another Swedish podcast. Magnus, he's probably talked about it like countless times already. Yeah, I hope he did. He's done a huge favor to us because the thing with today is that when we're casting stuff by remotely, the nice thing is that we're remotely, so we can focus on the thing. But when all of us are actually in the location, it makes it a little bit harder and we want to play. So Magnus done a huge favor. Allan has done a fantastic job as well. Huge favor. But always tell me the odds. You can see them up in the sponsor thing there as well. Yeah, exactly. And Eswolu Nordics have provided prize support as well, so we'll just say that one as well. But we will see you in 5 to 20 minutes when the top four starts. See you later. Transition. Well, hello.
And
We are back.
sorry. We don't see the table for the moment, but Adam is going to be. We're going to watch Adam versus Philip. Philip is playing Han Han 1 green, and Adam is playing Sabine.
Is this
ECL.
Philip, the local Philip?
No, that's Philip. That's Andromandrix.
Andromandrix, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we got him off of Krennic.
No, he's gone on Han forever.
He has been Han
played
forever, yeah.
Han Yellow last set, and he's probably the most accomplished. Him and Nikolai's are certainly the most accomplished players in Sweden that hasn't won anything big. Both of them made multiple top cuts in PQs, and they've been just smashing in store showdowns and whatnot. And finally we get to see Philip make semi-finals here tonight. Yeah, and we get into on stream. We haven't streamed him a lot. This is Adam's first time on stream today as well. Yeah, I think Adam has never been on a stream before. This is his first time. And no. Adam is flexing the champion mat there, and obviously they get to review deck lists. Maybe they already did actually. I think they're looking a little bit now at the deck list and stuff that we're not actually starting just yet. We can see them on their phones as well. But the other top four, we have the Iden, of course, from the time before. This is Kevin Osborne. Yeah. So Kevin is playing Sabine, and he just now said that he's too old for this shit, and that's coming from a guy that has barely turned 20. It's not 9 o'clock. It's not 9 o'clock yet. We've got to be that careful of the language. Oh, all right. And we're not pre-recording this. He's too old for this explicative. Yeah. While I'm making bloopers, Jason is opening packs. I am opening the packs, the packs as well. I've got an Omega. So if you get some whoops from Jason, that's because he's pulling a legendary or something. Live on stream, right? Live on stream. This is content, my friend. I know. I'm opening Twilight of Republic as well. They're still going through deck lists. We don't really want to see them go through deck lists as well. We're also really tired as well. We've been playing. I was up at 5 this morning. It's not a showcase, but it goes Django Fett coming straight out of the Twilight. You've got a Django Fett coming out there, not legal, not legal at all. And the Rush Clovis, what does he get played in? No, not much. If there ever is a Thrawn Thrawn deck, maybe he could be in it. I don't know. Whatnot. We are waiting for the guys to finish up reviewing their deck list, but let me tell you a little bit more about what's coming on after this, because this stream has 2 more games to it. And we are going to do a live podcast. I am with Gustav Eklund from live from GothCon. Please do come to GothCon. It's an excellent convention, the largest gaming convention in Sweden, and we will be doing a live podcast with a Q&A and town hall discussion, streaming it live next Saturday from one of the rooms at GothCon. We have got some assignment. I just can't remember the number. You'll see details. We'll get details out. They'll be out in the podcast this week. And I just pulled a Han Solo legendary. So there we go. Everyone turned up here. There we go. A little bit happier there. No, but that's a really cool thing. Who's involved in that? So that's me and Gustav Eklund. We were hoping to get some good guests, but it turns out available. It turns out that Asmodee Nordics are not allowed to send their guys unsupervised to do interviews without approval from a main mothership back in Wisconsin. Okay. So we got no on that, unfortunately. Okay. Unfortunately. So that was what I mean. But the big thing will be the Q&A and the town hall. We are going to talk about the Twin Suns. We're going to talk about deck building. We're going to talk about the meta. We're going to talk about, more than anything, we're going to talk about community building, what this game is like, because we hope that a lot of people that are interested in this game might join us in the room, like people at the convention that think that maybe Star Wars might be something for them, and that's what we're going to do next week. So please tune in. Well, we are going to move you over here because they are going to start the game just now. They're cutting each other's deck, as you can see. what can we expect here? Now, of course, Han is a notoriously bad matchup for Sabine. Han yellow more so than Han green, but Han green is still problematic for Sabine. He is. Of course, DJ is banned now, but Sabine never really cared about DJ that much anyway. Obviously, it was annoying, but it wasn't the big deal breaker for Sabine. She's destroying her own resources anyway. The big thing is the tempo that Han green can put. He can rush quite quickly, and he can start outpacing Sabine by playing off curve or ahead of curve. And unlike Han 2 from the second set, who has to damage his units to do it, Han 1 can just play them off curve whenever he likes. So that opening ready Falcon in that first turn, that's just a problem. When you play Sabine, you can't open with a space unit because it'll just get destroyed by the Falcon. So there's no way to go around that. You have to go. You have to mulligan if you don't get a ground unit for your first plan, which just halves your 2-drops usually in a Sabine deck. So yeah, it's a tricky one to navigate. And then you never know. Han can use resource the first time. You've got a resupply in hand. He's resupplying it, and then he's ahead of you permanently. It's a tricky matchup. It can be won. Sabine can definitely win this matchup for sure, but it is tricky. So they've finally got some resources down, and this is perfect for Adam. That's the best unit you can open against Han with because it can take care of the crafty. So always getting initiative into second round when you're Sabine, because you can always just wait for Han to do exactly that and then claim, and then next you're starting with a disadvantage. He's already got 3 more damage on the base compared to Sabine, and he's got a bigger unit on the board beginning next turn, and for Han obviously having 3 open resources anyway. So yeah,
yeah, exactly. Han gets that better start, doesn't he? So
that's pretty good for Adam. It gets him an immediate 2 more damage on base. However, it's up to Philip if he wants to remove that. He can easily just remove that thing and then play something more anyway. So this is it's tricky.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's a good counter because Sabine goes quick. She can go really quick,
but she needs units to do it.
Yeah.
Philip Philip's just deciding now. Does he want to resource and play that Asuka? Probably not, because he probably don't have time for that, and he probably wants to do that in the end of next turn when he can probably tap down Sabine with it. So instead, he's going to just play something maybe, or is he removing the wing leader here? Or he could just go 3 to base and be ahead on base again, or still.
Yeah, so he's taking the wing leader out.
He's taking the wing leader. He's not risking, because what the risk of leaving it is that you get a rebel assault next turn, which would be problematic. That's how Sabine gets her speed on. Now, what does Philip actually play? He's got 3 open resources, and I did not see what he played. Oh, he resourced. So that was the resupply, and he's not now up a resource on Adam anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So essentially two ahead, really,
but
going into that.
He might have to, depending on whether or not he bounces the Falcon, he will have to tap down a resource here. So yeah, he's bouncing it because he wants all of his resources open. So that's 5 resources for Philip and only 4 resources for Adam. Adam strikes for 5 to base here. That brings Philip to 10 damage on his base, whereas Adam's got 4 damage on his base, or actually 11, I think, because that early ping. So Philip is using the Han Solo resource here, so he can flip Han Solo this turn. And he's contemplating what to resource, and that's the Ahsoka going down there. I don't understand. Yeah, I can see he's got a Han Solo unit in hand.
Exactly.
He's got the Han Solo unit in hand, and that is obviously exactly what he wants. He needs to be able to flip his Han and get one more resource in. He might be able to do that, it looks like. So we are on 14 damage on Philip's base here, and Philip can now, I guess, is that 4 to base? Yeah, that's 4 to base. And then Han Solo unit will take care of, I guess, unit Sabine. But Adam is just rushing here. He's playing for a course, and that is 3 damage, 4 damage to base. All of those units are going to be discarded. I just assume maybe he's keeping the K2. Yeah, he's keeping the K2.
Yeah,
he's keeping K2. That's 3 definite damage. So that makes sense. Now Han Solo is going to remove small Sabine there.
Yep.
That's the bigger threat here, actually. Well. Yeah. And then claim from Adam and pass from Philip. Cool. So
he's got General's Blade. Adam got there as well.
Is that it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he got the General's Blade, so he can buff Sabine.
Yeah, I can't because he'll die before it'll work.
Well, no, she's got the he's got the initiative. So
he's got the initiative.
He's got the initiative. So if he puts General's Blade down, then she might stick around at least to get one.
Because Solo can't kill it without a buff. But if Solo's got a buff, he takes her out.
No, absolutely. So
it's a very risky move. I'm not sure Adam is going to play that risky. No. He is. No, Rebel Assault for 4 to base. That makes sense. Yeah, that's not optimal, but it brings him all that much closer.
22
yeah, if
now.
He's got enough, if he sees another for a course, he's done. If he plays the Wrecker, he's putting Philip in a very, very problematic spot.
Yeah. So, did he have a Wrecker in hand?
Yeah. He put that on top of the deck, so that he could have resourced it, but I don't think so.
No.
If this is his move, he wants to do something about that.
Of course.
Yeah. So he's checking his resources. He might have a Cassian in there. That would be threatening a lot. But I think just playing the K2 would be a very, very problematic for Philip. He would need to answer that with a waylay or something like that. Maybe tap it down and remove Sabine. I'm not sure how he would be able to.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, Adam has been quick here, and he's needed to be quicker than Philip has been able to control his board.
Yeah,
you've got to get those little bits of damage in.
Right. Exactly. And that's the problem with the green version of okay. So he's got, so that's why he couldn't play the General's Blade on Sabine.
Yeah.
Because there's so many pumps in
that is true.
So that's how much damage is that on Adam's space?
So that's a 15 now.
Yeah. So that's too far away to actually be threatening legal, and that is K2. K2 killing himself, doing 3 damage to base.
Yeah,
and that's not game. He was not on 23 then. So he wasn't on 23 then.
No, so that would be going in and doing 3 days. He was on 22, so that's on 25 now.
He's on
22, so now he's 25 now. So he needs 5 more. So
I've been playing Sabine Mirrors, so I thought you only need to go to 25.
No,
he needs to get 30. That's
a little bit higher, but I feel like he's still in control. It's still 5 to go, but he needs Sabine to stay alive. I mean, Han has hit base there for another 6. Sabine is dead.
Sabine with the
blue leader. Yeah.
Only taking 2 back, developing his board as well. So yeah, that's a very, very good position for Philip, but Adam just needs 5 more damage. So a good for a course and a ping from Sabine would do it.
Yeah, I've just seen he has put a Cassian in resource as well.
All right.
So he has that option, but I'm not sure that Cassian would.
Adam just scoops that because he doesn't have it.
Oh, Adam scooped.
Yeah, Adam's good there. He doesn't have it. Cassian can't do it because he get immediately killed by anything of those things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Philip is presenting lethal there. So a 4 course with a Sabine ping would have done it, and a Wrecker could have done it. No, he already used his ECL with the K2, so Wrecker would have been better, but he didn't get one. So yeah, no, that's not.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to have the cards to actually play them if they're in the deck or you're not.
Yeah, and I think this is one way to play into the green Han deck, and I think it you see how close it is, and it's often this close. It could have gone the other way if the cards would have just fallen that way. Now, and that is the problem with Han. He is so fast, even though he can set this level of control of the board, and he managed to just in the nick of time stabilize and clear Adam's board, and then Sabine, Adam's version of the Sabine deck could not come back from that. Of course, there are lots of Sabine decks that will run timely interventions and other things that could definitely just push a Wrecker through or something.
Yeah,
but Adam's version, I don't think runs any timelies. He's playing it much more into the speed things.
Absolutely. Yeah. I even lost to one of those timely interventions today as well. Back when I thought I had control over my deck. That happened today. Link asked if there's any Gar Saxons. I didn't see any Gar Saxons today.
There were Gar Saxons in the field, but not in Top Cut.
No, I didn't.
We did have one or two.
We had one or two as well.
One or two. I sat next to one, and I saw it winning at least a couple of games. But and I know mate of mine beat one, so at least one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Good to see. Like some of those decks coming out as well.
Yeah, but I think Gar Saxon lost a lot of momentum with Django. Like that was it. Why did it rise to power in the beginning of the set? Because of Django, obviously. And without Django in the meta and Cat Bane being fairly small part of the meta, I think the Gar Saxon is back to being more of a fringe deck. It has some gain into Sabine. You can build the Gar Saxon to be sort of protective enough to be able to do something against Sabine, and it's fast when it wants to, but it's pretty much auto losing into Quinlan. It doesn't really, because Quinlan can choose where to put the pings. Exactly. To quite a large extent, and it has a really bad matchup into Anakin, I think. So the top cut was there was 2 Sabine ECLs. One is Adam, one is Kevin. We have Philip here on Han Green, and then we have 3 Jacob as well.
Oh no, three in total, but just in the top 4.
In the top 4,
we have 2 Sabines as well. So Sabine is back and is strong because she doesn't have that counter anymore as well. So we need to try and there are counters.
Was more of a counter than
no, absolutely. Absolutely. But Sabine has a place in the meta again.
For sure.
That's the big thing here as well.
Very much so.
And Sabine with the new cards as well. Like, I'm not sure how many of the new cards coming into
I think
the Sabine list now, but
I think for Sabine's part, it was more important that DJ got banned than that Django did. I think that's really what Sabine wanted to see. Of course, Django could be a really problematic matchup, but I think Django was probably favored there. But Sabine, most things were unfavored into Django, and as unfavored goes, Sabine was at least had some game.
But I think it's still very, very relevant. Like we are in a high standard competition here as well, with the players that have actually gathered around Sweden, and we are here, and all the top 4 is from set 1.
That's true. Anakin got moved out now, and who else was in top cut? No, there were 2 Anakin decks as well. 3 Sabines, 2 Anakins, 1 Han Solo, and 1 Iden. And what was the last one? Something.
There was. I really can't remember what the 8th deck was like trying to get that information quickly. I say when we play isn't as easy, but yeah, like I say, there's a lot of the fact that set 1 is coming out, but we've got 2 sets to go before the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a huge 4 set coming up.
Oh
next.
no, it was a Bosk. It was a Bosk leader.
There was a Bosk
Yeah,
leader
that was
as
the
well.
Bosk
So
leader.
that's some
Niklas
sets
Lindblom
from
was on
set
the Bosk.
2,
Yeah.
some from set 3.
So we have
yeah.
Han Solo using his ability,
And we've
resourcing.
started the game. Thank you.
Yeah. And Sabine has played as Sabine. Pinging, because you have time to do that before the Falcon comes down, and then Adam claims, and this is the standard opening, so to speak. I think both players are really happy with the opening as far as it goes, but yeah, it's obviously stronger for Philip. He's already got 1 hit on the base there. Or is that the new Falcon? That could be the new Falcon. Yeah, that's the new Falcon. So he has not got that yet. Adam chooses to play a Rebel Assault immediately, going for 4 damage to base. He does not stay to be greedy. Chewbacca coming out on Falcon, but gets tapped and removed from something I could not make out what that card was.
Sorry, I need there's an echo again.
Sorry, yeah. What's happening here? We've got some. So we're still casting, yeah. All right. So we got a little bit of an echo apparently. Jason's working on that, and makes it a little bit hard to see what's happening because it's a really small, tiny picture there.
Yep.
But something is going on.
Quick as I can.
Adam did play. Is that a R2? I'm not. There's a white unit on the ground. Could be a fleet lieutenant. It really can't make it out from this image here. And then we've got. I think the echo was from your phone, though, wasn't it? You sure? All right, because there's only the one thing.
There could have been 2 feeds coming in as well,
right.
so I just had to double check that.
Yeah.
Hopefully that echo has gone now.
Yeah. All right. So let's move into a slightly larger screen so we can maybe see what's actually going on here. Do we have the big feed from the other side? That would help a lot. No, we don't have the big feed. We only have this feed. Okay.
Do you mean this one?
Yeah, I mean that one. Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better. That is indeed R2. That's the pilot R2 played as a unit because there's just no ships. And then we have Sabine as well. And we've got a new pilot on the Falcon. I don't know what pilot that would be, but there's at least one pilot under the new Falcon there. Sabine flips. There seems to be no damage on Philip's base that I can read from here, but that could not be true. That could not be 0-0.
Mm-hmm.
But there's at least 11 damage on Adam's base, I think. Sabine hits that, and can we make out what he's going to? That's double digits anyway. And the new, set 1 Falcon hits for 3 there, taking us to 14 damage on Adam's base, and that's a K2 being played. And Philip just claims. So there is a really, there's a really, really strong board developing for Adam, even though some of those units aren't that big. He's got 4 of them, and that makes it so that he can get full use of his Rebel Assaults and that sort of units that he's got. Philip, on the other hand, can do action economy with those 2 space units, both hitting for quite a lot. I can only assume that Falcon is hitting for 6, but I'm not sure, of course, because I can't really make out what's that. That's a Shui anyway.
That is Shui. That would be the R2 unit, OP R2 unit as well, which is what I think.
Oh, is that a R2 on there? So that's not that big.
No, it's Han Solo.
Han Solo, exactly.
That is a big
that's a big
machine.
Falcon now. That's a really big Falcon, and it's striking for a lot. You're just taking care of that Bright Hope that came down there, and another 3 taking Adam to 17 damage on base. And I don't know how much damage is on Philip's base at this point, but Philip could resource with Han and flip. And that's certainly
had a Poe. He's only got a Poe in hand as well.
Yeah,
just saw a glimpse of that.
Adam's got a Poe.
Yeah, he's got a Poe in hand as
he's
well.
and he has got ECL open. So, but does he
Yeah.
have open resources for it though?
I'm not even sure, but he's got nothing
He
that can
played-
stop.
no,
He's got
I-
nothing that can stop in the space.
Yeah, but I don't think Adam has any resources because he played
No,
the rank
exactly,
up, so
there
he
we
just
go.
takes it there, and that is actually game. Philip takes it 2-0,
Yeah.
and that's not completely surprising. Like I said originally, Han Solo's got a really good matchup into Sabine, and Philip is so accomplished with that deck. I'm in a way actually a little bit rooting for Philip to take this because it's been a long time coming for him. He's been doing so well so often and
Yeah.
just fell short. So it would be nice to see him win. Adam's got enough wins. Like,
yeah, leave some prizes for the rest of
yeah,
us,
leave
or for the
something.
rest of them, not
Yeah.
us, unfortunately.
For sure. For sure. Right.
So absolutely. So good games. Well done to Philip. Well done to Adam. Obviously getting to top cut still as well.
For sure.
But like I said, we've been talking about this before. It's a whole new world. It's a whole new meta. We're still working out what is now going to go on. What the new cards are going to be.
Yeah, yeah.
Old decks coming out as well.
So a lot of experimentation. This is what we want from the beginning of the set.
Yeah.
And we didn't actually have that much of it
No.
in the beginning of the set because Django was so dominant.
Yep.
So the experimentation that was going on was all aimed towards being able to beat Django.
Absolutely.
That's what people was trying to do. And now we see decks try to go for their own win conditionings.
Yep.
So that's very nice. And I think that the meta is very healthy here. We got a bit of a rock, scissors, papers going on with Han being able to quite consistently beat Sabine. Sabine being able to outrun a lot of the Quinlans and the more controlling decks or mid-range controlling decks like Luke and all of those decks, especially the swarmier ones, can really be problematic for Han Solo. So I think there's a lot of room to experiment here.
But a lot of these decks are also getting stronger as well.
Right,
like Sabine's getting quicker, control is getting more controlly, mid-range is getting more tools to deal with to deal with the control,
and I think
to deal with the aggro.
Something we didn't see this today at all that I think certainly has a match here. When you talk about quick get, we didn't see a Kasuda.
Yeah,
and I think Kasuda is. Now it's open for Kasuda. He was absolutely pointless into a Django meta, but I think he can maybe run under a lot of the things that's in the meta right now. That's certainly a deck to keep eyes open
absolutely.
for.
Yeah, but I mean that's the case. But we haven't really seen the leader decks yet either.
No, yeah.
Is that like, for example, people were raving about Poe. Like Poe was going to be a really good deck. I put together a decent Poe green deck as well, which I'm really enjoying, but it still has that weakness at the top level of competitiveness that these decks have to get to. These decks have to deal with
I think...
as well. So even if we're seeing good decks as well, they have to really try and test it about these leaders that are right at the top of the game. You need people to be brave enough to push them in and challenge them in this top level as well, because people go for the safe thing. People like you traveled down from Stockholm to here. People traveled from Gothenburg. People traveled up from different places, even Kalmar in Sweden as well. People are traveling. Jonah even traveled via Paris to get here
from Oslo via Paris.
But to come to these tournaments, you invest money in that. You want to take a deck that you're safe with and you're sure with, so you're not going to see the experimentation at this level. People need to be brave to take these big decks there to see if they're good enough. Then maybe these decks could be good enough already, but we're not seeing them there because these set one decks, these set one leaders, are really, really safe and sure.
Yeah, to some extent, I agree.
Not 100%. Of course, we've got Anakin is really good. We've got Bosk that's still really good. There still are some really good other leaders. But I think there's still so much value in the brand new stuff that we've got that is going to be around for another 2 years now.
Yeah.
So
I think none of the top players were on Piet this turn. and Piet is, we know Piet is a really strong deck.
Yeah.
So that's
Piet is crazy. Yeah, there's
it's
one
really
Piet
strong
apparently
deck.
today.
So we didn't see anyone do well with the Piet deck.
No.
I think Skövde is the meta is wide open for Skövde at this point. You brought up Poe and I think to some extent Wedge. Both of those leaders suffer not because they're not good, because they can be slightly improved on by you switching to Sabine. It's the same deck, it's just a little bit better in Sabine. So yeah, they're not failing because they couldn't do well into other decks. They're failing because they could do a little bit better into those decks with Sabine at the helm. So I think there will be, they might see their time of day, those leaders, but more likely we're going to see things like I still think there is a chance that we could see Von Reg could do so.
I mean,
well.
Von Reg is
could do
fantastic
well. He could do
in
well.
draft.
Yeah.
But it has so much potential when the right deck to go into there. But you've also got the thing, well, you know, Von Reg is there, but maybe Boba is better.
Yeah, I think so. But I think that's there is a chance that you could get Von Reg to work as a more of a rush deck, which you can't. The Boba deck needs to be a burn deck. It's really quick.
Yeah,
it needs to be a burn deck, whereas Von Reg can do more of the conventional route.
Yeah,
so I think that's
cool,
probably interesting to some.
We're going to find out what's happening with the final.
Yeah. And
you're going to get a train.
I'm going to go get train back home to.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. It's always lovely to see you in person.
Indeed,
we talk all the time, but to actually be in the same room,
indeed, it's been an absolutely incredible day. Just seeing everyone, the fact that no one could cast. That normally casts because we're all here actually playing in the tournament, which is a really, really nice thing to see. It was a day not to be missed. But the final is coming up very, very shortly.
Jonah, you'll take it.
Jonah popped into the room to see what we're doing at the moment, and then just as quickly snuck out. I hope he's not going home. But Oslo is quite far away, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Trip. He's not walking. All right, so we will leave you a touch screen for a little bit.
See you soon.
Peace.
Well, hello. Welcome back to Nordic Takedown. We are back in the little kitchen of Manatorsk with actually not Jonah that we thought that we might have, but Tobias.
Hello.
Hello. Hey. Yeah, you played a bit more than I have today. You got through to the top 8.
Yes, I did.
And I mean, it makes me feel better when you get through to the top 8 and I lost to you.
Yeah,
It makes me feel a bit better.
Yeah, we played game 1, and
We
then,
played game 1, and then I lost the other 4, and you
Yeah.
won a lot more as well. And you saw the look on my face when I realised that I didn't. The spark of rebellion.
Yeah, you had a
I had a
rough
huge
morning.
mistake. Oh my goodness!
But you set all this up. You made sure we had the
Exactly,
stream. You did all that stuff.
And if I didn't have this to do, I would be in the final by now.
Yes.
So there we go. It's a sacrifice.
But you won this way instead.
Exactly. That's my foot. There we go. So you are yeah, we are ready for the final pretty much. We're just going to see how they're doing. They're going to set up soon and start looking at the deck lists. We have Philip, who was on 1 green that we saw in the semi-final beforehand, and now we have Kevin on Sabine. So we have Philip against Kevin, Han versus Sabine again for the final. It was very interesting game. The game actually with Iding went to 3 games as well.
The first 2 games were really long.
Yeah,
The third game was fast. Then Kevin had a really good game. I think he did some changes between game 2 and 3 with the sideboard. But yeah, the third game was fast. The other 2 games was really long. And So, but yeah, Kevin is here. So from my car, both guys are in the finals. So,
which is why you are here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
So Jonah was looking tired. He wanted to go home. I was like, Tobias, are you going anywhere? Like, come in and stream. However, you are known on the podcast. You are known on videos and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I'm a friend of the podcast. So.
you're one of us.
Yeah,
you know,
thank
you
you.
are
Thank
one
you.
of us. You're part of the Moose Pack, which is like internal name. But what do we have? You've pulled up the deck list, and I'm going to see if
I was
can
sitting here looking through the
pull up
Philips Han Solo deck list, and it's a strong deck.
Yeah.
He has the 9 Falcons, the Marauders. He is top end home 1 in space.
Yeah.
He does run 3 U-wing reinforcement, and he has 2 Luke Skywalker's main deck that he can find with the Luke there.
I'm going to try and bring it actually up on the screen. We have a little bit of a weird thing going on as well. I just didn't get around to setting up a stream for this, but we do have the melee up here, and then I think can we just go into the person and look at their deck list?
I think you need to be, if you go to standings in Melee, you should be able to find it. So if you go back and then...
So go to semifinals, and then you can click... Oh, you can see the decks there. Are you logged in?
Yeah, no, we're logged in.
Because I could see it from...
Okay, we're not. We're viewing as an external thing as well. But okay, so we can't get the deck list up as we are, but you can talk through the deck list anyway, and then we can see if we can. I can actually maybe sign in as myself instead.
Yeah. So decks are. It's a really good. He has all the pilots you think about, the 3 Han Solo, the 3 Chewbacca's. So that kind of stuff. He has sorry, I lost the list. He has 2 of the set 4 R2D2. I do think that is really good against Kevin, because Kevin is running the 4-1 ambush spaceship to kill the Millennium Falcons. So what he can do with the R2 is he can play the Falcon and then put R2 on him to get the +1 HP. So he can survive against the eager the 4-1 ambush spaceship. So I do think that the 2 R2s could be really good in this matchup.
Yeah, and the R2 is good because they're free to play as a pilot as well, which is a really, really good way.
It's going to cost a lot of resources, but when Kevin claims to be able to kill him with his spaceship, you just put R2 on, and then you have the 5 HP you need to survive.
There's just those small differences in this game is why we love it so much.
If you look at the tricks, he has 2 surprise strike, 2 hot shot, and 2 waylays. So it's a pretty standard list. Of course, he runs tech. He's still on tech. He's on key runs in the ground. But yeah, a lot of it's going to be around the 9 Falcons and the pilots. I think it looks like it, at least. I haven't seen his games. You saw the last game, so you maybe know a bit more about it. But
with the Phillips game, I mean, he just try and remember what the games are. Unfortunately, we can't pull up the thing. Is I'm just finding it even difficult to log in there to Melee at the moment. But the Phillips game was it was. I mean, he could pull up very fast. He could control everything that Adam was doing. Adam just tried to get through as much space as he can, but Philip always had the answer for what Sabine was doing. Now, one thing I did notice is that Kevin is playing Chewbaccas as well, and I don't think Adam had Chewbaccas in his deck. At least we didn't see the Chewbaccas. And obviously, the Chewbaccas are really good against the removal.
Yeah, so when you look at Kevin's deck, the sideboard is going to be the big thing. He has 3 Chewbacca, 3 Eager Escort Fighter, and 2 Sham Sedula and 2 Confiscate. So like the entire sideboard, like all 10 cards are the Han matchup. You can see like he's gonna have to get these 10 cards in there. So the first game, it might be rough. We will see if he can find if he get. I do think that initiatives like getting going. So
yeah, exactly. He's got to push through there, and then then Kevin probably would be able to have the control for the second game in order to do that, and then it could go to 2-1 and see that through. But Philip he just had all the answers. Obviously, with the Han thing, he kind of think he had did he have a resupply as well or something, so that he could even go 2 resources ahead of the curve as well.
Yeah, that's really strong.
Which is really strong, because he had the opportunity to play that. I'm not sure if he's running 3 resupplies or he was running 3 resupplies. So that I think is a really important thing as well. However, obviously you slow down. So if Kevin is going really fast and he's got a lot of board out, he's not obviously resupply isn't the best thing, because you need to control that board.
So what we can see in the main deck for Kevin, he has 3 General's Blade.
Okay.
That is kind of the interesting card. He does have the 3 Luke Skywalker on the set 4 2-cost Luke Skywalker, which it's not a Jedi though. It isn't. No, right. So he doesn't have any way to get the General's Blade going, really.
No, I guess
it's
not.
Just the 3/3.
It's just the 3/3, and I think obviously General's Blade is it a 3 cost instead of 4 cost for the Mandalore. So you're getting better on the curve for, I guess, a good enough boost on Sabine if you can get the General's Blade on her. But I'm not sure. Apart from that, I'm not sure he's playing any other Jedi.
No Jedi
or Force units really.
No, it's
super. And it's a Jedi. It's a General's Blade is for Jedi as well.
It's the super standard deck. He's got the battlefield marine, everything. The only thing that's kind of new from the next set is he's running the Green Squadron in the A-Wings. He's running the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. And he's running Sabine Masterpiece. So like the entire space is new cards. He doesn't run any of the old space cards anymore.
Right.
On the ground, the only thing that is a new card is the new. Where did I lose it? Battlefield Cassian, Fleet, K2, Luke, Sabine. Oh no, he's not on. No. What did I say? Why did I say Anakin? He doesn't have an Anakin either. So there is no way. I do think that Sabine's Masterpiece, if he can get a green unit down, or even a red unit, so he can get the Sabine Masterpiece and kill the Millennium Falcon. I do think that's going to be super important for him. If he can get like a Battlefield Marine turn 1, claim, and then ECL, get the Phoenix Squadron, get that experience token, and kill the Falcon. I do think stuff like that is going to be important for him.
I mean, he needs all those areas that he
like if he can kill the first Falcon, I do think that he's going to be have a good game. So,
absolutely.
It looks like they're getting in there.
Let's transition over to the right thing now. And just while they're doing
they have 3 minutes to look at each other's deck.
They have 3 minutes, so we can do that as well. I'm just going to do another try. So while we're watching what they're doing and talking, and you don't need to see me looking at the camera in a weird way while I'm trying to log into Melee again with my
Yeah. But yeah, like the Sabine lists, it is exactly what you would think. There is nothing in here that makes me go, unless the 3 generals played. I do think that is a lot in a meta where people are worried about upgrades. 3 generals blade for me feels a bit greedy, but it might be really good. Like Kevin has been playing Sabine for since he started playing in August last year.
Yeah.
So he knows what he's doing. And it's also interesting that you can see how much he is looking at playing against Han with all the eager escorts, the champs, the confiscates in the sideboard. So I do think that if Kevin can survive game 2, I do think he has a pretty good shot at like stealing one game of the other 2. If he can't survive game 1, I do think it's going to be really hard for him because he needs to win both of them. And that feel of deck, like the Green Han, is looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is really, really nice now. And I think there's only one reason that people went over to the yellow version of Han anyway, which was because of the DJ.
Yeah, DJ, yeah.
But so obviously now that's going, we're going to go back to this Green Han, which actually is really fun to play and really fun to watch as well.
Yeah, and it in a strange way, it might actually be good for Green Han because he doesn't have to spend 3 slots on DJ. Like I understand that DJ was a really good card and it was a win condition by itself, but now he doesn't need to run that card, so now he can put in some other cards that like makes his core game plan better. So I do think that the core game plan from this Green Han deck is a lot stronger because DJ doesn't do anything for you unless you steal it something. Just as a 3-drop, it's not a good card. But so now he can be even more focused on his core game plan mechanic, which is like get those Falcons down, get the Han, get the Shui down there, and just go ham. So yeah, I think it's going to be super interesting and see what he can do with the deck. So yeah, we'll see here.
No, absolutely. And I think one thing we're going to do is like getting these deck lists. We have an account with Melee as well, but we haven't actually had that set up for this particular tournament as well. Just because we don't want to kind of disturb with the judge too much. But I think if we were to do this, so it might be that you're watching the replay of this as well, in which case we'll edit in the deck lists that we get anyway, so that you can see what we're doing. But I mean, for those that you know the game, I think that's pretty much what we're going to be looking at here. So they're just getting to the end here. I think Kevin is happy enough with the deck list, and I think Philip probably is reading this now, going, "Yeah, I think I need to." Really push in and make sure he wins that first game.
Yeah, because I think he's going to look at that sideboard and think, okay, the confiscates is coming in, the eager escort fighters are coming in, like all that, the sham is coming in. Like he knows that, okay, in game 2, game 3, it's going to be a lot tighter.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if he can get this first one, he's going to have that buffer he needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a 2-0 to Kevin.
Yeah, I do think if Kevin can get the first game, I do think that he's going to have a really good time. But so we will see now.
Yeah,
here comes the die roll. Let's see who got the initiative. I don't think it matters that much. Kevin got it, so he can at least make sure he gets his units down. So yeah. We were in the car this morning at 6:30. Philip picked us up, and he was so sad about the DJ ban because he's been playing yellow Han for the entire set 3, and he played yellow Han in Milan.
Yeah.
So he's been on yellow Han for a long time, and he was like, "Oh, it's so rough with DJ. I need to rethink everything." I was like, yeah, but Green Han is really good. I told him, he's like, yeah, I know, but yeah. And then he's in the finals. Just before we went up here, I told him, like, Philip, I told you. He's like, yeah, I know, but still not DJ. I was like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. He was so bummed this morning, and I said, like, yeah, you're in the final. He was still bummed about DJ. So, but yeah, that's the thing about card games. Like you fall in love with your cards, you fall in love with everything. So I understand it's really hard to lose something that you really like, but at the same time we can see he has a good He's had a good day.
No, absolutely. And what we're going to do now that they are there, we're going to kind of we've got this view up as well. We actually have a. I'm not sure if this is even better for us or not, but we will try and get a good view of this one. That's balance.
Okay, let's see what's happening.
I think it's going to be easier to see on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I don't know if we can see while they're resourcing. I missed Kevin's resourcing, but Philip's resourcing. What can we see here? Is that, I don't know.
He's just in the angle where it's hard to see it.
No, exactly. He has cards.
Yeah, we can see that.
So let's see if we can pick that up as well. Yeah, Yellowhan is Yellowhan is still good without DJ. It is, but I'm wondering if Greenhan is better than Yellowhan now.
Yeah, I do think that both green and red are probably the way to go. Like, I do think that the red Han is so aggressive. Like, it's kind of like Quinlan, but you can play a 3-drop turn 1.
Yeah.
And then bounce and do the force throw and all that stuff. But Green Han with the pilots, with the Falcons, it's a really strong deck. Like Chewbacca makes and Han, it's so much damage when you get those two guys going.
Yeah.
So we'll see here. It looks like the decision is coming in. Like, this is a big game. Like, there's a lot of.
There's the prize support. They're getting 3 carbonite boxes. The winner here.
Exactly. The winner gets 3, and the second place get 1 carbonite box.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
like Manatorsk has been so generous. Like, they give us so much. Like, I don't understand how this store even survives giving us this much. But we are thankful. And here's what we talked about with now he has the option next turn to get in the Sabine's masterpiece with ECL and kill the Falcon if the Falcons come down.
Mm-hmm.
Because now he has the green, so he can get the experience token.
Yeah, exactly. But he comes down with Luke.
It comes down with Luke. Okay.
As well. So could he ECL something into Luke on that side as well? Because obviously Luke is still something you take care of, and as Sabine, you want to have the board advantage.
Yeah, but I do think Kevin just go face. I've been looking at some of Kevin's, like the mirrors and stuff like that, and he's a really aggressive player.
Yeah, exactly.
He almost never trades. He almost never tried to get the board advantage. He just goes.
Face.
And then he's relying on his burn that he has after that to end the game.
Yeah, exactly. So he traded in. So Luke, Philip traded with Luke.
Yeah,
as well. Cassian came out straight away, and then we have the new Falcon coming up. As well, which is another very, very fun card just by the fact that you can get 2 pilots on it.
Yes. So let's see here if he has the masterpiece to ambush in.
I didn't see it. I didn't think he did.
And if he can't, if Philip can start putting on pilots when we don't have confiscate, we don't have that package in there. Let's see. Let's see if he has an answer or if we have a pilot or not.
No.
Because but this is what Kevin does. He's just going face. He's just putting on the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And relying on the burn and the speed.
He does have at least 1 for a cause in his hand, so we can push that up and early on there as well. But obviously, we need to see what we're going to be doing with Han.
It's a lot easier to do this now before this champ comes in from the sideboard, so it's a lot safer. Here comes the Sabine. Okay, what's he doing with the 5 resources? Is he ambushing him with the ground or? It's interesting here to see how Philip is playing this matchup. Oh, he wants to go aggressive.
He is going, full on into space, thinking that he can get that damage in there.
Yeah.
3 on base.
So 9 damage on Philip, 3 on Kevin.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes the Han. That's is Han a +3 damage? I don't remember.
I think Han was. I think he's a +2.
Yeah, I'm gonna double check how much he does.
No, he is a +2.
Oh yeah, it's +2, so that's
Yeah.
five damage. So,
Just putting up the legendary Han, so I did pull out of my
so that's
packs
6
today.
damage
So
from that spaceship then. because
so that is
+1
6
from
damage
the-
that he's pushing through.
So now they're dealing it. They both have 9 damage on the ground to hit for. So they are dealing as much damage to each other.
Yeah, exactly. Which is not good for Kevin because he only
No,
has
it's 5
25.
HP.
So he needs to deal with space.
Yeah, he needs to figure something out there. He needs to find some damage on the ground, or he needs to get something down because the race at the moment, Philip has more equal damage, more HP.
Yeah.
And if he goes up to 7 and finds something interesting,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Bright Hope comes in here killing Sabine. Oh, it's
Yeah.
really good. The blue leader. Sorry.
Blue leader, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
which I love that ship. I really,
Yeah.
really do love that unit.
The modality of being able to pay 2, get it to the ground, and ambush on the ground as a 5/5, it's really strong.
Yeah.
Here comes the Poe ECL, and he killed the Han with the discard.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, because you can defeat the upgrade, can't
Yeah,
you?
it's really
With
good.
Poe.
Yes.
So that's one answer that he's got there. We're still 9 up against 12, but again we are 12 and 12 now.
Yeah.
Um,
And then 15, and then 15 to 15. So
Yeah.
like this. He has
Yeah.
Poe. That's the kind of what he has right now at the moment. He has
yeah,
a
and
lot of
if I
damage
don't know
from
if he
Poe.
has things he can buff Poe. Obviously, he has the like Poe with a lightsaber as well. But I think Han's going to come out and try and do something about that.
Yeah, he's just going face because now Kevin is 9 damage away from.
Yeah,
He's on 19. He has 6 damage in
6
space.
damage left. Yeah, exactly.
So Kevin needs to find something here. Like you can't like if those 2 Falcons hit you, you're dead. Like you need to figure this out.
Absolutely. Does he have? I don't think he has even anything in hand that could possibly. He has 2 for causes, and I think a Biggs or another pilot. I think.
Yeah.
Or is that a wrecker?
So let's see
That could possibly be a hyperspace wrecker. I'm not sure, but a wrecker might be able to help out there. But whether it's 6 on space, you've got 6 on space and 4 from Han. So
Kevin is realizing that Philip has lethal right now. So
yeah,
he has 2 action until he's dead. So he need to figure something out.
yeah.
Oh, he's discarding.
Is he discarding
I think
wrecker?
he did 8 now. So how much damage is that then?
So 23.
20. Does he have a?
So he has 2 for causes in hand.
Oh, there is the 6 damage.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. That's the thing. Philip also had a trick and game over. So that's game 1.
Yeah, there we go. So there we go. So Philip did game 1. Now it's going to be interesting because Kevin is going to have the tools, as we have, as Tobias has pointed out, to deal with some of the stuff that Philip can do. At the same time, Philip, this is a good deck. This looks really good. This Green Han, and even with those tools, I think Philip's still got a really good chance.
Yeah, you could
to
see,
call a 2-0 here.
You could see that opportunity on the 4 resource turn where he couldn't kill the Falcon straight away, and as soon as you couldn't kill the Falcon straight away, you could see what Philip could do with that. He could play the Han, he could play another Falcon, he could just start swarming the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now Kevin has the chance to get those eager fighters in there to kill the Falcon right away.
Understood.
He has one more option.
Absolutely.
The 4-1 ambusher here is going to be really key for him to be able to get that thing out. So he has 3 of them in the sideboard. He also has the 2 sham to be able to ram with him to get to the wrecker faster.
Yep, absolutely.
And he has the 2 confiscates, so he doesn't have to burn his ECL to only
that's
kill a unit. So
but Cham is one of those interesting ones as well, because I played it in my Quinlan. It's just like, well, yes, you want to do it to catch on resources, you get something out on the board, but is it as quick as something else that you need to do to ambush or
Yes.
something else like that as well.
Yeah, I do think is that Philip goes heavy space and he can on 4 go to 5, and then he can record the next turn and kill the Han or something like that with it.
No, absolutely.
Because he can get to that 6 when Philip wants to flip Han, he can kill it with record and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you can do a lot
there
of
are
that
so
stuff.
if he can get that and like jump in on that resource,
Yeah.
I do think that Sham is going to help him a lot. But I do again.
So we had a little view there. I'm not sure if we saw what he was doing. He's taking out
General Blades,
stuff like that. He's putting the 2 charms, the 2 ambush ships,
and
2 confiscates,
Yeah.
and he's taking out General Blades,
the
A-wings.
Yeah. So exactly what we talked about. He has weak space units.
Yeah.
The General's Blade is too slow. He needs to kill a space unit. He needs to handle those Falcons.
Exactly, and he's put a bigger ship in there as well.
Exactly.
So
the Eager Escort can come in, can kill the
Eager Escort. That's the one there. Yeah. Is that the ambush and ramp? No,
it's just a 4-1 for.
It's 4-1 ambush as well, just to deal with it. Yeah. So which he needs to do.
It's a 3-cost 4-1 ambush. So he just comes in, kills the Falcon. That's its only job. It's there to kill the Falcon before the Falcon goes big, goes ham.
Yep.
So let's see if he can get it, can find it when he needs to. Because what we saw when the Falcon Armada comes calling, you're in trouble.
the Falcon Armada, I like that one.
You saw you had 2 of them hitting there. It's
absolutely.
like 1-2 punch. It's it is a scary deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to grab a water here if we just keep going. What the stream is doing.
Yeah. So let's see. Like now we have the decks. You can see that Kevin couldn't get this deck in main board, but he also knew that the on green was going to be a problem. So here we have it. Let's see if he's. I also know that Kevin, again, like he has been playing Sabine since August, but he's also changing his deck every week. He's tweaking stuff. He's finding answers all the time. I know he was getting really close, that he felt like he had a really good matchup into Yango, and then Yango leaves. So he has been like all of us. The last 2 days, it's been like, okay, what do we figure out? What do we need to beat now? Like, what is the top dog? And we can see right here that Sabine is back. It looks like we had a couple of Sabines in the top 8. We had Sabine looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, which is what put me into making ridiculous changes at 2 a.m. on my Quinlan, because my Quinlan I could beat Django with it, and I practiced it against Django, and I thought, okay, this isn't going to be good enough against the rest of the decks. I've got to do changes, and then obviously the changes I did weren't the right changes.
Yeah, it's really hard
because we didn't have a chance to properly test them against this kind of level of oppositions. So it's been really good, and I think after this weekend, if I could play this weekend again, I would not bring Quinlan. I think I'd bring a different deck.
I do think everybody was looking at Quinlan as the top dog going in, and some people were afraid of that and went away from it. And what you can see, we didn't have a single Quinlan in the top 8.
No, exactly. Kenneth was there. He was at the top for a while, but then obviously you just.
Yes. I was game 1. I was at 31 HP when I beat him. Game 2, I was on 34 HP with my Colossus. So Colossus saved me both times. He didn't find his discard package either of the games. Yeah. So I could keep my hand, which is the problem with running Colossus.
And I would talk about this with Victor, is the fact that Quinlan is a good deck, but with so much of the 35 health bases now, it runs out of steam.
Yes.
Quinlan runs out of steam. It can get to 30, absolutely no problem.
Yeah, 25, 30, you can do that.
Because I got you to 32 or 33
exactly.
once, didn't I? And I actually realized that I had the answer in as well to get you through.
Yeah.
But then obviously you've got to be a really, really skilled player to be able to see that and not just go, just hit base. So I just don't think it runs out of steam very quickly if you're running a 30 base. If you're running a higher base. So we're back to the drawing board.
And I do think it's really interesting, because if we look at it, I don't think we had a single Tarkin town in the top 8.
No.
And like some people...
Did we not? No.
No, because we had a Bosk and an Iden, 2 Hans, 2 Anakin, 2 Sabine, Yeah, no, not a single Tarkentown. And like some people were like, okay, why didn't we ban Tarkentown? But like, as you can see, there are answers. Like, sure, this was not the biggest tournament. This was the week one. Like, it's early days, but we can see that there are still a lot of options. There are still a lot of things you can do. But let's see if Kevin can do something about Philip in game 2. Like,
absolutely. I was at Tyler's to say there's no doubt that deck is shuffled. I mean, I think Philip is just making sure that he is shuffling enough.
Oh yeah, I need to check the stream. I'm missing everything. I'm semi-blind, so I can't read in that far away. It's fine.
There was a Lando TD deck there somewhere, apparently. I didn't see that.
Yeah, we had a Lando deck in here today. So
brilliant.
That was really cool.
I love to see it. I very nearly bought a blue Chewy.
Yeah.
But then I also very much know that people don't like double blue. So I didn't bring it.
Yeah, and it's like Allan is saying, like pilots deck are better without Django. When you can keep your guys up when they're not on the side. When they're standing up, they can hit you. If they're on the side, it's really hard. Like you can't go tall now.
Absolutely.
So I do think that everybody needs to look at this green home deck. Like when you have events coming up, like I do think it's really, really strong.
I realize that we can zoom in just a little bit here to the deck to get a little bit more of the game board here. So let's go here. Game 2.
Let's see if Kevin has the answer, because right away we have the first Falcon is down. Does he have an answer? He has 5 cards in deck that can kill it straight away. Does he have one of them in hand? I do think that Kevin might be like, you need to mulligan to get an answer, or I do think that he might. Again, this is early days, but I do think that when Kevin looks at this matchup going forward, he might be eager escort fighter or bust. Like he needs to mulligan for that, or it doesn't matter what he opens. He needs to and he had it. Of course he had it. Like again, Kevin, he understands. He had the eager escort fighter straight away. He got the kill. He got the damage. So now he can start racing. This is what the sideboard is for: fix problems.
I realized we can't see the discard piles, however. I've just realized. I don't know if we need to see them.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think we'll do that as well. It's quite good to see.
Did he resupply? I missed it.
I think he might have done. Yeah,
he chat instead, which was bad. Chat can help us. Because he used the Han ability
and then he had a lot. How many has he got? He's got 5, so I don't think he did resupply because Kevin is on 4.
No, he had discarded already, so he did resupply. He removed his Han card.
Oh, Han is ready as well. So there we go. So now he's on that. So now he's on 6, and Han can come out.
And here's the sham. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Because now he's ready to start next turn. He got the
and he's ready for Wrecker next turn.
For Wrecker next turn, exactly. So this is exactly what we talked about with Kevin's answer in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Like now he killed the Falcon. He didn't get the Falcon going, and now he's ready for Wrecker.
No, I think that's, you say that's what we were talking about. I think I can't take credit for that. That's what you were talking about.
Okay,
but I mean, you're absolutely right.
Here comes the U-wing reinforcements.
The fact and the good thing that he had the Cham in hand to be able to do that was vital as well.
Let's see if he can find a Luke Skywalker here. That's going to be really rough for Kevin because he's going to kill the Sabine. He's going to start to restore. Or if he gets something more aggressive out. Let's see where he finds. If Enfys Nest. That's also really good because now anything that's small, which is going to get bounced, it's going to get bounced. It's going to get bounced.
No, absolutely. And there's going to have to be some more removal, and he's just lost his deck. So I don't think Wrecker can deal with that. I think with Enfys Nest.
Yeah, but he needs to deal with both of these threats, and then let's see what. I do think that U-Wing was really strong.
It is really strong, but it's not the end of the world for Kevin because he can come out with Wrecker, lose a resource, deal with that one, and then you've got to deal with Han later on as well. But at least Enfys Nest has been dealt with.
Let's see if he can kill Han right away so he doesn't go to 7 again. Yeah.
So there we go. Wrecker, get exactly what we said. There we go.
So kill the Han with the discard, and then deal 7 damage to Emphys Nest. Exactly. And now Philip doesn't have the 7 resources anymore, so he can't U-wing, he can't do that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
exactly. The
absolutely,
Sham is helping him here
Yeah.
because he couldn't have done this unless he had the Shams and Dula.
Absolutely,
So-
absolutely. Felt good to actually call something there. This is actually
Yeah.
what's going to happen.
No, you can, but you can really see how Kevin looked at the matchup
Yeah.
going into this tournament and like, okay, how do I deal with this deck? And you can right
Yeah.
away see the answers. Like we have to see if it is enough, of course, but you can see right away that how you can, with a few cards, you can totally flip the matchup, going from I don't have any single answer to this is really good.
Yeah. How did Kevin kill the Falcon? Ban internet.
Eager escort fighter.
The eager
on
escort
the 3
fighter.
resources, the 4/1 ambush ship.
Yep.
Was what he used coming in from the sideboard for this game to kill the Falcons before they become a problem.
Yeah. So he tails with Rekka with the blue leader there again as well.
Yeah, the
so
5 resources. I do think it's really strong.
going off there as well. Sabine is out now.
And 3 damage on base. I do think that Philip needed to do that. It's not a fun
Yeah.
way to use a blue leader. It's 5 resources to only kill a weakened unit. But I do think that if Rekka is going to stay, it's going to be really hard.
Yeah, I mean he had to deal with Rekka just like Rekka had to deal with Emphys Nest. Philip had to deal with Rekka, otherwise if you don't, you're
Yeah, it's going to be really rough. And here comes the Han.
Here comes the Han. Han is doing that.
Let's
We're
see
just
if we have-
trading in here.
Yeah.
But now getting rid of Han is quite difficult. But is there something in there? There we go. So he brings out Cassian.
So he doesn't have a really good answer to Han. You can see that
No,
straight away.
absolutely.
Now he's just trying to do what he can. So the 4 damage coming in from
as well. Then he's on 17 damage there as well. 17 to 4.
Yeah.
So
let's see if Philip can stabilize with this Han and just keep the board clear or not. It's going to be really interesting because he can keep killing stuff. So yeah. So Kevin got to this base in time, and this was his sideboard did for him. So let's see if he can find the answers to kill him here.
Tough for Sabine. I mean, due to the sideboard wars, but he is a little bit behind on board, but he's only got 4 damage on base.
Yeah, he needs to.
So he's not out of the woods, but it's not terrible. But this is a turning point, I feel.
Yeah, he needs to find the ship damage. Like he need to scrap this out. He need to play like the rebel, like the guerrilla tactics, like that type of game plan now. Like he needs to eke out 13 points of damage before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that Kevin has a lot of burn. Let's see if he can find it and if he can deal the damage he needs to do.
He's got 4 in hand.
They are thinking about something. I don't know what's happening right now. Like we are on a different floor.
Yeah, exactly.
So
we're up in the kitchen in Manatorsk, so we're well away from the play area, which is obviously the thing that we need to do.
Yeah, I do think that if Kevin can find his timely interventions, he has 3 of them in the deck. He has a way to kill the Han unit. If he can't find a way to kill the Han unit, it's going to be really rough.
Yep.
And there we go, Han unit again. It just deals the damage. So let's see if Philip can keep the board clear and also get the Falcon Armada going or not.
So yeah, another Millennium
Falcon
Falcon coming out.
Ooh, that's not
Sandari Peacekeeper. Maybe that's all he had there as well.
Yeah, that's a rough play. That's not a record timely. So
no.
Here comes the Han Solo. So that's the 5 damage from. So now the damage is starting to come.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough now.
See if he has and.
So a second Peacekeeper.
Second Peacekeeper. Confiscate.
Very nice.
That was really clutch there. He needed that confiscate, otherwise the damage was going to pile up too fast.
Absolutely. He's got 2 Peacekeepers out. If he has maybe a rebel, is it rebel attack?
The rebel assault.
Rebel assault.
They're not rebels.
No, they're not rebels. Of course, no, they're not.
So it does deal like he has some restore and some damage. So let's see if Kevin decides that he wants to kill the peacekeepers, or if he want to go base and say that like I have so much damage, I'm gonna kill you, or if he's more worried about the units.
No, exactly. Yeah, Kevin had a full cause as well, so if he's just
Here comes the 8 damage. 8 damage to base.
Ooh, up to 18 as well.
18. Let's see if he has. Oh yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, the Sundari peacekeepers have restore 2.
Yes.
And they're healing for 3, 4. They have
three,
they're healing for 3 because they have raid 2. So
like if Philip has, it's a waylay on the other, on the other peacekeeper.
Yeah. So the Falcon will take Kevin to 20 points. I think he's looking for another.
He doesn't need it.
Cassian.
If Kevin can't kill the Han, Philip can just claim and kill.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think he's.
Here comes the timely, and there's the record. Okay, yeah, he really needs
There
that
we
record.
go.
That was really important for him to find that record to get that away. So
yeah, no. That was a timely intervention.
Is he on 27 now?
Yeah, that is 27 now.
Ooh.
Which obviously 27, and he has a full cause in hand.
Yeah.
So
exactly, and this is what we talked about. You can see how the early game gave Kevin the way to just sneak in some damage here and there.
Yeah.
And then the late game, he had the timely wrecker. So 2 wreckers, exactly what he needed.
Yeah.
You can see again how that ramp and killing the first Falcon really set him up for this.
Yeah.
Because if the first Falcon deals damage, then all of a sudden Philip can kill him before.
Yeah. I was just going to point out, Neff just had no way to deal with the hand unit. There was a way to deal with the hand unit, which was the timely intervention, which was really, really nice.
He's running 3 of them. We need to say that. Again, Kevin has planned for this. So you can see how he...
Did he side in 2? Because he had... Was that 2?
Timely. He's running 3 times.
He's in main board.
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He knows that the ambush with the wrecker is one of the ways he needs to kill everything.
Yeah. Not everyone. I mean, Neff, you're right. Not everyone plays timely now. I mean, it is one of those green card, the command cards that should be in most command decks. It's
scary because he's running a lot of non-heroic cards though. For a cause. So that's the
other thing. Yeah.
Yeah. He almost lost in the last round of Swiss. In the Sabine mirror Kevin played in, he almost lost the games because he flipped.
Yeah, I think did he run through that? I think we were talking about that when we ran through that.
He had the lethal there.
He had the lethal there as well. So we're on 1-1 now. So congratulations to Kevin for that one. We're going to the 3rd game of our final here.
But it's really good. It's really fun where you can see how the plan for Kevin here. He's like, okay, how do I deal with this? He had the sideboard ready. He found the cards. Of course, you need to find the cards. Like there was only a few cards, and he got them when he needed them. So let's see but we can also see how close it was. Like Philip just needed Kevin to not find one of those answers he needed. Yeah. He was just a single card away from like winning this game.
Yeah.
Like he needed to kill the first Falcon. He needed to find the sham to get the wrecker, and then he needed to find the timely for the second wrecker. Like he needed all of those 4 things to happen,
and he found them.
Yeah,
and
and he did. But he gave himself a chance. So let's see if Philip here. Like Philip cannot be like, okay, I need to go down on this. Just keep playing your game plan. You know that unless Kevin finds all the answers, you still have a really good game plan.
But that's what I mean. I mean, timely is the timely intervention. And the fluidity of that card, for lack of a better word, right now in a very tired, long day, is the fact that you can just sit in your resources, in your resources, and you can just use it whenever. It is an answer that is there for such times as this.
But again, he needed record. He could have done it with the Poe also. So he had a couple of outs with the timely. Poe could have also dealt the 6 damage you needed to do. So he had some out there. Like the last one wasn't that far-fetched, but it was really good. Again, does he have the eager fighter? I think that is like, does he have it in hand? I don't think he has it in hand, right?
So I got distracted by Nicola's comment there that he hopes they're still shuffling because of the trade internet.
Nikolai, I understand.
Yeah, stop distracting us, man.
So let's see if he has the eager fighter or not, so he can kill it. I didn't see if he had it in his open
Yeah,
hand.
it's Kevin. He was good at showing us what he went as. Philip is mulliganing.
He didn't like his starting hand.
Yeah, and while they are mulliganing as well, if you haven't subscribed to us yet, please do. We do what we can to get stuff out there. I know Jonah and Adam, they're pretty good at getting their reviews of their tournaments out there and everything as well. We do our best to stream as many tournaments as we can in the Nordic regions as well, in one way or another. So if you want to see some of the stuff coming from us as well, just remember to hit that subscribe button. We'd absolutely love that one.
Yeah, again, like it's really good. Like I do think it's really good that we can showcase the Nordic community.
Yeah.
And
Especially tournaments like this where so many good players came together this weekend.
Yeah, like if you look at the top 8 and like the top 10 15 people here, it's like it's almost the same top 10 15 we had at the ProQuest. Planetary qualifier.
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
So like
that's a completely other game that we don't need to worry about anymore.
But we know that most of the top players in Sweden came here to play this event. Like sure, it was only 31 players to show up here, but like we had 15-20 of the top players in Sweden. We have a couple of good players from Norway coming here. So like it was a really stacked field today.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse for my run. Maybe a little bit better actually, because it was just really difficult.
And I do think that we've had a couple of fun games. Like I know my game against the Bosk on stream was really fun to play. So that was a really fun game. I hope that the people that watched it liked it. So I do think it like hit again. Like I'm just a friend of the podcast doing whatever I can, but again, the subscribe. Okay, here we go. Game 3,
final game of the day. There we go.
Again, this is good because the green makes that the Sabine Masterpiece is also an option. The Sabine Masterpiece and the ECL is also going to kill space.
Yeah.
Okay, he doesn't have to worry about it.
No, Luke coming in again. It's like a repeat of the last game.
Yeah. Game 1.
Game 1.
This looks exact same opening they had game 1. So let's see if Kevin does the same thing. If he realized I want to hit face.
Yeah,
he usually does. Again, here we go. So exact same order as game 1. Let's see if it goes better this time.
Should we just rewind and see what happened in game 1? But we got different cards now. We've got answers. So
Nikolai, you saw the game already, so you don't have to worry about it. So you're good. It's game 1 all over again.
Yeah.
Again, let's see if Philip decides to do the same thing if he's trading here. I do think his best option is trading. Yeah, he's trading again. So again, and then here comes the Sabine ping again. Oh, here's the next thing. We're doing it was the resupply from Philip, and Kevin placed the Peacekeeper. Okay. So again, Philip has the resupply going. He has ramped. Kevin is on 4 resources. If he has the jam, he can go up to 5. Philip starts with you blue leader.
Blue leader. Okay,
he's
so
really
he's coming
good.
in and dealing with the board this time.
And that's a 5 damage, 4 HP unit on the board. So that's going to be really scary. You can't just flip Sabine because next turn, Philip is going to kill it. So that blue leader is a really good answer here, and especially because it only takes 1 damage from that Mandalorian.
He still flips.
Yeah. And Kevin is fine with that.
No, Philip flips Han.
Yeah. So Kevin is Philip. Kevin needs to figure out what to do with these rounds. But again, we can see no Millennium Falcons, and it still has a really good options. Here we go. Here is the K2SO.
Okay. He's ambushing. He's ECLing out the K2SO.
Yes, and he's killing what? He's going into the Han. Oh,
he's going into Han,
discarding a card.
Making him discard a card.
Yeah, so now Philip is only on 1 card left. I do think it looks like he wants to kill the Han with the Sabine.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep, there
that's
we
why
go.
that's why he went in there. 1 damage to base also, of course.
Yep.
But this is scary. Like
I mean, forcing Kevin to not hit base as well.
it does, and like
Going for just from what you said about how he plays.
Yeah, and as we can see, the blue leader is still there. He can kill the Sabine. Philip has the board control. Let's see if Kevin can find out. He already spent the ECL. Now he needs to find the timeless to be able to do these kind of things again. Nicola. Yeah, we got you, Nicola. But now you need to watch again. I hope the internet works this time for the trade.
Yeah.
So let's see what Kevin has, if he has the answers now. He needs to figure out a way to deal with this blue leader. Otherwise, he's going to lose 1 or 2 more units from it. And that is pretty scary. Yeah, this resource, you can see how hard this resource is for Kevin. He knows, like, this is the final. This resource is going to be, like, it's really important this turn. If he can't deal with the blue leader, and Philip can just snowball this board state, yeah, he needs to really figure out what to do and how to play it. Philip is going to be on 6 resources. Again, you can see Kevin picking up, put it down, picking up.
Yeah.
Like, what is the correct player? He understands.
Yeah.
He can read this game also. Like I said, Kevin is a really good player. He understands this board game. He understands that this blue leader is a problem. He understands he needs to deal with it somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, Sabine is gone.
Yeah, Sabine can die, the blue leader stays, and then the next turn play can also die. So what is the answer to the blue leader here?
Mm.
Oh, here comes the Han Solo, the ambush. Oh, the blue leader stays, so he can't even play something to the ground now because the blue leader can just kill
That's
it
big.
right away.
That's really, really big. I mean, Kevin needs to have board, and he's obviously more heavier on the on ground as well in his deck. So yeah, this isn't so good for Kevin.
No. Here comes the timely.
Yeah.
Here comes is that the Mandalorian?
No, that's the Sundari Peacekeeper.
Sundari Peacekeeper. Yeah, okay. He killed the Han.
Yeah.
He's going to restore some. He's going to at least have some kind of board going in. But again, you can see what this blue leader is looking at here. He has 4 HP left. The Mandalorian also only deal 1 damage on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Will Philip keep trading, keeping Kevin down? That's one of the 3 timely. Like, okay, what is the math here? Look, how is Philip looking at this? Does he say, like, okay, you spent 1 of them, you only have 2 left, you can't use it on all your posts, all your wreckers?
Apparently, yeah. Kevin actually loaned him that Han legendary unit.
Yeah, and you can see that the blue leader comes in here and kills them, and the blue leader stays. Like we said the last time, like, can he figure out a way to deal with the blue leader?
Yeah,
he hasn't found it yet. So back to Kevin again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they've only both got 4 damage to base, but we're raising up in resources, and I mean, there's.
Okay. He just hard played the wrecker, killed it with the 5 damage from discarding your resource.
Yeah, that is one answer as well. But I guess the higher we get in the resources, the further we get through into the game.
The scary thing here is Philip has those 2 like Luke Skywalkers in the deck.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Philip's got the tools later game on the higher end of the curve, the higher end of the resources. Kevin probably doesn't have those as well, and he's pushing into space now as well.
This is really good for Kevin if he can keep that.
Yeah.
That card in. Oh, let's see what we have.
Kira coming out as well. Poe. I mean, he's just flexing here with the hyperspace and prestigious.
Yeah, so it's a Poe, it's a Sabine, and it's the Eager. It's a Sabine's masterpiece, and it's the Eager.
Yeah, exactly. And what could he play next time? Poe probably could be a thing, but obviously he doesn't want the Falcon to die as well. So would he choose
he wants to protect the Falcon, and he also doesn't want to have a Poe played against him. So he needs to make a decision now. Like, okay, how do I lose this game? Do I lose it by losing the Falcon, or do I lose it by having a Poe on the field?
Yeah.
That is the thing Philip needs to decide here, and he's picking the Eager fighter, so he wants to protect that Falcon.
Yeah.
That is the decision. That is what he needs to do about it. So let's see if it pays off, or if that Poe is the problem. But again, we can see like this record killing that blue leader. That was exactly what he needed. He needed to find a way back in the game, and Philip didn't have a U-wing, couldn't find a Han Solo, couldn't like straight away answer it.
No.
Which is yeah.
And
so
again, checking through the thing as well.
Both guys.
Did Philip have a Luke Skywalker in hand as well? I think he did. I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's not the card you want in hand. You want to find it with your U-wing. That is kind of what it's there for. And he's staying on 6 reefs.
Keeping the Falcon out.
Yeah, only 6 reefs. So he probably don't have the U-wing again. So okay.
Yeah.
Again, that's good for Kevin. That means that Kevin can start whacking the base now, and it's going to be hard for Philip to deal with this record because it's a big piece sitting out there. Start by killing the Kira. Now he can kill the Falcon if he wants to. So let's see if Philip can.
Yeah, and then obviously it's overwhelmed, push through another couple onto base.
There comes the Chewie.
Chewie back.
Really
good.
Really good. So
that's really good. Unless there's a confiscate or anything like that. Poe comes out. There we go.
Again, like Poe, he can kill that Chewie. So, okay, how do you with that discard ability?
But he didn't. Oh no, it's a non-attack thing, of course. Yeah,
it's a non-attack thing. Okay, so Kevin.
Blue leader was out as well, so he's going heavy space there as well. So they're kind of in a racing position in many ways.
It's 13 damage to how much damage is on
Philip? It's someone see it. I can't see how much damage it's on. My eyes doesn't work. I like Kevin's position right now. He did find the answers. I do think that it looks really good because if he attacks with Poe here, he discards a card, kills that Chewie. Then all of a sudden, Philip's board doesn't look that great, and Kevin still has a record that can start hitting. So does he do that, or does he have something else he wants to play? Interesting play here. This is again, we have one more turning point. Okay, how do I? Yeah, here comes Poe and the discard, killing that Chewie. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. He had to be able to do that.
Yeah, you could see how important that Poe is to control those pilots.
Yeah, as well. He's there's a fleet lieutenant as well to maybe do another 2 damage. Another 2 damage to base, which could be really important.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So he did the 2 damage to base, and he killed defeated an upgrade. Okay. So again, what is Phil's options? Can he kill that record before he deals damage? Because otherwise, it's going to be a lot of damage to base.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of damage to base.
He did he do 3? He discarded 3 cards there. So he also made him discard.
Oh. He might have.
Yeah, no, he discarded 3 cards and stuff, so he might have
he took out
done all 3 of those
you can
things.
see how much Poe changes the matchup when he can get the swing. Again, like if we go back 2 turns where Philip didn't have the U-wing, couldn't find that Luke and answer the Ricker right away. And you can see how the game turns really fast.
Yeah.
When a record comes down, you can't answer it. And now you can see the frustration from Philip. He's figuring out, okay, what's my out? Now all of a sudden, Philip needs to find an answer to this record. He needs to find an answer to this Poe. He can go so fast.
No, absolutely. I mean, because he's on, is it 14 damage now, Philip has, and Kevin has 13.
Yeah. But the race is, Kevin is going to win the race. If they just stay like this, the board state, Philip is not winning this race.
No.
No,
absolutely.
So here, and I do think that the eager escort fighter that we looked at, Kevin still has that in hand. So if whatever of this spaceship isn't attacking is dead, if Kevin wants it to. So
that's true.
That was the discard. Yeah, the discard from hand was the Falcon.
Yeah, that's what
he was thinking about.
It's hard to. I'm just wondering. It's hard to see how much Philip has in hand.
I think he has one. The card on the bottom there that he put right.
That is his hand
above his deck. That is the one card he has in hand.
Yeah.
So let's see what it does here. 3 damage. Let's see if it's the eager. No, it's a 7 damage. Yeah, Kevin. Again, like we said when we started, Kevin goes face. Like he wants to kill you.
Yeah.
He's not worried about you killing him.
Yeah, exactly.
So now Philip has time. Oh, Philip didn't. He was afraid from that. Oh, and here comes even more damage down.
Yep.
So that is, he's going to put him at 26 now.
26. And if he has it for a cause, he could push him over the edge, or he could just claim. And I don't think Philip has anything.
Philip claimed
claimed.
because he was afraid of that wrecker. But
Next
Kevin's
turn.
like, oh, yeah, I don't care. I'm just gonna kill you. You have to kill
Yeah.
2 of my units, or I kill you in one
Yeah.
hit.
So
Do we have-
passing through into the next round.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Philip has a single sentinel. So
No,
it doesn't.
absolutely. He's got Timely in hand. He has another wrecker, actually as well, that he's just picked up. Obviously, he's got the ambush fighter, and I can't see the other card that he has in hand. But as well, but obviously with 26, I think Kevin might have this.
It looks like it, unless Philip has some kind of trick up his sleeve. He's looking at his hand. He's looking it all over.
Yeah.
Like he's in the final for a reason. He does have a U-wing in hand. I do think he's thinking about his deck now. Okay, do I have something with?
Does he have a sentinel? Does he have a sentinel?
And he just
Yeah.
he doesn't have a sentinel. Oh, congratulations to Kevin!
Kevin brings it home again. Sabine is back, baby. Sabine is back. Huge congratulations to Kevin there, who takes home not 1, not 2, but 3 Carbonite booster boxes.
Yeah, it's huge price support.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Manatorsk here, it has been so good to us all day. So yeah, it's wow, what a final!
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see them before we go on to see our ugly faces. You can have a look at those Carbonite booster boxes that they have been given there.
There were 6 Carbonite booster boxes in total that was given out to the top 8.
Absolutely.
With so many Carbonite, like Manatorsk got right away, like, okay, they looked at this event, like, we're gonna run this event. Here's the Carbonite boxes, put them to the side.
Exactly.
And showered us in stuff. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a shame that not more people can make it down as well, but there is a lot of events going on right now.
Yeah,
like not everyone can do all of these events, unfortunately. But Manatorsk have done a really, really good job, and they've been actually one of the forerunners kind of in Sweden for Star Wars Unlimited as well.
Yeah,
they do sell singles, so remember, make sure you hit them up for that, for your pre-orders and everything if you're watching from Sweden or the Nordics. And they ship internationally as well. So there you go, your one. They've done your stream for you.
It looks like
it's pretty good.
They're gonna do Cantina Brawl 4, maybe. Let's see.
I mean, they will do Cantina Brawl 4.
Yeah,
they have done these once per set.
Yes.
With the Cantina Brawls.
They started set 2.
They started set 2 I think just before, because the set came out in the summer and stuff. So I think it was just before set 2 came out. But they will do another Cantina Brawl. They will also do PQs as well. They keep trying to push getting they keep trying to get PQs. They obviously have store showdowns, but obviously they need to be in places that people come. But they have the basement there to do that. It's a really nice basement.
Area. It's a good, like, we could easily be 50 people here. Easily.
More than that, you could have a 64, 80 player tournament here.
It wouldn't be crowded at all.
No.
Really good place. I know it's hard for people that need to fly, but from everywhere else in Sweden, Skövde is, like, I understand that Umeå and stuff like that is way north.
Yeah.
But from everybody else, from Skåne, from Stockholm, everything is like kind of like
it's right in the middle.
You can do it in a day, so it's really good. So
yeah,
again, and but going back to this final, like you can see how in game 2 where the sideboard came in, you saw game 1. Kevin didn't have the answers. He didn't have the Eager Escort Fighter. He didn't have those cards.
No.
And in game 2, the sideboard came in there. Escort Fighter killing the Falcon. Shams and Dula ramping him up, getting to that record earlier. Like you can see it, and then game 3, back
absolutely.
and forth.
Exactly.
Philip was in the lead. Kevin was in the lead. Like back and forth.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and we called it a little bit there. On Philip, if Kevin won game 1, it would have been 2-0.
Yes.
I think. But Philip getting that early one and just trying to push through all the tools that Kevin had, that became hugely important as well. But they're two very good players. Kevin is an absolute master at Sabine.
Yes.
What's he going to do next year?
I don't know. It's a long time.
Well,
until next
it's a
year,
long
but
time.
yeah,
we've
yeah,
still
of
we've
course.
still got like another 18 heroes times 2. 18 times 2, 36.
Yeah,
We've got another 36 heroes to come now out there as well. So we've got a lot.
Yeah, he talked about in the write down that he wanted to play Lando, but he said there wasn't enough good smuggle cards, so he couldn't. So let's see if Fantasy
Lando,
Fights
the
release
new Lando, JTL Lando.
No, the old one.
The old Lando. Oh wow, yeah.
So, or if it was Honda, whatever. Like, yeah, he wants more smuggle cards. He wants to do that kind of race. So, but yeah, this was a really good final. It was really cool to see so many people tune in and watch this game. And
yeah, thank you guys all so much. I think we had 120 people or 111, 120 people or something at one point tuning in as well. So really, really grateful for the support. So make sure you subscribe. We have a podcast that comes out every Thursday, as much as we possibly can get that in. We have YouTube stuff as well, and we also have our ATMTO Magnus, who was here during the whole day doing the Swiss rounds along with Allan. Magnus has another podcast, so go and check that podcast out as well. But yeah, so huge thank you to everyone watching. We're going to call this a night because we're going to kind of go down and I need to pack up the stream and give the shop their kitchen back. You need to get back to Stockholm.
Yes.
In the car with the Kevin gloating and
the winner in the
Philip crying.
But all 4 of us in the car went top 8, so we're still gonna have a good time.
That's going to be a good time. Yeah. It's good. Well, was it a good car?
Yeah, it's a good car.
It's a good car as well. Yeah, it's good. I should have traveled in that. You should have picked me up. And
half of the top 8 is in the car. So yeah, it's, and both the finalists.
Yeah,
so, yeah, it's a good.
Absolutely awesome, great. Well, thank you all so much for watching. We're going to call this a night now. Until next time, may the force be with you. Good night.